the shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GMC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO, I hear you loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery, you a negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. If you get lost, you can always be found. No, you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. And if you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. My voice is cracking a little today. Gee, I must have had some fun or something. And a nice little vacation. Oh my goodness, what a vacation. I don't even want to get into it yet. We'll talk about the vacation later. All kinds of crazy stuff happened. One heck of a vacation. You know, they always say when you come back from a vacation, you need a vacation. Kind of feels like that a little bit. The goal is to reduce volume and interest while returning shares, no fear. I normally pick up a new hat whenever I go on a beach trip because I take whatever hat I've been wearing for the year to the beach, and I wear it right out in the ocean, and I wear it everywhere I go. It's always with me, and so in this particular case, we didn't stop by the normal place that we normally stop by to usually we pick up like one item while we're there at the beach or something like that from the store or the shark store. I don't know how to explain it. It's just kind of one of
those places that all the tourists hit. And anyways, we didn't stop by this year, and so I wasn't able to pick up a new hat. So I'm still wearing my AMC hat here, and it's all sandy. So I brought a little bit of the beach back with me, and but I have an idea of what I want to have though. So I'm gonna go online. I'm gonna look for it and order it. And but I'm gonna probably get a no fear hat next, because that's kind of what I want to talk about is no fear. There's these times where we have volume massively rising for our average 3-month volume, and that's going to be partially due to the fact that we had that big huge push in volume and price that we had just not too long ago, back in early May. And what you're seeing here is our average 3-month volume at 60.31 million shares per day. That's quite a bit of volume. If I had to guess, it's probably over 15% of our total daily or our total amount of volume in whole. Let's see what we have reported here. We have they say shares outstanding is at 295. We know that's wrong. So let's just kind of check and see what this is here as a little bit of a math problem. I actually have not opened up my calculator for this will be the first time here. Let's see here. 60.31 million shares. And we're going to divide that by the 368.09 outstanding, roughly. Multiply that number by 100. 16.38% of our total, on a daily average over 3 months, we trade about 16.38% of our entire amount of outstanding shares. It's massive. Normal stocks, you're usually somewhere less than 3%. So we're well over that, 5 times over that amount. Anything over 3% is a lot. A lot of stocks that are hardly shorted at all trade less than a single percent, even if they have less than, even if the value of the stock is less than $100, it still trades less than 1% if it's not heavily shorted. And here we are, 16.38%. It's a big number. So what they're going to need to do here, when I say they, I'm talking about institutions who may be in trouble from us gaining on value of the stock price. So anybody who's against AMC from being a winning stock is going to be trying to keep this volume low. They're going to drive that volume really, really, really low. And you can probably see over the last couple of days, we've been seeing volume drive down quite a bit. Let's go back out to the daily on this. You can see ever since our spike in price and volume back in the early portion of, or I guess it was mid portion of May, you can see that there's been nothing but a reduction in volume attempt, and it's just driving it back down further and further and further. In fact, yesterday, total amount of volume was 17.5 million shares traded. The day before that was 18.7. The day before that, 15 million shares. Those are the 3 days I was gone for. Holy crap. That's some low volume. Really, really low volume. And that's going to be the tempt here. And the reason for that is that they need to return shares. There's going to be shares that are going to be coming due in the future. And the only way that they can do that is to more than likely either borrow shares or drive enough people who maybe bought up on this run up here to sell off their positions, who become fearful and return shares back or return positions back so that those shares can be utilized in order to return shares that are going to be coming due. So that's the main key objective here: reduce volume, reduce interest, and return shares. So good morning to you guys. I see all y'all are doing well this morning. Tyler's crying. Good morning, Tyler. Let's see here. Shark stories. No shark stories, fortunately. We'll get into stories later. Because it's numbers. Well, I got 3 minutes left. Do I have enough time? All right. Well, I'll start with the biggest story first. Because it's like it's the one that's mostly on my mind. Bruno almost died while we were on the trip. Yeah, it was bad. So we were staying in a place where it was pretty. It was a little bit of a hike, but not too far. It was probably about a good. If I had to guess, maybe I'd say about a little over a half mile walk away from the beach. So we walked the beach to the beach every day, and hauled all our stuff over there. And Bruno, he's getting older. He's an older guy, and he's kind of getting a little more stiff and whatnot. So we already kind of knew that we would probably want to head back at some point during the day and kind of drop him off at the house and not force him to have to be on the beach all day long, just seeing as how he's older. So when he got to a certain point, one of our first days on the beach, the kids wanted to go back home and kind of eat something and then head back to the beach again. And so we sent him and the kids back to the place. And when they got there, they did their stuff, and then a couple hours later, they decided to come back out to the beach again. So they came back out to the beach. They said that Bruno wanted to come with them, but they left him behind inside the house. He was trying to go out the front door with them, and they closed the door and locked it. And Melissa was told by the owners that the pest control was going to be coming by, but they would only be doing the outside of the house, not the inside. So the kids left at around like 1-ish from the house. And we didn't show back up until about 5:30 at night. So we're talking about a good 5.5 hours. And I don't know when the pest control exactly showed up, but they came sometime during that period of time, I think. And when we got back into the house later, we kind of, after the chaos had ensued, we kind of could smell bug spray inside the inside of the house. Like, you could smell there was a difference, right? There was something that had been sprayed on the inside of the house. Well, when we got back to the house, what had happened was we walked in and the kids went up to the top floor and they found Bruno. Somebody had put Bruno out on the patio deck, which had complete sun exposure during the hottest portion of the day. There was a bit of a breeze up there, but I mean, it was still really, really super hot on the deck. And poor Bruno was just left out there for whatever period of time. We have no idea. No idea. I mean, he panicked. There were cushions on chairs out there that he was trying to overturn, and I think maybe trying to lay underneath them to get cooler. There was, nose marks all over the door trying to get back in. And, yeah, when we got back, I don't know how, I never got this out of the kids or not, because I was one of the last few to make it back into the door because I was hauled in a bunch of stuff, but he couldn't move. Yeah, he got heat stroke big time. And he couldn't move. He was laying on the ground. Couldn't. I mean, he did drink water at first, but then after a while, after he drank some water, he just stopped moving. Massively panting, and we were trying to cool him off and everything. And long story shorter, maybe kind of sort of, we got him through it. But it was bad. It was really, really, really bad. And to the point where he ended up getting the shivers later, and once we had cooled him down, we got him too cool, so then he was cold, and it was a mess. It was a hot, hot mess. And man, I tell you, we were having a day, to say the least. So a little upset about that, but we made it through it. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. It was not a good thing. There was some other stuff that happened, too, along the trip that was kind of unfortunate, but nothing terrible. The house we were staying in, here's the terrible part. We wanted to put him in a shower with some cold water or give him a cold bath. And when we first got there, the guy turned off the water on the house, so there was no water. There's so much to tell you. We sat out in front of this house for like 45 minutes waiting for them to tell us that we could go into the place because we were there a little early, and nobody was there cleaning. Some dude shows up in a truck the last 5 minutes before we can check in, technically, and goes around the house and turns off the water and leaves. I think he turned off the water because when we came in and went into the house, there was no water working. It was off. The water was completely gone. So I have no idea. He did. Actually, I think he only walked the perimeter of the house, and I think he had a tool. So I think he might have turned off the water for whatever reason and left. So he had to come back out, turn on the water, and then after he turned on the water, that was the other thing. When we came back to the house to get Bruno, the water pressure was gone again. So I don't know if he came to the house and turned off the water again or turned it partially down, but we couldn't. There was like no water pressure. It was just terrible. There was so much. But yeah. enough with me. Let's get into the numbers. But yeah, he lots of water. He's better now. He's moaning in the background as I'm talking about him. He's a lot better than he was. In fact, we actually even got him back onto the beach the very last day. We were there too. So, and then Melissa and I went out the morning as we were leaving yesterday morning, and took him out there. And he got his energy back enough to be able to go back out. So. Yeah, I'm sure that took some life out of him, though. I don't know if he had another 2 years left in him. He's probably got 1.5 now. I don't know, because boy, I'll tell you, I've never seen him. It was pretty bad. All right, let me take you guys over the other page here, and we'll take a look at numbers, see what we got going on. And here, the other thing too is, we thought maybe the kids left him out on the patio at first. But the kids were like, "No, we didn't do that because he was at the front door trying to get out with us." And there was just something weird about the idea that I just didn't think there was a chance that they would leave him sitting out there like that. And then the smell of the house being off kind of was like the first clue that there was probably somebody there. Give me 1 second, guys. I should have been cleaning my glasses this whole time. I didn't have my, I wasn't cleaning them. Yeah, me too, Billy. Me too. He survived the trip. All right, glasses are on. I'm ready to go. Price prediction tally points. Those are from last week. There was actually, everybody got a point last week. There was no, additional bonus points that were handed out to anybody for price predictions. Let me open up my notes because I don't have those open for some reason. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure I just need to go through and add a point to everybody. I got to look and see real quick here. What did we close on Friday? Closing price was $4.55 on Friday last week. Is that right? Let me make sure. Yeah, that's right. 621. We closed at $4.55. Nobody had a price prediction that was within. Actually, Tech was real close. 50 cents. He would have had $4.64. Tech was close. Tech was the closest, anyways. He was off by about 11 cents. He would have gotten an extra bonus point if it had been 1 penny higher, I believe. Nope, Twisty was within 10 cents of his price prediction. So, yeah, no bonus points awarded. No extra point needed for the week since there was no tie going into the final day. So I'll just add a single point to everybody. This is just kind of a recap of something that happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I went ahead and told the guys we'll just take this week off on doing price predictions, so don't. I'll give my price prediction for the day, but I'm not going to have the guys. I mean, there's just no sense in doing it for just 2 days. So I gave them the week off and said, we'll just resume next week. And so But I was a winner, so I'm 2 weeks in a row winner. And then this week I'll have off, and then we'll see who will regroup and start doing price predictions again next week. Short exempt volume. Let's look and see. I bet you that's been really, really low with that low volume. See, this is that period of time that they are going to need to be able to return shares. Wow, I'm actually surprised, guys. These numbers are way higher than I would have anticipated. There's only been 2 days where we've seen less than 300,000 shares. That would have been 6/21, which was Friday last week, and then Monday this week there was 172.6 thousand shares. Yesterday there was 364.2. Not yesterday, I'm sorry, Tuesday rather. And then from yesterday, check this out. This is crazy. Considering how much volume there was 17.5 million shares yesterday in volume, and there was 475.2 thousand in short exempt volume. Awfully high. I think maybe we're buying the dip. That could mean that's what's going on here, and it's creating a lot of pressure when they probably least want it. Utilization. Remember, I had to reboot the computer when I got back home, so all these numbers should be pretty accurate and up to date. That's on the page here. Normally, you have to wait for me to update everything. But I will go through and update some of these pages just to make sure that they are today's numbers. Utilization on AMC is at 73.58%. When we left last week, it was 64.75%. So we're seeing a bit of an increase there. Day-over-day price change. There was a 3.31% increase in price yesterday. Let's see what's next. Max Pain. Max Pain is coming in at. Oh wait! I need to change that short exempt volume real quick here. I need to put 2 of 3 because we did have 2 days that were under 300K. So give me 1 second while I format the cell here. All right, Max Pain is 450. I updated these numbers this morning. I'll update them again here just to make sure. 450 this morning on AMC. GME's Max Pain is showing up at $23. GME is currently $24.20, so it's already two, almost 3 strike prices above Max Pain. So we may be seeing price coming down a little bit more here on GME before the week's over. We're really close to Max Pain at 459 in the pre-market this morning, with Max Pain being 450. For next week, Max Pain is 450. For the week after that, it's 450. So we're looking in the next 3 weeks, 450 across the board. GME's is, like I said, 23 this week. It's, what is it next week? 23 next week. And the week following that is 24. Off-exchange volume and EDGX volume when combined. Normally at the end of a day, I would expect to see about 64% going through those. We had 57.12% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 9.07. The combined total was 66.19%, or about 2.19% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. That would have been lost price discovery, meaning we could have had a higher closing price had it not been for some of that volume going through those exchanges. In CHX volume, there was only 11,863. Anything over 30,000 is a lot in my mind. GME CHX volume yesterday was at 15,580. Both those numbers under 30K. Shares available to borrow. Looks like since yesterday's closing, there was about 400,000 shares available to be borrowed. Looks like so far this morning, I guess in the later portion of last night, at around 7:15, there was about 50,000 shares borrowed. I'm not going to count those, so it looks like pretty much only returned shares since yesterday's closing, and there's about 800,000 shares available now, according to IBKR, and fees are at 1.84%. Institutional share ownership is showing up at 23.21% with 85.442 million shares. When we left last week, it was 85.427, so it's gone up just a smidgen. Let's take a look at those options. Highest amount of call volume and open interest. Last week was at a $5 strike for calls. So far this week is still at a $5 strike, and there's currently 36,000 contracts. On puts last week it was $4. This week it's at 4.5, so it's up 50 cents. And there's approximately 13,000 contracts at 4.5. Market is suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the week. We'll scroll down the page here and document the data for this week and next week in open interest. I think somebody was mentioning that the open interest drops back down again with the highest strike price being $11.50, and that is true. Option chain for GME, I'm just going to scroll through it. We'll take a look, quick look, and see where highest amount of open interest is for calls. Looks like a $25 strike is the highest amount of open interest with 19.1 thousand contracts. Highest amount of put interest is really kind of closest to like 22. So like 22 and let's see, 22. I guess like 23.5 would be the middle ground. And 23.5 certainly looks like it would be a price where they might want to see a closing price at a bare minimum. There's quite a few call contracts at 24 that are in the money at 12,389 in open interest. Scrolling on, we'll take a look at next week's data. Contracts go up to $128 this week. Next week, contracts go up to as high as $95. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. Give me just a second. I'll move some screens around and we will take a look at the rest of the data. I think that's everything. All right. Starting with Ortex here. Let's take a look and see what we got going on. What happened over the last 3 days? So utilization's gone up nearly 10%, which means that there's been a lot more loan shares over the last 3 days since we've been gone. But let's take a look. Let's see what that looks like on a chart. There's our utilization driving upwards. Let's see here. I guess this would have been Friday right here. So you can see there's been a little bit of an upwards, downwards motion on that utilization, but overall the trend has been going up ever since about the 19th of June. Again, that utilization is up to 73.58%. The on-loan amount driving up since June 14th. Day over day, we had an increase of loan shares by about 0.34 million shares, or 340,000. What's today's date? 27th. The estimated short share interest of the free float should be rising as a result, but it did not. It actually went down. Part of the reason for that usually is due to the fact that we've probably had like a reporting of short interest having been reported. It does look like that's the case, and which means that what we're going to end up seeing here is that the exchange reported short interest compared to what was being estimated was probably lower. Yeah, just a smidgen. You can see that the estimated short share interest was a much higher, right? And they had to boost this up here a lot to kind of get back on track with their predictions on where the estimated amount of short interest is, because this estimated is always current, but the actual reported amount comes in later. So as of the reporting for up to June 14th and short interest, the short interest was a little bit, the predictions are a little bit on the high side. So you ended up seeing, we're ending up seeing the estimated short share interest of the free float trying to correct for that. And so while the on-loan amount is increasing, the estimated short share interest of the free float decreases just a tad bit to make up for that. So it drops from 15.44% to 14.87%. I guess I should probably math that out. 57.57. So basically they're stating with yesterday's new short interest and their correction for being off by a little bit, they're suggesting that 2.09 million shares have been returned. Which means that their estimates were off by about 2.4 million roughly. The on-loan average age per day, we had an increase of 300,000 shares. This should be going upwards. Indeed, it is not. It went from 30.89 days down to 30.4, so a little bit of a dip on that. Over the last 3 days, though, it was climbing. And it went from 30.1 up to a high of 30.89. That means that there was probably a few shares returned yesterday that would have been older positions. And security lending volume slightly increasing from 6.51 million shares to 10.26, and you can see the profile there over the last 3 trading days has been kind of steady from where it's been. Overall, I'd say there's kind of a decrease going on in short exempt volume. Not quite back to the levels that we were at prior to our big jump in numbers. GME. Overall utilization is, day over day utilization is down from 48.48% to 46.18%, but the overall trend has been up since June 12th. The on-loan amount is increasing as well, although day over day it went down from 49.13 million shares to 48.1. The estimated short share interest of the free float dropped just slightly from 11.91 to 11.82. That seems to me like if they did report short interest here, which they did, that the estimates must have been pretty darn close to what they were expecting, which it was right on the money. So that's why there's not much of a change there. And then the on-loan average age per day. Slightly rising day over day from 13.98 to 14.4. The overall trend on that is down as these newly loaned shares are going on the books. Security lending volume day over day increased from 6.95 million shares to 8.74. The overall trend is heading back down, though. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is at $4.21. GME is at, let me refresh these real quick here, 21.78. For the day today, there's 157,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 21.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 39.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. That's for AMC. For GME, we have 290.8 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 42.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 112.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 14.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME was on here with a 52.14% buy to 47.86% sell ratio. I'd like to see 60-40 or better. Not quite there. AMC did not make the list. When we left last Friday, MMRI was at 279.54. It's now up to 284.98. The higher that number goes, the more risk there is in the marketplace. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates .427. Last week when we left, the last number that I have written down here was .472. So the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates has actually closed quite a bit since last week. And it does look like the 10-year is rising more than the 2-year. That's how it's closing. That gap. VIX futures 1388. This is probably the first time I've seen the VIX futures showing something less than 14. 1388 is higher than where it closed yesterday at 12.55, a full point higher. But the VIX has been leading the futures and not the other way around, which is kind of unusual. We should see a leap or a jump up in the VIX at some point or another that's going to catch it back up to that 13.88 value. Overnight, it's saying that the VIX futures are down 0.2, which means the market should be up. But you should see the VIX jumping a little bit or gapping up to kind of meet those futures at market open. The Nikkei is down 0.36, Hang Seng down 1.7, and the Nifty 50 up 0.55. This is unusual. We see the VIX futures down, but the markets are actually, everything's showing down right now, as much of anywhere from 0.12 to 0.17. So across the board, most everything is down. Might be a trend for market open. Of the Mag 7 this morning, in the pre-market, only 2 are up. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. It looks like CIBC is down 2.66. Gold is currently up 0.77 and trending up. Gold taking a nice little turn from a slightly rising trend into a much more rising trend starting around, let's see, I guess around 4 o'clock this morning. Let me go back out just a little bit further here. I just kind of want to get like an idea as to what the overall trend is here. It does appear to be breaking this trend, and that's probably why it's getting the good move that it's getting this morning. If I draw this out, I think you'll see that that's just about where it breaks. Come on, get out. There we go. It breaks that level of resistance and starts trending upwards pretty strongly. I actually probably could draw this back even further there and see that it broke that trend. So the downtrend has been broken on gold. Silver is up 0.42, probably almost the exact same thing on this. Silver has not broken the trend just yet. Well, maybe. If it is, it's doing it sideways. It's not. It's not. It does seem to be breaking a certain level of resistance here, but it's not moving up very quickly as it does. Ethereum Classic is up 0.17. Currently, the trend is slightly up from a downtrend. US dollar is down 0.16 and appears to be trending down. SPY is down 0.07. At market open this morning, it did gap up just a tad bit and has been trending upwards ever since. Tesla is down 0.71 and consolidating. Amazon is up 0.35 and trending up. Cinemark is down 2.02. Actually, that's from, no, it is in the pre-market this morning. Down 2.02 this morning and off of 10 shares in volume. So not a whole lot of volume to confirm that downtrend, that gap down there. Doge is up 0.14 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Bitcoin is currently up 0.35 at 61.2K a coin and trending back up now. GME is down 0.62 in the pre-market this morning. Looks like a consolidation period for me. HYMC has not yet been traded. NCMI has not yet been traded. Hood is up 0.04 and is consolidating. And AMC is down 1.92 and consolidating after a downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, there's approximately 700,000, or yesterday, this is from yesterday rather, $700,000 more inflow than outflow, 5,960 shares traded so far this morning, with our Pokestick of volume coming in 9 minutes. This is, again, super, super, super low volume this morning. On a 4-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.42, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.16, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.59, which is slightly above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.33, which is average. Taking a look at a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto. What do we got going on here? Oh, wow, look at that. We are at the end of a red cloud. And we are on the very bottom side of breaking out of this. So, yeah, this looks good. I like what I'm seeing here. So lagging line is broken above price line. Conversion is above base. All this looks really, really, really good for a breakout and price movement. For the day-to-day, you can almost see that yesterday it almost broke out of this cloud. And this is actually a really thick portion, but you can see that because of this price movement here, it formed a little bit of a green cloud. into the future here, which we want to try to avoid this if possible. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a push down or early into next week, perhaps on the end of this week or going into next week. Notice that 450 happens to be right where that cloud intersects at, is 450 exactly. So I'll bet the guys are probably happy they don't have to do price predictions for the day-to-day. Because I'll tell you, this would be a little bit of a difficult one here. I mean, the way the price should break out of this cloud here, because you can see that we didn't break through any portion of the cloud previously. The way it should break out of this cloud here should be an upwards momentum, and it should be on volume, which we're not seeing in the pre-market. So if volume shows up today, it'll be a surprise volume hit, unless our pokey stick of volume shows us something that we aren't seeing currently. I don't know. I would probably guess something higher than what we closed at yesterday. So 468. I don't know. Maybe something could be. We need to see the lagging line get back up above price line. So we need to see something higher than 469 before the end of the day is over. Well, let's take a look at the 4-hour and see if the 4-hour gives us any better notion as to perhaps maybe which way price is going to go here. In order to see a continuation in price moving upwards, we need to see price, like I said, driving above that 469 level for the day-to-day. So I'm gonna go ahead and write down 469 as the push point, or what would cause maybe some additional buying pressure to come in. I'll just write 470. 470 or higher. And then on a 4-hour time interval, we've got lagging line below price line, conversion below base. And we are kind of moving into a thicker portion of red cloud here, which, I mean, typically you don't see price moving through thick portions of red clouds unless it's extremely bullish. In this particular case for the day-to-day, the 4-hour is suggesting that we need to see lagging line above a price of 498. 498 would get price just underneath the cloud. That may cause a conversion line to cross base at 498, but then you have a little bit of a sticking problem with this cloud here because you got a pretty big cloud from $5 to about 570. So this could be one of those kind of points here where we see price rising up into some portion of this cloud in here, stalling out, and then eventually coming back down a little bit again, only to rise back or attempt to rise back up through a thinner portion of red cloud in the future, which, based on what I'm seeing right here, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday would be a more likely possibility for seeing that break through the cloud somewhere above $5, which would make a little bit of sense considering that 450 is max pain for the week. Institutions will probably try to drive price back up through some $5 price point to try and elicit some additional call option contract buying, and then only to drop price back down to that 450 range before the week's over. So for the day-to-day, I would imagine that there may be a closing price somewhere right around like I'm actually going to guess it's closing in the cloud today. Somewhere between like 501 and 5... No, underneath the cloud. That's too high. Maybe like a 483 close? Where's our highest point of volume? Let's go with like a 489 close is what I'm going to guess. Nothing's on the line here for me, so it doesn't really matter. I would probably do my price prediction based off of a 489 close. So like 439 to 539, something like that. What did I say? 439 to 539. And that would 539 would actually be almost midpoint on the cloud here. So we need to see price moving above the top of the cloud for big push. So for the 4 hour, we need to see 575 or better, which means that the 1 hour and 4 hour clouds are not in agreement on where the big push in price is going to come from. Which is okay. They don't have to be. Just helps. Looks like we may have a little bit of news here. So apparently we're lumped into a GameStop article here from Barron's. It says GameStop stock can't catch a break as meme fever fades. What will reignite it? Question mark. Oh, it's gonna. Whatever. I need to make sure that my synthetic price failure numbers are up to date because I did not track while I was gone. So I need to put in a 433 for a bottom. The last top that I had was 553, so a 433 bottom on this. That would have been a synthetic price failure, as we only needed to see 445. Okay. That is a 21.7% drop in price at 433. Almost a perfect turnaround point on that bottom. An increase in price to 498. Wow, that's interesting. 498 is what we need to see here to have a reset of a synthetic price failure. 498 is actually right on that that cloud, the Ichimoto cloud there. And oftentimes when you see a synthetic price failure reset value, price will run up and touch it like 3 times before being able to break through. So imagine perhaps maybe seeing a 498. Do note that we have, you can see here on the screen, I've got a level of resistance. From the past, it was a very, very strong level of resistance for us to break through here. If we break through this and market open for the day-to-day, this could give us a nice little boost to see price moving back up into that 498 range. And then, of course, as I was mentioning on the 1 hour, I think it was the 1 hour Ichimoto. Nope, not the 1 hour, 4 hour. 4 hour Ichimoto. That's that 498 number happens to be right where our cloud is at the end of the day today. So seeing price running up and touching that point and then maybe coming back down a little bit before close seems very, very logical. One last attempt perhaps maybe to try and drive in some last minute FOMO buying of option contracts. We only had 49.2 thousand shares in volume for our Pokey Stick, giving us a grand total of 55,000 shares in volume for this morning off that Pokey Stick. So not a whole lot of volume there. And that's all I got for you guys. Let me take you back over to the main page here. I'll head over to the back of the Big Tramp. And they're off. And let's see what you guys are saying. Dino Mike says their Yelp review is going to take a hit. Grandma Lou, thank you. Yeah, we're really happy that he made it through it. Boy, I can't even imagine if he hadn't. Jeffrey Jones, how's it going, man? You know, it never even occurred to me once that I should like videotape him, like to send to them and be like, this is what you did to our dog. It never even once entered into my mind like, oh, I should videotape this. It was like totally the last thing So we never even got any video. I didn't get any video footage of him acting the way that he was acting due to the heat stroke. Probably should have been something I should have done, but I didn't. It didn't even occur to me. JT AMC says, Casey, my wife makes my lunch every day because she's amazing, and she writes me a note. And in the note, she says, Casey is back today. Next stop, Moon. Wee. That's awesome, JT. Throat yogurt, it's good to be back. I'll tell you what, there's no place like home. That's for sure. Chris says your vacations never sound restful. Can we buy your family, including Brew, Oculus, and then we can have you vacation at home like you're in Hawaii? Hold on. I don't know. I don't even know. I've got 2 kids that have Oculuses, and I've never even tried them. I've never even put them on. Actually, that is true. My brother-in-law has one, and I tried his. And I I had like flashbacks of the 90s. I think it was like the 90s. We already had like VR stuff way, way, way back when. And I know it's a lot better now, but I just had like major flashbacks, and I don't know that I will ever feel fully immersed in that kind of technology. You know where I think it's at? I think it's in those glasses, the glasses that people, the Google glasses that they had or whatever it was. I think that's where the technology should be heading towards, because you need to have like interactive. What do they call it? It's basically like interactive with your environment around you. I think that's where we should be heading, and not things where you're like just stuck on a VR headset. Augment. Thank you. I couldn't come up with thank you, Nunya. Nunya business. Augmented reality is exactly what I meant. Appreciate that. I actually had somebody ask me that many, many years ago working in the semiconductor industry. Somebody said, like, don't you think VR is the greatest next best thing? I was like, nope. And they're like, really? No. And this is like when Oculus was first coming out. And I said, no, I think we've already gone down this road. This is just a rehash of the past. I said, if you want to know where the money's at for the future, you want augmented reality. That's where the money's going to be at. This VR crap is just a rehashing of old technology. My personal opinion. JT says AI contact lens with augmented and VR. Well, I don't think you want to be in a VR while you're walking around, but I mean, like, maybe you can get to a safe spot or something, I guess, maybe, and then like switch it over so that you have like the ability to be able to move into a virtual reality. But yeah, Chris, I'll tell you what. What would a vacation be if you didn't have something crazy happen along the way somewhere, or some kind of story to tell? It's not a vacation. Every vacation must have a story. It's kind of like a prerequisite to being an actual vacation. Apex, you know what? That has been on my reading list for so long. I want to read that. That's actually, it's, believe it or not, on my bucket list of 10 things in my life that I want to do before I die. 1984 is one of the things that's on my bucket list of things that I want to read. And I just can't bring myself. I even have a copy. I think I have 2 copies of the book, and I still haven't sat down to read it. In fact, one of my kids even read it before I did. I need to sit down and just read that book. Chris says your vacations seem more like Chevy Chase's vacations. Oh my gosh. Grandma's not going to die, and we're not going to put her on the roof of the car. I probably would. Oh, jeez. What do I do? We'll strap her on the chair on the roof. We'll take her down to the morgue. We'll take her to the hospital. Oh man. I mean, if you think about it, like those are the Chevy Chase the vacation movies. They're really nightmares. They're not. We laugh at them because they kind of they give them a funny twist, but you take out the music and the humor, and those are like they're horror stories. They're not supposed to be funny. Somebody lived that to write it. To some extent, somebody's lived through it, and we've all lived through some of those moments, and we go like they're not fun. going to the some family member's house that you just don't want to be there or whatever. Going to an amusement park that you thought was going to be open and it's closed for whatever stupid. I mean, those are horror stories. It's like legit horror stories. Jay, good morning. You guys would be impressed. I turned off my alarm for my normal wake-up time to do the live stream. I didn't go to bed until a half hour later than I normally would last night, but I did legitimately get extra rest throughout the vacation, so I was well rested. But I forgot to turn on my alarm. I forgot to turn on my alarm this morning, and I woke up 7 minutes before my alarm was supposed to go off, naturally. Morning, hon. I woke up 7 minutes naturally before. I was just like, woke up and went, hey, I wonder if it's time to get up yet. Looked at my watch, and I was like, oh my goodness. Well, I say watch. I looked at my phone, and I was like, wow, it's time to get up. Speaking of which, let me turn that alarm on right now, because if I don't, I'll forget later. Okay, my alarm's back on. Nana, good morning. Good to see you. Apex saying, spoiler alert, Casey, 1984 is happening all around us. Apex says, waking up to pee is naturally for guys our age. I feel like at some point we won't wake up and we'll just be like, the Depends will get it. You just stay laying down longer. I don't know. No, depends. It's bound to happen. Eventually, one way or the other, we'll end up wearing them. The JJ says, Apex, if I'm wearing the goggles in Frisco and step in a turd, the goggles will make it look like I stepped in a pile of roses. Rubber sheets? Is that a thing? I thought it was just plastic. Howie Frog says, after Bruno lawsuit, I'm not suing anybody over that. If he'd have died, that'd have been a different story. But somebody wrote something. Let me go back up. I wanted to see somebody. Somebody said that they. I think they said that they were a pest control. Let's see here. Going back into the conversation here because I want to see. I know somebody had said something about being working pest control, and there it is. Just Jay said, as a pest tech myself, if he asked Bruno to leave the house, Bruno was probably out of the house for 2 hours. If he asked Bruno to leave the house, well, we didn't know what time they were coming, and we were told that they were only going to be doing the stuff outside. So, and they were supposed to give us notification if they wanted to enter the house while we were there, they would have had to have notified us. So the more disturbing part than anything is the fact that we had money, wallets, all kinds of stuff just sitting out and about. And, Bruno's the kind of dog where he would, probably kind of try to protect us a little bit over that. So I imagine that's probably why they let him outside, because he was probably going nuts. And he's not the kind of dog that will actually attack you, but he'll certainly probably make you fear for your life. JJ says, is that a gap up in the chart? I don't think so. So here's the other. There was so many things going wrong. Apex, it's not even funny. The water pressure was out. The Wi-Fi that we were supposed to have while we were there was not working. So that means that all of their cameras and Ring and all that kind of good stuff was not recording anything because of the fact that their Wi-Fi was out. We couldn't contact anybody to get anything. Well, we did contact them to fix the water, but we contacted them right when we got there. And the guy had just left the place and had to come back and turn it back on for us. But then after that, we could never get a hold of him again. Almost like they just thought, oh, we're just like that, a nuisance renters or whatever. And but the Wi-Fi was down. I think they were supposed to have like satellite cable television. That was down. Trying to think what else. Well, minor nuisance, but it's something to be expected because they just had a tropical storm that ran through. But the mosquitoes were absolutely atrocious out there. But it was just by the house. Once we got out to the beach, there was no more mosquitoes or anything. But anytime you have a tropical storm that runs through that area, some of the areas that get more water that are kind of swampy, the mosquitoes come up big. So That's to be expected. That's not the renting place. The place we were staying at. It's not their fault. But I'm like, mosquitoes love me, and boy, let me tell you, the worst part about it is that when we were loading up the vehicles to come home, obviously the vehicles were open to load stuff in, and as we were loading it all in there, we shut it all up, and I don't know, there was like I drove for probably a good couple miles with all the windows down, hoping to get them out, but then after a couple miles, I closed the windows, and I was killing mosquitoes for probably a good, I don't know, hour after that. Like, I don't know, probably 4 or 5 mosquitoes that I ended up killing. It was terrible. They're the really big ones too, the nasty suckers. Texas, man, I tell you what, everything's bigger in Texas, including the mosquitoes. Did you vacation in Haiti? No. How many mosquitoes did you guys have in the car? Did you guys roll down the windows while you were driving, hun?
No, so while the kids were waiting on me, they rolled it back up.
Oh. Did they?
And we didn't see any in there after that. They must have got them out while I was.
Oh, okay. Luckily, Melissa didn't have to deal with that. She didn't have. The kids must have killed most of them. You should see these. Let me show you guys these. I'm going to show you these mosquitoes that they have here in Texas. They're called, I'm looking it up here, and it says here they're called the Asian tiger mosquito. I'm not sure if this kind of looks like it. I'm not sure if this is exactly it, and I'm sure Jay will know exactly what I'm talking about and correct me if I'm wrong. But they are certainly well bigger than most normal mosquitoes that you would see. I'm wondering if I can. I wonder if I can compare these like side by side so you can see what they look like. Let's see here. Let me type this in. I'm not really seeing a great side-by-side picture of these. Maybe this is probably one here. All right, here's a good picture for you. When you see this, you're gonna be like, "No way, Casey." Yes, yes way. This is legit. Like, this is your normal size mosquito right here. This is what I'm talking about right here. These suckers are massive. They're like 3 times larger than like what you would expect to see from a normal mosquito. This is Texas, right here. This is everywhere else. And I don't know why. I actually really haven't been. I'm sure these are more invasive or something to certain parts of the country or whatever. But they're just absolutely massive. There's no missing them. When they come and land on you, it reminds me of that movie with Will Ferrell. I can't remember the name of the movie, but where it's like this massive, gigantic thing on his back, and he's like, "I feel lightheaded." It's insane. Jay says, "I swear these MFers are like half the size of a wasp." Exactly. Exactly. I don't know if half the size might be a little too much, but I mean, I get what I'm with you. They are big. They're super big. There's no missing them. And when they get you, oh, it's the worst because like you don't even feel them, and it's too late. If you're considering liposuction, just come to Texas. The mosquitoes will help you out. Land of the lost. Thank you. Thank you, Wandering Warriors. I'm feeling lightheaded. Is there something on my back? It's just, they're insane. And they love me. They absolutely love me. No joke. I pinned one of these. You know how like there's that little rubber piece at the bottom of your side windows. I'm not sure what to call it exactly, but the little rubber piece that's on the bottom there between the window and the car frame door frame. I trapped one of those with my thumb and went to smush them. And I thought, just a quick little hit with my thumb will kill him, right? Nope. I smashed the sucker, and he just flew away. He was like, that was nice. Thanks for the back rub." I was just like, holy crap. Like these guys, you don't just, it's not like the typical little tiny push that it takes to kill a mosquito. These guys, you got to really make sure you give them a good one. Jason Patel says, Casey, you know what the pre-market looked like on the 10th before May 13th, 14th run up? In regards to pre-market volume, if that's what you're asking. I mean, I do the daily live stream, so we could always just go back and check those dates. Thank you. Weather stripping. Thank you, Ducking Bullish. Yeah, Living in 3D says, not to mention whatever virus they may be bringing to you. That's the worst part about it, man. That is the worst part about it. You don't know what it is that you're getting. I mean, off the top of my head, Jason, I don't recall specifically. I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull something up here for you. Pre-market volume profile. Let me go to AMC. And you specifically were looking for pre-market volume, I would assume, for... Oh, I got to go to this. Let's see here. Okay, so for the dates you're talking about, there was a very large quantity of volume having been traded in the pre-market going into the trading day of the 13th of May. Let me see here. I want to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5 hours. Actually, I'll just do an hour. So I'll pull this screen up over here just to kind of give you an idea of what some of the pre-market volume looked like leading into some of those days in contrast to what we had previous. Ignore the red lines that I've got up on the page here. Those signify some project that I was working on in quarterly expiration days, but they're not. They're actually monthly expiration dates that you're seeing on those red lines. But what you end up having here is you can see that the pre-market volume is down in the bottom of the screen down here to kind of give you like an idea as to what kind of volume you are looking at in pre-market to see whether or not there's actual some kind of indication that something was going to occur. So you can see that there were certain levels of increasing levels of volume as early as multiple days in a row, as early as May 2nd, May 3rd. And remember, I told you guys that on May 3rd, we should have all known. And I put out a tweet saying, like, you should know what's coming. I put it out the following Monday because I think I put it out Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. It should have been very, very clear what was going on here when you saw what was happening with GME, and you can see that there was definite spikes in volume during this period of time, leading up to what was going on. So there were warnings before anything happened. But today does not seem to be one of those kind of days right now. But there was definitely warnings in what was going on with volume prior to this run up. And if you're wondering what each one of these red lines represents, it's the third Friday of every month is showing up on these red lines here. That's what those are indicating. I was trying to create a Pine script that would identify like quarterlies. And for some reason, when I built the Pine script, it wants to label every single third Friday instead of labeling out every quarterly one. So I'm having a hard time getting the Pine script editor to identify specifically quarterly periods. And if anybody out there is an expert on Pine script, maybe you can take a look at what I got going on here and see where I made a mistake on this. This was my attempt to work with ChatGPT in order to create this indicator here, this monstrosity. But anyways. Jason says at some point the volume's got to pick up again, right? And I would say yes. Chris, enjoy. When is I already bought tickets to go see trying to pull this up here. Deadpool and Wolverine. It looks like that's July 25th. Oh wow, we got another month still. Okay. I bought tickets for Deadpool and Wolverine because I didn't want to have to like wait to see it because I knew everybody would want to go see it, and so I bought like the first seats I could possibly get to go see it. So I'm gonna be watching it July 25th. Yeah, sure. Hannaford, hold on a second. Let me pull it up here real quick. I guess I'll put it in the section called Maybe Casey Projects. I'll put it in there. Turtle, good morning. Thank you. Good to be good to be back. Pie in the Sky script. Is that what you're calling it? All right, let me put my message up on the screen. If you guys look in the section of Casey's projects, you'll see the current post that I put in there for the Pine script on trying to get that to work out for me. For some reason, it just doesn't. It doesn't want to. I kept trying to get it to do or identify specifically quarterly periods. Every third, or to highlight every third Friday for March, June, September, and December only. But for some reason or another, it doesn't. It wants to identify every single third Friday and not just those specific months of March, June, September, and December. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting, I posted about last night because I had a little bit of a conversation back and forth with. Oh, why am I forgetting his name now? My goodness, what's his name? Peter Hahn. If you go back and you look at, I'll pull it up here, DFV's historical documentation of his positions, you'll find that there's a very interesting pattern to his purchasing of contracts. And you can go back and you can look this is all historical documents that go really far back here. I mean, you can go back and see all of his posts in here and see what it was that he purchased. And you could actually even kind of correlate the dates that he purchased them on. But you can see here that he's got, when is this? This is 5 years ago. The actual date was December 31st, 2019. So that's not really... I need to scroll back a little bit further here than just this. But the further back you go, you can actually see that he bought contracts that went... he only bought quarterlies. So if you look at these dates that are showing up on here, most of them are quarterly option contracts that he was buying. Let's see, these are. So he's got the January. This is the date on this one here is September 11th. He actually had. He did have July and August and September dates in here on these contracts. But when you get into the later portions of his contracts after that, he's only buying quarterlies. Let's see, right about... So this might be one of the first ones here. So remember, quarterlies, and he's buying them on specific periods of times, right? Where he's looking for usually the third Friday of the month. So that's kind of like something that you should be looking for, because he's got April. Actually, these July calls are kind of odd here. He's got those January 15th would have been a month. These would have been leaps, I think. The January 15th 21s would have probably been leaps. that he would have been purchasing. Then you've got the 4 months that I just kind of mentioned to you guys just a second ago. March, June, September, and December. So he was buying So he had two different ones right here. These are kind of interesting to note here. He had April 17th of 2020, and then he had April 16th of 2021. So he was buying specifically these contracts here would have been a month after a quarterly would have been due. The month after. And I also had some February 21st, and I'm not sure exactly, but he could have actually been doing. I guess it was more later on, I think, was when he really started just buying just the quarterlies. Let me see if I can find out where that's at, because I know I already went back and researched all this before. Come on. April, July. So he's got January. So these are months after. So he's always buying a month after the quarterlies finished, right? So he's got January's and April's, October's, and the 4 months that you're looking for specifically are going to be, again, March, June, September, December. So he's always buying the quarterlies right after the quarter ends. July, October, January, April. October, January, April. And that's where he really started. That's where the big money started rolling in for him, when he started buying on those specific periods of time. October, January, April. And he held those positions from at least September. So he was holding October. He was holding October's well before September 1st. He was holding October, January, and April contracts that closed during those periods of time, and it was always usually the third month, or third Friday rather, of those months. And then he held them for most of the time. In fact, if you go and you look forward, he doesn't actually close out those positions until just before. So the October 16th, for example, would have been the first ones to show up here. So September 16th, by September 16th, he still had the October 16th. So a month before, he still had the October 16th there. And then you could go and you can find out when those first close out. And it looks like this would be the first time where the Octobers closed out. He closed out the Octobers on September 22nd. So a little bit a month before. So if you're looking at September is the period of time that he's looking at for price to start rising. He's looking for price to start rising for the quarter expiration period, but he's buying the contracts for a month after. And so I think a lot of people are suggesting lately that maybe he's been the one who's been buying. There's been some whale purchases on GME in the option contracts, and I'm like, well, what dates are you looking at? Because I think people are looking at the wrong dates. And the dates that everybody should be looking for is more than likely Octobers. Like October would be probably the first month that you would start seeing him buy contracts again, because that's going to be the next period or next cycle on when he would be buying contracts for. So if you go and look at GME right now, October, there is nothing. There's nothing there available, so you're not going to see anything. The next availables that he would be able to buy for any one of those time frames would be August, right? And so you'd be looking for the August 16th dates, which are the earliest ones that you can get out. Those are 50 days out right now. So you'd be looking at August 16th, and you'd be waiting to see if there was going to be some kind of whale purchase that's going to go on in August 16th, because he would be expecting to see some kind of price increase for the end of the quarter, so he could close the position in a month earlier. But my guess is that he would probably be buying contracts very, very close to wherever the price is at the time, or not too much further off. And if you look at the typical trend that he does, he's always looking for something on those specific price values of 8, 10, 15, 17, and 20. Those are specific numbers that he's looking for. Right now, since the price is a little bit higher than that on GME, it's sitting at around 24.20. He's going to be looking for something a little bit higher than that. I'm trying to remember what he put his other contracts here. Let me just see what he had for, once he got above 20, what he was putting them in for. $80? Is that right? No. 12. He was expecting price to go. So he bought him when he was lower than 12. So he got in on those really early, super early, on the April 16th, 2021. So when is he looking for here? $20 is the highest he goes. I'm looking to see if there's something higher than 20, but there's not. But that it really doesn't need to be. And the reason I say that is because 100% of all GME contracts went in the money on, what was it, May 13th or something like that? Whatever it was. I mean, there was no need to. 100% of all call contracts were in the money. There wasn't a single out-of-the-money call contract on the 13th of May, because the closing price that day was $30.45, and so they had opened up a bunch of new call contracts that were higher expirations. But every call contract that was made prior to the 13th, every single one of those contracts went in the money, but either on the 13th or the 14th. I don't remember which it was, but we have a high of 64.83 on the 14th. So every call contract that had been made prior, 100% of them were in the money, because they only had call contracts that went up to, like, I think it was like $20 maybe tops. Andrew Morgan. Yeah. I don't think he's done though. I think he's got some more to do though. I think he outlined what it was too. All right, I'm gonna head to break here, guys. Let me put my message back up on the screen. let's see here. All right, I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Or sorry, I mean, I'll see you 15 minutes before market open.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the weight in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker keeps on rolling, stop shots and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Bed, living, crunching numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
Alrighty, guys. So as far as AMC goes, you can see here that at the very top of the line that I've got going on here is a level of resistance that we've been seeing ever since back on 6/11. So we have quite a few trading days worth of supporting data suggesting that there's been a specific drive down in price here, especially on 6/21, which happened to be... When was 6/21? Was that last? What day was that? Last Friday. And once price had gotten down to kind of around our synthetic price failure point of 21.5% down is where it found a bottom. Actually, the exact number was 21.7% down. At that 433, we've basically set up a synthetic price failure, and that's where we've hit. And so a reset of that would be around $4.98. So I think what we're going to be doing here is perhaps maybe breaking this this level of what we've seen from the past as resistance, and a potential drive to retest that 498 range. Usually it doesn't break through on the first attempt. It normally breaks through after three or four attempts. If you go to a 4-hour, this is on a 30-minute chart here, by the way. If you go to a longer time frame, like a 4-hour chart, and you pull up Ichimoto on this, you can see that we've got a red cloud here that we have not broken through yet. Remember, price likes to break up through red clouds, down through green. We've got a red cloud forming here, and one of the points, that 498 value for today, puts us just underneath that cloud. So whether or not we, if we do test 498 today, I would suspect that we're going to see price coming back down, and we won't actually be breaking through this cloud here, but maybe a little bit further down the road. Ironically, 498, multiple tests between now and, say, for example, going into, let's see, Thursday, Friday, Tuesday. If we were to get 1, 2, 3 tests of that 497, 498 range over the next 3 trading days, and then finally get that last punch through and see a breakthrough of $5 going into Tuesday of next week, that seems like a more likely possibility. So for me, for the day-to-day, and I'm not making the guys do any price predictions. I told them to take the week off. Actually, I didn't tell everybody. I just told some of the guys that messaged me. But Apex is here now. So Apex, don't worry about any kind of price predictions. We'll start them back up going into next week. But for me, I'm going to just go ahead and just throw it out there and say that my price prediction for the day-to-day is going to be 489 plus or minus 50 cents. So we're looking at like 439 to 539. I think I didn't write that down earlier. I was looking for it on my board and I don't see it. Thought I wrote it down. Volume for the day today is looking pretty shallow. If we were to see a big jump up in price for the day today, I would think that it would be on higher volume than what we were seeing. Let me go ahead and just kind of take a quick look here and see what volume is looking like. Yeah, this is super low volume. Oops, what the heck? I would suggest that volume for the day today is probably going to be even lower than perhaps maybe what we've been seeing over the last couple days. In the last 3 trading days, let me just go to historical data real quick here and see. We had 15 million shares traded, then 18.7 million shares traded, then 17.4 million shares traded. There's no way that I'm going to be suggesting anything higher than 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day today. I just don't see there being any reason to suggest that. So if there is going to be some surprise volume, the market's certainly not suggesting that it sees large quantities of volume this morning. As it stands right now in the pre-market, we're down 0.96%, opening up at 463.5 with a close yesterday at 468. Apex says, I know we're doing price prediction. I know we're not doing price predictions, but I'm going with 464. All right. Well, this week is not going to count, but 464. Basically what we're opening up at. Gotcha. Also, I was taking a look at GME just before market open. And I'm laughing. I'm chuckling because AMC and GME still looking, took time off, still looking very much the same. And it's time to get this market open. So I'll see you guys on the other side.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GMC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GMC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GMC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our pilot constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FTO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Kilo, go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in S10. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble it might drag you down. You get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone. The trouble it might drag you down. And if you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is The Goal is to Reduce Volume and Interest While Returning Shares. No fear. Normally, when I go to the beach, that's kind of my time. I take my hats wherever I go, and they're kind of like my life. They're who I am for like usually about a year. I wear the hat just nonstop, and I beat the crap out of these hats. Let me tell you, and usually the beach trip is the last time that I wear the hat because it'll go in the beach, and it'll like I said, it goes right out there in the ocean water. I'm an experienced swimmer. I know how to keep my head above water and keep it out of the waves, so I'm all good. But it's sandy, it's dirty, and I still have the same hat because our normal spot that we stop at to get souvenirs, we didn't go to. So I still have the beach hat on. It's sandy. It brought the beach home with me. It smells a little bit, but you know what? It's me. So that's who I am. Love it or don't. It's who I am. It's a part of me. But I have an idea for the hat that I want to get next. And I know what I was going to get when I was going to walk into that store because I'm pretty sure they got them. I was going to get a no fear hat. No fear is going to be kind of like my mantra of hat that I wear for the next year. So I'm going to have to go online and buy one of those and get it sent out to me so I can have a new hat to go. But until then, I will continue to don the AMC hat here and celebrating us going in the black as of earlier last year. And I'm expecting to see more great stuff out of AMC going forward as we all have no fear going forward. What a trip. What a trip I had. First, let me say, see what it is you guys are writing in here. Casey is back. Market is up. Yeah, that's not always the case, but sometimes. Let's see here. Did you get sand in your gooch? I don't even know what that is. What's a gooch? I'm going to go with probably sand everywhere, so why not? Johnson B. Streets, good to see you. Casey got that aura. I'm like that the kid on the Peanuts. Was it Linus? No, it wasn't Linus. Who was the one that had the dust cloud floating behind him everywhere he went? That's me. I don't remember that guy's name, but I was never that much of a Peanuts fan, so I'm sure you guys will put it in here in a second, and then I'll see it. Pigpen. Was that his name? What a terrible name. I'm like a mixture of the piano playing dude and the Pigpen. I thought it was Linus. Maybe I'm getting that one wrong too. I don't know. Manjit, good morning. Good to be back. Gooch is the taint, balls, taint. Okay. Who doesn't? I feel like you can't go to the beach and not get that. All right, I'm going to try and keep the story short. Sophisticated AI. I knew as soon as I said it, I was like, yeah, I knew somebody was going to throw that joke out there. Quick story. So Bruno almost died on the trip. That was the most probably eventful thing. Luckily, he didn't. So when we got there, we were told that they were going to have on our first day being there, or second. It was really our second day. First full day. We were told that they were going to have a pest control group come by and spray the outside of the house, and that they wouldn't be coming inside, so we didn't need to worry about it because they knew we were bringing a pet. And so we went down to the beach. Bruno's kind of getting a little bit older here, and the nice thing is we were about a half mile away from the beach, so we were hoofing it to the beach. It might have been a little less than a half mile. And halfway through the day on our first day there, the kids wanted to go back for a bite to eat, and Melissa said, "We'll take the dog back with you because he seems like he's kind of had enough for the day, so we'll, just take him on back." So they went back to have lunch and just kind of chill out at the house for a little bit before coming back for round two. And they left Bruno there. They said that he was trying to come with them at the front door of the house as they were leaving, so they remember him being, trying to go with them as they were leaving. And they locked up and left and came down to the beach. Turns out, I don't know this for sure yet. We're still trying to find out, but we think the pest control people showed up and decided to go into the house. When we returned to the house, the kids left at around 1, and then we all came back at around 5:30 at night, or the afternoon. And when I was one of the last people pulling up the trail because I was hauling a bunch of stuff on a cart. And when they got into the house, they found that Bruno was on the back patio outside with the door shut, locked outside. That patio area from 1 to 5:30 it's got not a whole lot of shade. They do have one of those trellises that's above, but it really doesn't provide a whole lot of shade out there. And Bruno had suffered through, I don't know how long, because I don't know what time they got there at, but he had suffered through quite a while. He got major heat stroke. When I got to the house, somehow either he managed to come into the house or the kids brought him into the house, and he wouldn't move. He drank a little bit of water, but had major heat stroke and just was whining and just couldn't move at all. And so we spent the entire night trying to cool him down, and it got to the point to where he got too cool and started getting the shakes, and he wouldn't eat. We could only get him to drink little bits here and there, and finally after day 2, we got him to start eating again. Good news is before the trip was over, we took him back down to the beach one more time because we don't know how many years he has left here, so we just kind of assume every year is the last year. We didn't think this was the last year, but we took him down to the beach and then had him down on the morning as we were getting ready to pack up and leave. So he's not 100%, but he's certainly back to way better off than he was when we first got there. And it was close, man. It felt really close for him as far as being the end. Like you could just see it in his eyes, like life was drained out of him. Like there was nothing there. It was awful. Those are the kind of times where you wish you could give like an animal like an IV of fluids or something like that just to kind of like help him out, but it was terrible. That was the beginning of our trip. There was other stuff. We had no water at certain points in time while we were there. We had no Wi-Fi. We had no cable television. All those things were supposed to be there, weren't there. Lots of other stuff. Did his nuts get burned? No. No, he didn't get burned nuts, so that's good. No sharks. We didn't have any shark encounters. So nothing there. We did get a little bit of rain on the first day. We had some drizzle, followed by a little bit of rain that came through. Melissa and I were out in the water. There was no lightning at all, but we were out in the water when it started raining. And I think that might be the first time since I was a kid since I've been out in the water during a shower. And it's fun. It's actually kind of refreshing. Especially here in Texas because we have kind of like bath water for seawater. I always joke around. It's bath water. Chocolatey bath water. But yeah, we had a good time. We tried to make the best of it as we could. We found a new restaurant that we had never been to, even though we've been down there numerous times, called Mac Daddy's. It was really good. Enjoyed that place. NC Proud Dad, me too, man. Me too. Turtle says, like your hat, Casey, I'm living by my one day closer mantra. This ensures me I'm always on the right paths. Sucks about Bruno, but glad he's okay. Yeah. Whew. It was a close one, let me tell you. I'm going to head over to the back of the big tramp here. If anybody wants to join up, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, I skipped over it, Rugged. What'd you do for Father's Day? We went to a movie. We saw If. Dario, we tried. So the very first thing that we ran into as a problem was the water wasn't on at all in the house when we first got there. So we got there about 45 minutes prior to check-in because they told us they thought there was a chance that we'd be able to check in early. So we got there about 45 minutes, about 10:15, maybe 10, somewhere between 10:15 and 10:30 we got there. And we were supposed to check in by 11. Is that right? No, I'm sorry. I said that wrong. Three was check-in. We got there at like 2:15, 2:30. And we just waited outside because they didn't text us and let us know that we could go in. So we figured maybe there might be a cleaning crew in there, even though there was no cars outside. We thought, well, maybe somebody's going to pick them up or something. And then finally, 5 minutes before we were supposed to be able to check in or walk in the front door, some dude pulls up in a truck, a pickup truck, gets out and has a tool in his hand and walks around the outside perimeter of the building or the house, and then gets back in his truck and takes off. Never even went inside. And so we just went in after that, and the water pressure, there was none. There was no water. So the guy had to come back, and that was the only time we were able to contact him. We had sent out a request to fix some of the other items that were there and never heard back from him at all. So, yeah, it was messed up. Dario says putting in insecticides while people are staying there is unheard of. Well, the crazy part too was that when I first walked into the house, everybody had already run back and told me because I was still hauling stuff, and they said like Bruno's got heat stroke, he was left outside. So I was still walking up to the house, and I didn't notice it because I was just kind of worried about Bruno. But as I started walking through the house, we were trying to figure out what had happened or how that had happened. I kept noticing that there was a bug spray smell inside the house. So I'm pretty sure they came inside the house. Bruno's a good watchdog, and he probably gave them a little bit of run for their money. But my best guess is that they kind of herded him to the upstairs deck and then just let him outside on the deck and left him there without letting him back in, because I'm sure they probably didn't want to have to deal with him bringing him back in. Or maybe he didn't want to come back in with them in the house, so I don't know which, but regardless, they left him outside. So, I don't know. Oh, who do we have? Who's that? Rex, good morning to you, sir. Top of the day to you.
Top of the morning to you, boyo.
How you doing today?
Peachy, brother.
Very nice. Nobody shit the tub.
Okay, let's make it sure.
Yeah.
The bathwater.
No. Well, you know, Texas coast, Gulf Coast water is very, very warm. It's nice. Yeah. It's not like anything else I've ever experienced before. Although I went down to Florida not too long ago. I guess it was last summer or thereabouts. And we went down to Siesta Keys in Florida, Melissa and I, and that was pretty warm water too, if I recall correctly. In fact, it was almost not even refreshing because it was so hot out. Ice Cream is saying money back guarantee. So normally I will, whenever we stay at a Airbnb or something like that, I'll clean up because Bruno he's a lab. He sheds quite a bit. And normally I'll go around and clean up the hair and, if he's got like nose marks on the glass, I'll try to clean the glass. I didn't do none of that at this place. I was like, nope. I paid a pet fee and they almost killed my dog. They can clean this shit up themselves because I'm not doing it. It's kind of one of those things. It's like they almost killed my freaking dog. Like I'm gonna leave a trace there. I mean, all the stress he went through, I'm sure he was shedding a lot more than normal. I can't wait to see if they try to like charge us some kind of extra cleaning fee. I hope they try. I really do hope they try. And the one thing I forgot to, or not forget, but the one thing that didn't cross my mind to do was to video record the chaos of him trying to recover. Not being able to walk. But yeah. I'm back. I'm back from vacation. Yay! And it's good to be back, though. It is nice. Jaden says, how does one get back at Big Tramp? Send me a DM either through Twitter or Discord and just request me to send you access to be able to get in. Fair warning, though. You never know what's going to be back here. Yep, the whole family made it back. 2 vehicles. That's right. You never know.
Late on that one, sorry.
Yeah, watch out for the carpet back here. It might be sticky. We have the van's lined from ceiling to floor and with carpet, so if there's little crunchies someplace, just let me know. I'll make sure Pantheon's been responsible for, making her nice and pretty and ready to go. So, if you find crusties,
gotta love shag carpeting.
Yeah, that's right. Frank says, I went on vacation last week and smashed the rear driver's window in the rental car. Sounds like yours was better. Oh, man, that sounds pretty rough, too, though. Yeah, Preacher, go for it. Funky says there's a lot of burn holes back there. The good news is that the shag carpeting is long enough to withstand a lot of those burns, but if it gets too bad, we'll have Pantheon replace the shag carpet. CD Portif says, yesterday it was a wet three-way by Pirate. I'm not even sure what that means.
I don't think you want to know, man.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, maybe it's best left unsaid. Everybody keeps talking about bike riders. That movie didn't even hit my radar. Hold on a second here. I'm going to look it up real quick. Where are my glasses? Oh, here they are. I don't even have my glasses on right now. Hold on a second. This is what happens when you go on vacation. You don't wear glasses for 3 days. You take them off and then you forget you don't have them on anymore. Let's see here. Bike riders. Huh. I've been hearing so many people talk so much great things about it. I might have to check that out. Well, so June 28th, tomorrow, A Quiet Place comes out, and I'm pretty sure Melissa's going to want to see that one. Yeah. What else is coming out soon? Despicable Me is July 3rd. July 5th, there's Maxine, Maxxxine. Sounds like a good one. Perhaps Fly Me to the Moon is July 12th. What is Daddy-O? Opening June 28th. What is this? It says AMC Artisan Films. What is this? Okay, well, there's no show. There's no showings at my theater. What the heck? Daddy-O. Oh man. Okay. So it sounds like, and I've heard through the grapevine, we're on pace to maybe break 2 billion this quarter in ticket sales. Frank says Smoky Mountain cabin driveway was 45 degrees straight up, light pole on way down, and rolled right into it. Yikes. Funky Pizza, good morning. Ron says he's trying to convince his wife to go see Horizon. Let me know how that is, Ron. I'm kind of a bit of a fan. I can't even think of his name now. Why I can't think of it, I have no idea. Of Kevin Costner. It just finally came to me. I'm a little bit of a fan of Kevin Costner, and I didn't like Dances with Wolves. So, or Postman. So I'm afraid that I may not like this. But it says An American Saga Chapter 1, which means this is going to be, it's 3 hours and 1 minute long. It's going to be a long movie. I don't know if I'm just not a Western fan or if I don't know, we'll see. I'm kind of up in the air on that one. Because I love some of the other movies that he's done. In fact, one of my favorites is Field of Dreams. I also love For the Love of the Game, which is a baseball game. Both of those are baseball movies. So I am a fan, but I just don't know if I'm going to enjoy this one or not. He was a terrible Robin Hood, no British accent. So which Robin Hood did you prefer out of all of them? I actually kind of liked that movie. I thought it was good. Plus, they had that Bryan Adams song that was really it was a hit during that time. One of those ones that everybody who's aspiring new piano player was learning how to play it. SC Formula, how did I know Men in Tights was going to be your answer? That's horrible. John says Open Range is a good Costner movie. I have not seen that one. Brian Adams says you called for me. BYRAN. BRYA, something like that, whatever, with the Y. Casey, I think you mean like shill, probably meant shill there or something. But in a shill-free world, what would you like to see AMC stock price be? So I feel like a different way of asking the question is like, what I think is a fair trading value for AMC, right? I'd rather do that than what it is I would want to see the price at, because obviously what I want to see is going to be way out there. But before the conversion, before Ape was ever created, and before the reverse split and conversion, I used to say that I felt a fair rate, a fair trading price for AMC should be somewhere between like $30 to $50. Now with the reverse split and the conversion, it's a little bit more difficult to say because, first of all, when a company raises capital, it kind of decreases. Or should decrease the market cap a little bit of the company, because obviously institutions they know there's going to be an influx of incoming new shares, which means they're going to have to drop the price in order to account for a market cap that's similar to what it was previous to the dilution that would have been created to raise capital. And we've had a lot of raising of capital going on AMC. So it's it's kind of difficult because then you've got to factor in the reverse split, which would, put the price at something different. I think current market cap, let me just do some quick math here. Hold on a second. So you could go over to like Cinemark, for example, and say, okay, Cinemark's market cap is $2.62 billion. The size of AMC is like, twice the size, but I think both Cinemark and AMC are being shorted. And I think you can see that in the quantity of shares being traded on Cinemark as well on the average 3-month volume. But I really feel like it should be probably in the range of maybe like without any kind of shorting going on whatsoever, our normally traded price should probably be around, let's see here. It's actually really close to what I used to say. I used to say 30 to $50, and I'm coming up with 54.33. That's what I'm coming up with. And I based that on a 20 billion market cap. So basically what I did is I took the outstanding amount of shares right now. I took the 20 billion market cap divided by the outstanding amount of shares currently, and came up, with a price based off of that. And it's 54.33. I think that would be fair. I think the company has higher potential than that as well, though. So Mac Neddenby says, why not talk about this in terms of market cap? I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing. Hey, Rex.
Hey. What's up?
How's your sleeping going?
What sleep?
Hey, you're still here though. You know, that's good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't want my perfect attendance to get tarnished, man.
Are you running into any
That's
complications or
wonderful.
any everything's great? Everything's going great?
Everything's going perfect, man.
Oh, nice. That's awesome. Let us know when you
If
have
that's my problem, I don't got a problem.
yeah, if you run into something, let us know. You know, we got a lot of mothers and fathers around here who probably have gone through a lot of crap that you know, can help out or maybe suggest some things that might help or, you know, whatever.
We're going through diapers like crazy, but that's like the only real thing.
Yeah, and you run the
Dude, she's
risk
so freaking cool though, bro.
you run the risk later of like trying to maybe hold off on a diaper change. Don't do that. Just don't. Like you will regret it so
Just
much.
buoy.
Yeah, just change the diaper. You don't want because once you start getting those baby rashes on the bottom, the crying just never stops, and it's just like it just goes on and on and on. And that's when you have to start worrying about that butt cream and making sure you got some on hand constantly. Because yeah,
Dude, that's so funny you say that. Everybody that came to the baby shower and everybody that like brings stuff like diapers and whatnot,
Mhm.
they've all brought a tube of that.
Yep.
So I've got like 9 tubes.
Perfect. you probably won't go through all 9 of those. You could probably re-gift those at some point, and you'll be just
We're thinking
fine.
about donating some.
Yeah. Or you know, take them and trade them in for diapers. That works too.
Oh, that's true.
Or onesies. You know, you're gonna go through a couple different stages of onesies that you're gonna or sizes. I mean. Yep.
Yee.
Yep. Good times, man. How about some numbers?
Hell yeah, man. I'm excited.
What's your
Let's do it.
what's been the favorite your most before I do the numbers? What's been your most favorite thing so far? What has she done?
Every time my wife yells at me, the baby smiles.
She smiles.
Yes. Yes. Melts my heart. So it's like I'm not even getting yelled at.
Oh, you just wait. You
But, I
wait,
mean,
sir.
the blowouts. The blowouts are fun. I'm not gonna lie. Those are fun.
The
I know
blowouts
it
are
doesn't seem
fun.
like a lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people don't necessarily like those, but it's like as soon as we hear it, because you can hear them.
Oh yeah.
The wife will look at me, and I'll just get up and mosey on over to the baby and
Whose
change it.
turn?
And
Does she give you that
she
look
didn't
like
expect
it's
that.
your turn? Is that the look she gives you?
No, not really. I try to take that from her as often as possible because
Look at
she's
you.
already done so much.
Look at you.
I was just trying to be a good dad, man. I want the baby to know I did everything I could.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's all that matters to me.
That's good stuff.
Everything else is irrelevant.
That's good stuff. Wait till you get to the kid number 2 or 3. It changes.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. So strong, right?
That's right. Oh man. Pro Jeweler says that baby's gonna be smiling a lot. Yep. Yep. Have a good old time. All right, I'll take you guys
Glad you're
over.
back, man.
What's that?
So I'm glad you're back, man.
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. After all that insanity that was happening, it's good to be back. All right. I've taken you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Since this is the first rundown since market open, we'll go ahead and do a full rundown on all the data on the page here. Starting on the top left-hand side, working our way down the left-hand side, and then moving to the top right and working our way down there. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Speaking of which, for example, me, I went to the beach and went back home, and my phone, when I went to go plug it in, said that the charging adapter had water on it and wouldn't let me charge my phone, so I lost my phone for like a while until it dried out. So yeah, you never know when you're going to need another device, so make sure you have that up and ready to go. And then last but not least, make sure you guys have a for your you want to make sure you get from your broker a statement of your portfolio. It's really, really super important to make sure that you know what it is that you hold. I know you know, but you need to have documentation of it in case something happens between you and your broker, and you need to have proof of what it is that you hold. Don't rely on them to be the final say in what it is that you have. It should be your job to have that documentation. All right, let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with, this is really old data, but price prediction tallies. I won the week last week. No extra bonus points were needed to be awarded to find out who the tiebreaker was going to be, as I went into Friday already ahead. And that's 2 weeks in a row I've won. We all have price predictions off for this week. I kind of gave the guys some time off, but I went ahead and put out a price prediction this morning. 439 to 539 was my price prediction for this morning. And short exempt volume. Taking a look at what short exempt volume was over the last couple days since I wasn't here. Last Friday, we had 254,000 shares in short exempt volume. So we were, for the first time in a while, under 300,000 shares. So I had to remove the green light status on being over 300,000 shares going through short, or being marked as short exempt. On 6/24 or Monday, it was reported at 172.6 thousand shares. So that was day 2 of being under 300K. Then on the 25th or Tuesday, we had 364.2 thousand. And then yesterday we had 475.2 thousand. So we're on day 2 of 3 of having over 300,000 shares marked short exempt for the day. Taking a look at utilization, it's at 73.58%. That's last week, I think when I left last week, we were at around like 64%. So we've seen nearly a 10% increase in utilization. Day-over-day price change, we were up yesterday 3.31%. Taking a look at what's next here. Max Pain is still 450 for this week. We went out the next 2 weeks to just kind of see where Max Pain was going for AMC, and it's 450 continuing for the next 2 weeks. Off exchange traded volume for this morning. Normally by this time of the day, we expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. And as it stands right now, we've got 53.26% going through off exchange, and EDGX is at 12.7 for a combined total of 65.96%, or about 11.96%, actually 10.96% higher than what it should be. CHX volume is 4,000 shares. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 407 shares. Both those numbers are low. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. Earlier this morning, we were seeing about 800,000 shares available. They did borrow about 50,000 shares and then started returning even more shares, up to as much as 1 million available, according to IBKR, and then borrowed another 700,000, or not another, but borrowed 700,000 on top of the 50,000 from earlier. So we're looking at 750,000 shares. When I left you guys last week on Friday, it was 800,000 shares borrowed for the day. So we're really close to what it was as of right now, being very close to what it was last Friday. So there's 300,000 available, and fees are at 1.72 according to IBKR. Taking a look at institutional ownership, showing up at 85.4 million shares earlier this morning, and is at 85.4, so no change. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is currently at a $5 strike. That's where it was last week. We have 5,000 contracts in volume so far this morning. That is a little elevated. Highest amount of put volumes coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's down 50 cents from where we left off last week. And there's currently 2.1 thousand contracts in volume so far at that strike price. So market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the week. So is open interest. Open interest is also suggesting somewhere between $4.50 and $5. Taking a look at taking you guys over to the other page here, and let me move a couple screens around. We'll take a look at the rest of the data. So, right off the bat, I'm just going to share with you guys real quickly here. Exchange reported short interest was reported for the next 15-day trading period. And you can see that there was a drop from 58.2 million down to about 52.95 million shares in short interest. So we did have a drop there of about, what was it here? It looks like 5.3 million-ish. Yeah. About 5.3 million shares in return short interest over the time span leading from about, from May 31st to June 14th. That's in the grand scheme of things, that's a drop in the bucket. If you look at what the estimated amount was during that period of time, you can see here that obviously they were well under estimates for where it was at going into the May 31st time period. But you can see that they made adjustments for that on the way up here. And so they were a little bit shy, or a little bit overestimating, which means that they're going to have to drop the current estimates a little bit to kind of meet up with expectations of where short interest is actually at. So we're seeing a little bit of a decline in estimated short interest. This does happen on occasions. You can see in the past we've had instances where there's been times where short interest has dropped a little bit, but overall, for the most part, short interest has always been going up as a trend. And this goes back to even before the January and May, I'm going to call May. January and May runs of 2021. So we've seen similar instances like this happening with the short interest. But it's definitely been volatile for sure more recently when taking a look at the exchange reported short interest. All right, so let's get rid of that. I'm going to close this page out real quick here because it's leaving the cloud up there and I don't want it up there. So far for the day today, I'm seeing a reporting of about 94,000 shares having been returned. It's not really much of anything. It's going to leave the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 14.87%. The cost per hour min's at 1.47. Average is 2.56. And max is 4.33. The amount of shares on loan for the day today is 71.12 million shares. Day over day, that's an increase by 340,000 shares. And because they've been overestimating the short interest, the correction today was made. And so they are reporting a return of about 2.09 million shares in difference between what was reported over the last 15 trading days. So let's take a look at some of our other numbers here on the chart and see what they look like. Here's our utilization driving up, still continuing to drive upwards. We're now at 73.58%. On loan amount increased day over day. Here's that increase by 340,000 shares to put us at 71.12 million shares on loan for the day. The estimated short-term interest of the free float dropped. This is that change in the estimates to reflect the difference that they were off by. So it went from 15.44 down to 14.87. And then the on-loan average age per day Dipped a little bit. It went from 30.89 to 30.4. Could be that there was returned shares yesterday that were older positions that may have caused that to start dipping a little bit. Security lending volume day over day rose from 6.51 million shares to 10.26. We are seeing a little bit of a decline in this chart here in security lending volume. The lower points are rising. The higher points are declining. And it seems like if I were to draw this on a chart, by the way, these are Texas-sized mosquitoes, and this is everywhere else's size mosquitoes. So if you're ever wondering what Texas versus, if they say everything's bigger in Texas, they're not lying. These are the suckers that were getting me on vacation. Let me pull up the chart here for you. That's good enough. So I just want to kind of point out like this trend here on these. It's probably not the best drawing I've ever done. This trend here and this trend here. So some days we have days where there's spikes in security lending volume, and other days we have lulls. The days where we have lulls are rising. The days where we have spikes are lowering. We may see this kind of come down to a certain point here to where we see perhaps maybe convergence of these days, and it might be very, very soon. It might only be about a week or so trading away before we see some kind of change in that pattern. I showed GameStop's numbers earlier this morning, so if you want to go see those, just go watch the beginning portion of today's live stream. But so far for the day, about 240,000 shares have been returned. Cost per hour mins at 1.04, averages 1.05, and max is 1.47. SSR trigger price for the day today is $4.21. Currently, there's 157,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 21.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm going to have to go back to this morning's live stream and watch this again. I feel like some stuff just popped up on here that wasn't here before. Anyways, there's currently 39.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts versus 12.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm going to watch GMEs a little bit more carefully here. SSR trigger price for GMEs at 21.78 today. Let's check this out and see if that's the case. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, there's definitely been some contracts opened up for the futures. There was 284.8 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 48.9 thousand contracts in the money. 114.4 thousand contracts out of the money in the puts versus 13.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. I'm not sure what just opened up here on these contracts, but there's certainly a lot more showing up now than there was previously. Let's see, what are we at? We're on June 27th. So we have July, half of August, then we have September, December. These are the quarterlies. Leaps. My guess is that these are the ones that probably opened up, or maybe it was just, I don't know. It might have been the 620s that opened up. Actually, can I find out? Hold on a second here. We're going to find out. Yeah, I only have 24 showing up on here, but let me just make sure this is accurate. I'm going to refresh this. I'm only seeing 2024 dates showing up to September, but I might be missing something on this page. But we'll find out by trying to refresh this. And okay, so this is not going to show it here, but I know where I can find it. Hold on. We will get rid of this real quick. Give me 1 second. I got to get back to... I got to go through a couple more charts here before I get back to Webull, and then we'll take a look at the options and see what opened up here this morning. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on here with a 49.6% buy to 50.4% sell ratio. And AMC is not on the list. MMRI earlier this morning was 284.98. We've had a bit of a drop off on the value to 281.62. A little bit of de-risking going on. Speaking of risk, apparently the banks passed their stress test conveniently. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates currently at 0.424. Earlier this morning it was 0.427. Let's take a look at these options real quick here. Just calls. We'll do all. There was already open interest on those. My guess is these are the new ones, but they're not because there is open interest on those as well. Open interest on that. And that. 20th September. Okay, I see. Looks like August 9th just got created, I think. Let me just scroll down here. Yeah, August 9th just got created. That's the only new one that I'm seeing on the list here, but it's just kind of weird how Stonka Tracker report started showing what seemed to be more spots than just that. And I am just looking at AMC right now, so I should probably check out GMEs as well. Let's check it out. Yeah, it just looks to me like they just opened up August 9th. All right, just wanted to check and see. NASDAQ is currently up 0.32, Dow Jones is up 0.12, and the S&P 500 is up 0.14. We have 3,115 advancers to 2,106 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining. 3115. Sectors that the top two performing sectors for the day-to-day is communications followed by, or I'm sorry, that's not correct. Real estate followed by communications. The worst two performing sectors for the day-to-day are tied, financials and materials. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.66. Let's see here. We had, I think it was CIBC was down a lot in the pre-market this morning, but appears to have changed that since then. Nothing else to mention. There is another one that's getting down there. Let me just see where CIBC is now. Where did you go, CIBC? There it is. Looks like it completely did a turnaround from negative to positive. Gold is up 1.15%. Earlier this morning, I drew out a line for you showing a level of resistance and support that's here. And you can see that once it broke past that level of resistance, it now becomes a line of support. And price on gold is actually skyrocketing on a 30-minute chart here through and touching Bollinger Band pretty heavily on the way up here, which means that it's probably going to come back down and retest a simple moving average somewhere in between where it's at in price now and where the simple moving average is at. The simple moving average will probably come up some, and then the price will come down some. They'll meet somewhere in between. The spread between that right now, we're talking in like $20. So we're looking at like maybe like a $10 decrease in price, perhaps at some point. And retest of that simple moving average before deciding if it'll continue to move back up further or break through that and continue to move down and find support on this trending, declining trend of support here. Silver is up 0.88. I also drew out that same exact line on silver, and you can see here it broke through that level of resistance. And it's hitting the Bollinger Bands very similarly as gold is, but not finding a whole lot of volatility. You can see the Bollinger Bands are quite tight right now, and when it broke through this, what I would consider to be a pretty long time span here. We're looking back to I guess like 7 days worth of trading. It's not really moving all that fast, so. But part of that could be because of the fact that the Bollinger Bands are pinching a little bit here during this period of time. Last time it did, the Bollinger Bands were pinching. You saw a price break to the bottom side. This time they're pinching. It's breaking to the top side. So, yeah. Currently, trending down. Up 0.94% for the day. Gold is trending up 1.16. Ethereum Classic is up 2.73% and taking off, trending up. The US dollar is down 0.23 and trending down at 105.80. Oil is down 0.36 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.23 to 0.3 and are. I'm going to go with consolidating after a gap up at market open. SPY is up 0.17 and trending up on 6.04 million shares worth of volume so far for the day today. Let's just take a quick gander and see what kind of pace that is for volume for that 63 minutes worth of trading. Looks like the SPY is on pace for about 37.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, volume will probably be lower than that before the day is over. So it's kind of on low volume that it's moving up. We have VIX currently down 1.12. It did gap up earlier this morning, but right here. Is this it? Is this the gap up? 24th? No, that's not today. Let's go to a 1 minute time interval, Casey. There's our very small, tiny gap up right there. 26, 27. right there. That's our little tiny gap up. That was our gap up to 1269, and then it's been trending down ever since market open this morning. The crazy part about that is that the futures are suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 1388, but it's at 1244, more than a point, almost a point and a half below where it should be, where the futures are suggesting it should be, and we're seeing it just, the VIX just getting crushed relentlessly. VB is up 0.21 and trending up. VBR is up 0.02, consolidating. Tesla is up 0.25 and is consolidating after a trend up. Amazon is up 1.16 and trending up. Cinemark is down 0.09 and consolidating with a slight downtrend after was consolidating a market open and then is now starting to trend down. Doge is up 2.17 and trending up. Bitcoin is at trending up at 1.66% up. GME is up 2.67 trending up. HYMC is up 4.96 trending up. It's very, very odd. Some stocks are moving. A lot of almost everything is moving up right now. NCMI is up 3.3% trending up. Hood is up 1.48% trending up, and AMC is breaking even for the day today. Was an initial trend up at the market open, and then came back down half of that amount that it had moved up on, and is now consolidating at 469. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $200,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.32 million shares traded so far. After 65 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for about 19.92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market no more than 10 to 30 million shares traded by the end of the day. Taking a look at a 4-hour time interval. There's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 53.6, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 63.3, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 64.85. After having been signaling overbought, it is above average currently. On a 5-minute time interval, currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 56.13, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, we are in a buy signal. Lagging line is above price line, conversion's above base, and price is above the conversion. What we don't want to see is price falling into the cloud or touching base. There is usually an initial, once you see price moving above the conversion, there is usually an initial test or multiple tests of the conversion line before takeout, before seeing price moving up further. Not always, but that does tend to happen. So this is kind of normal right here. Whether or not this is going to be able to continue to move upwards, it's hard to say. The 4-hour chart is not in agreement with the 1-hour chart, but the 1-hour chart suggests that if price were to move above $4.70, that we should see a continuous and hold that price. We should be able to see a continuous price movement upwards, as there should be some support there, buying support. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line. Conversion is starting to rise to break base. What we really need to see have happen today, though, is to break above the cloud, which is a pretty monstrous move. It'd be a dollar move day over day. We'd have to see a price of about 575 to really see that big buy pressure kick in on a 4-hour chart. This is why I'm not really fond of looking at a 4-hour chart. I kind of prefer a 3-hour chart, but Webull doesn't have that as an option. If you're looking at this on a different broker platform, you could probably pull a 3-hour chart on it. In fact, you know what? Just for the heck of it, let me do something. What is this? Delete. Let me put in, just because I want to show you what the difference looks like on a 3-hour chart versus a 4-hour chart. So this is why I prefer a 3-hour chart, because it really, it kind of gives you like a different perspective than what you might be seeing. 4 hour would be a 4 hour chart. If you're swing trading a stock, the 4 hour chart is going to be for somebody who wants to stay in or potentially be in a position for a longer period of time. A 3 hour chart's more of like I'm trying to give you guys like a time span. A 1 hour chart's going to be something you can flip over 48 hours or less. Or actually it could be a little bit more, depending on how the chart looks, but it's for shorter periods of time. A 4 hour chart, obviously you would, probably just take that 48 hours and multiply by 4 and say like that's going to be something you're going to want to be in for like 2 weeks or more. So it's a longer held position. Whereas a 3 hour chart would cut that down a little bit and say like, okay, well, but is there another time frame in there that might suggest something a little bit more ideal for somebody who wants to create a short-term position? And you can see here, lagging line on a 3 hour chart's just about ready to cross price line. Conversion and base are nearly on top of each other. This is really primed on a 3 hour chart for a big buy signal. Because the cloud is right here, and it doesn't. I mean, all we have to have is conversion get above base and lagging line above price line, and before the end of today is over, that's going to be around $4.76, which is in a big time agreement with the 1 hour chart that says 470. So, and the cloud that it needs to get through is super thin, very very thin cloud there. And the nice thing about this, or the way that this chart is looking, is that it's saying that there's if price can manage to break through the cloud here, there's that much more time before you even see green cloud forming. Remember, price likes to move up through red, down through green. So if price is going to move through red cloud here at this point in time, then the chances of it breaking down through a green cloud is going to be way out in the future, which means extended periods of time upwards momentum. And I guess with that, that's all I got for you guys. News. Probably nothing related to AMC. 2024 sees record number of new ETFs driven by active fund manager reports. According to Morningstar, 236 ETFs have been launched this year, including 166 actively managed ETFs. This is a significant increase compared to the total of 155 active and passive ETFs launched during the same period in 2023, the Financial Times reported on Thursday. I'm telling you, man, these ETFs they're kind of man, like part of me wants to say like they're the evil that drives the market, but it's a product. It's a product for people to put their money into and create something out of nothing. David, it's good to be back. Tyler says AMC shares are trading higher. What you need to know, Bazinga yesterday saying analysts anticipated a reduced loss of 0.37 cents. I mean, just the whole ETF thing is just ridiculous. Like I don't. It's a creation of a product to be able to allow investors to sink money. Well, actually, it's not even. Sometimes it's not even investors themselves. Sometimes it's just these fund managers who want to create a product to where they can start flipping money over to some of these new products that they're developing, right? And so they're taking like pension plans and whatnot and saying like, okay, well, now we're just going to take your money and we're going to go put it over here in this exchange traded fund so I can, extrapolate some kind of fee out of the people who are investing into it and create this product. Meanwhile, loanable positions are being created because of a new product source where they're supposed to be holding a position through the product, but they may not even hold a position. There's money backing it, right? There's money backing the product, but there's nothing, there may not actually be positions there. And this is why I was talking about the ETFs that have been created for Bitcoin through a lot of these different brokerages is just a bunch of crap. I mean, it's insanity because they're literally taking people's money, saying that they're investing into something, but then never actually buying the asset. It's ridiculous. And some people can't even, the fund manager decides what money's going to go there and what's not. I don't know, it's craziness. Blood washes off, right, Casey? I guess so. That's what I say every time I smash one of those mosquitoes and I go like, yeah, that'll wash off later. Right after they take a pint of my blood. I mean, I know there's probably really, really smart people who may be listening to this right now and going like, but Casey, that's how you drive a market. And I get it. I understand. I understand you have to create liquidity in order to drive a market like when there is none. But it's also creating more of a problem too. It's not yes, it's helping to keep the market going, but it's an unhealthy keeping. It's like creating a bunch of new beehives and saying like, oh well, I don't care that the Africanized bees that are killing off all the other bee populations are the ones that are taking my beehives. That's the way. That's the new way. And it's like I don't even actually. That's probably like a really bad example. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. But my point being is that just because you're creating something or housing something doesn't necessarily mean that it's creating something good. You could be actually housing something that's detrimental to your entire system. Pirate, Funky, John, good morning to you guys. Welcome to the back of the Big Tramp.
Morning.
Good morning, everybody.
I feel like my entire statement on like that whole housing could be taken on so many levels. There's so many ways you could take that and run with it and create like some kind of like argument that we could all have over so many different topics. It's essentially everywhere where we see problems, it's always a housing issue. What are we housing and what is it doing? What's it causing? Is it good? Is it good housing? Is it bad housing? Is it creating good positive things or is it creating bad negative things?
It sounds like I picked a good morning to sleep in. We had a thunderstorm roll in last night, and I woke this morning to the sound of a nice, soft, steady rain hitting on my metal roof.
Oh, nice.
And I thought to myself, I said, I'm going to enjoy this. And I woke again. It was 9 o'clock when I woke up.
Oh, wow.
So apparently I bet whatever stick you were poking me with, I was immune to it.
Well, that's good. Pro Jeweler says ETFs are like stimulus checks for the market. Essentially. Yeah. Yep. It's a way to launder money. It's the market's way of laundering money. The more products they create, the more fees they get to collect. The more fees they get to collect, the more they get to try and, put or adjust prices to where they think they should be. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yeah, but Casey, we need liquidity. Wouldn't it be nice to like create a product that you never actually had to sell? And people were just buying it up because it was just like, they had to? Wouldn't that be something? Can I sell air? Can I sell air?
Electricity, bottled water.
I need to sell air.
There's a list of things.
I need to start, but you have to buy it. Like, I got to figure out how to make sure that people have to buy it, though. Like, I need to find a way to get it governmentally subsidized.
Liability car insurance. The police literally collect the bill for you. You get pulled over and you don't have insurance, you're going to jail. It's the ultimate scam.
The gas station in town charges $3.50 to use their air to fill your tires up. Fucking $3.50. And if you got to use that thing more than once, it's like you end up paying like almost $10 just to fill your fucking air up on your tires.
Yeah.
You're not paying for the air. You're paying for the tool. You're renting the tool that puts the air in the tire. You're not paying for the air.
You know what's worse than that is leaving your credit card on top of the thing because you've had to swipe it more than once, and you're like, "Fuck, I'm just gonna leave my card sitting right here so I can just keep swiping." And then when you get done with your air, you get so happy that you're done that you've put all your caps back on, and you get in your car and you leave your car behind for the next person to swipe it, so you can have extra charges.
You can have all the air. You can have all the air you want. Go to Walmart and buy yourself one of those little bicycle Johnny Jackoff pumps, and screw that onto your tire and pump away. You can have all the free air you want.
But see, the trick here is that you have to force people to have to buy it, like regardless of their willingness. Like you need them to buy it regardless. It's just a part of everyday life. They have to. They have to buy it.
Yeah, we have to buy the air.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm using air. You can make it. You can make it jiggity jacks. That it's like some just random thing that you created, and people have to buy it. And if they don't buy it,
public education. You have to buy public education for your kids, even if you don't use it. Even if you homeschool your children, you still pay for their fair share of public education. Their seat just goes empty in the local school. Think about that one.
Yep. I was gonna say, hey, in Minnesota, I've got places like Quick Trip and Costco where Costco you're paying for it, but like if I don't ever buy gas from Quick Trip, I'm getting free air.
So I've told you guys about how I'm watching this TV series called Evil, right? I know I've mentioned it a couple times. They literally had an episode where they created there's a new crypto that they create, and one of the characters is having another character just walk in as the CEO of the company, and he says, "We just created this new crypto called, I forget what it was called, it was like Kubar or something like, I don't remember what it was. It started with a K, I think." Kubar or something like that, right? So he's just, and the going rate, it's being traded at $10 a Kubar. And he goes, and I want you to get it up to $135 before such and such a date. And so what does she do? Like, and she's never been a CEO of a company. She's never done anything at all, like anything that would warrant her to be in the position. He just sits her down and says, like, just do this. And so she goes out and she finds influencers on the internet who are influencing for random products that have nothing to do with crypto, and tells them that she'll pay them in the Kubar or whatever it is. She's like, if the first deal that she tries to strike is, she goes, "I'll pay you 10,000 Kubar. That's worth $10 now, but if we can get the price up, it'll be worth this much, and you'll have 10,000 of them, and all you have to do is advertise it, right?" So, but the influencer is like, "No, that's a crappy deal." And she goes, "Well, what do you mean?" She goes, "Well, There were people influencers who were convincing people to go to this concert, and they were paid $100 grand up front to advertise the concert. These people were paying like $50,000 a ticket, or I don't know, some outrageous amount per ticket to go to the concert, and the concert never even happens. And she goes, I want cash up front. I want $100 grand. And so she goes, I'll give you $10,000 now and the rest after you advertise. So she pays her $100 grand to go push this Kubar on her influential social media makeup. It was for makeup. She was doing makeup. And the price starts rising on Kubar. And they're all just making like hands over fist money, and it's crazy. It's on Amazon. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can get it. It's called Evil.
If you think about it, though, is that really any different than what any advertiser does? When you see the guy come on and he's telling everybody, "I'm Mike Devane, buy gold, my trusted Eagle gold source." When he's doing that commercial, isn't he doing the exact same thing? He's paid to come out and use his celebrity to influence you. So the only thing that's different is the product.
Yeah.
Whether it's hair shampoo or a Ford Mustang or the Kubar. It's just somebody paying somebody else to say, please, use your influence over people to sell my product.
Yeah, that's what it is. And she has a whole team of people who sit on computers all day long, and their entire job is designed on social media influencing people to have thoughts or reactions towards purchasing this BS product. It's craziness, man. Just crazy. Alan says NYC order and balance on AMC. Let's check it. I've got that page pulled up. Well, I don't have it pulled up right this second, but let's pull it up here. Thought I had it pulled up. Oh, here it is. Took me a hot second. I know you probably want to see the price keep on moving on AMC, but I'll just pull this up just real quick here. Order imbalances as of whoa. Who's got the chips?
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Opened up my pastry. I usually try to mute myself before I open the morning Danish up. I forgot. I apologize.
No problem. Ted, good morning to you, by the way. So let's see.
You might find it interesting to know that Diesel he cues in on that sound too.
Oh, I bet.
I don't care if he's 1,000 yards away, because he knows he gets the first and last bite. So he could be in the next county, and if I rattle that bear claw bag, he comes running like he's on a string. But yeah, I apologize for that.
No worries. There's your order imbalance. That was from yesterday. There was an by volume order imbalance of around 111,327 shares. We can go back on the 25th and see if there was an order imbalance on the 25th. It's not showing them all. Show more. Oh, I know why. There was an order imbalance on the 25th of 380,000 shares. And on the 24th, $533,000 shares on the 24th. On the 21st. So it's been getting smaller and smaller over time. Meaning that they're finding the shares that they need to find over time, or borrowing, one of the two. There was 2.64 million last Friday on the buy side. $2.64. So it went from 2.64 down to 5, down to 3. I think it was 3.2, and now we're down to like 111. That order imbalance should be gone before the end of the day is over today.
It's some serious volume action on both tickers. I like it.
Yep. Frank, that that episode I'm talking about it's kind of early on in season 3, so Melissa and I have binge watched up to season 3 now. So I apologize for giving. It's just a minor thing that I gave away. It's nothing major yet.
Oh, hey, I watched Inside Out 2 last night, and it was amazing.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying such great things about it. I mean, it must be really good. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, lots of laughs, lots of emotion. Yeah.
It's got everything.
Yeah.
Did you see the first one?
I talked to. Yeah, I saw the first. It was better than the first one. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
I talked to an employee. I said, "How was Inside Out the first weekend?" And she's like, "Oh, it was crazy." I'm like, but it was good though, right? A lot of people are like, and she's like, "Yeah, I think," and I didn't hear everything she said because she was kind of muffled, like she was like mumbling a little bit. But I was wondering if they get like bonuses or something for Christmas, or she meant, I don't know what she meant, but like it was cool. It was like, I'm glad.
Wait, it sounds to me like you're saying she was thinking she's going to get something out of it because they did so well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like pry. I didn't like when she said it. I didn't like ask more, you know, because it was kind of, you know what I mean. But I was like, you know, she wasn't like completely down about it, you know. So it made me think like maybe if they do really well weekends, maybe they get some kind of perks. I don't know, you know, if they work those, you know, it's kind of like overtime maybe if they, you know, you know, like holidays or something. Like it's like, I don't know. Weekends are the peak for theaters, so I don't know how like if it's just hourly or they get some bonus.
We talk about perks. There are a lot of great perks coming through the market these days. Let me tell you.
Good morning, Rugged.
Rugged, good morning.
Good
Good
morning.
to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Do we see things moving in a great way now?
In a perky way, yeah.
I hope everybody's getting a little excited. Ooh, not too excited. Not too excited. Just a little.
My brother just hopefully he's not going to get mad at me for reading this. Bro, if you send me stuff on a text and it's in reference to something we're talking about, I'm going to say it. He's listening apparently. Yeah, he says the reason why Inside Out 2 is so great is it's because people are so relieved to find that finally there's a movie that isn't all woke now. The bad has been lowered.
Hey Casey, did you say that you watched The Boys?
I haven't started this season yet, but yes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. My wife and I started binge watching it over the weekend. We're on season 1. It's pretty good.
Oh, dude, it the way it starts off, I mean, it pulls you, it sucks you in like almost immediately because you're just like, holy, what did I just see?
Yeah, it's true. I didn't know if my wife would really like it, but after like the first few episodes, she was like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." And then we watched she suggested a documentary, and it was about MoviePass, and I had no idea what the hell MoviePass was. I never heard of it, but they mentioned AMC a lot, and they had the previous CEO before Adam Aaron interviewed on there, and then they talk about when Adam Aaron came to AMC, and I guess he declined an offer to work with MoviePass, and I thought that was interesting because I'm like, wow, we have our own subscription like A-List now, and it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know much about MoviePass, but
I know a little bit about it. I know a little bit about
really
it.
Interesting
it is very, very. Well, I kept thinking to myself, how in the world were they staying in business? Because they were offering such great prices to see movies. I was having a hard time understanding how they could stay in business. Well, that didn't work out well for them.
Well, what ended up happening was the original owners, I don't know if they sold the business or I guess they didn't lose it because they're still on the board, but 2 other guys came in and took over the company and pretty much ran it into the ground. And the people, one of the guys that started the business apparently is the owner of it now again. MoviePass is a thing again, but I guess it's not like it's bigger or I guess they have to start from the ground up again.
Right.
assuming.
Yeah.
But it was interesting because it kind of gave me some insight about like well, I had no idea Movie Pass is even a thing, and just thinking about like how we have A-List now in our own sort of subscription, I'm like, it makes sense as to why maybe Adam Aaron didn't want to work with Movie Pass because that would take away potential revenue from the company.
Right.
And I think the deal that we have now is pretty good. $25 to go see 3 movies a week. That's pretty damn good.
It's a pretty dang good deal, yeah. So I think the hard part is like MoviePass was basically trying to, what's the word I want to use here? Fill seats that weren't already filled. Like that was the idea behind MoviePass is like, let's get more people into seats. We'll give people an opportunity to be able to buy tickets at a lower cost, and then the movie theaters will, they'll have to fight over, trying to get those seats filled through these additional people who are, spending money to see the movies. And so, of course, MoviePass will be like, well, we're only going to buy the tickets for this much, but we'll at least be filling your seats, and you can be making profit off of things like, concessions or whatever. So, but AMC already has a lot of programs that they do. Well, at least they do now. They have a lot of programs like this summer passes that they have for like, what was it, $3 or something like that, $3 or $5 for a movie. You can't beat that.
Is that for your A-list as well, or is that just?
No, that's separate.
It's a kid summer program or something.
Yeah. Let me pull it up here and find it.
It's a balancing act for the company to do as well, because what you don't want to do is cannibalize your current sales. If KC currently goes once a week to a movie, what you don't want to do is just offer him an avenue where he can buy the tickets cheaper. The idea is to get people who go once a week to maybe go 3 times a week. So like I said, there's a balancing act there. They got to be real careful that they don't offer something that ultimately just hurts the bottom line because the box office sales go down because of the discounts.
Yeah. I think that
they're trying to bump volume.
Yeah, it's because summer more kids are out, so they want to make it cheaper for kids to go with their families more times. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the original MoviePass deal was $10 a month. You can go see any movie at any theater anywhere, and yeah, it didn't work out for them. They kept changing their prices and the amount of movies that you could see in a month, and they just kept digging themselves in a hole.
Yeah. And I bet the kids want for the summer, the summer program, they want candy, they want food, they want their the merchandise and stuff. So they pull parents in every direction.
So this is the summer deal here. It says if you're looking for something to do with the kids once school year ends and summer break kicks off, AMC Theaters has you covered. Between June and August 2024, AMC Summer Movie Camp, this fan favorite program will bring back some of the best animated movies of the past few years, including Migration and the ever popular Sing musicals. But that's not all, as you'll also be able to catch up with Gru and the Minions before the upcoming release of Despicable Me 4. As multiple titles from the beloved franchise will be returning to the silver screen with family-friendly pricing. Tickets are $3 plus tax. Throughout the summer, here are the cool movies that'll help you beat the heat this summer. They've got Minions, The Rise of Gru. Let's see here. The Lorax, Sing.
You said beat the what, Casey?
Beat the heat.
Oh.
The Lorax, Sing 2, The Secret Life of Pets, Migration, Despicable Me 2, Despicable Me 3. That looks like it's the lineup there. And then it says Despicable Me 4 opens July 3rd.
It's all looking good, Casey. Very good.
Oh, yeah.
We need these Disney movies. I mean, my kids, they went to go see Inside Out 2 recently. And let me tell you, I first heard of the movie title and I thought, ooh, this could be a nice movie. Then they told me it's like a cartoon. wasn't quite what I thought it might be, but I enjoyed it thoroughly, and so did my mother-in-law and my wife. They also saw it as well. Great concessions. Great concessions.
Did you get the pizza yet?
I've not.
Okay, I was just curious. I was wondering if anybody's gotten the pizza at all. I know I liked it, and I was just kind of curious if anybody else had had it.
I think somebody else has had it before, but I'm not going to mention their name.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the premium pizza.
Yeah, I don't have any premium pizzas around or the dining theater, so I think my pizza's like the standard one you get. The one you're talking about sounds like a fucking Pizza Hut pizza or something.
Pizza Hut pizza. You say that like it's terrible.
No. The pizza you get if you're dining sounds way better.
It is pretty decent.
Looks good.
I don't know if I would rank it above Pizza Hut, but it is it's pretty decent though.
Such a you go to these small towns sometimes where they're like a little defunct, and you see that boarded up Pizza Hut building. It's a Pizza Hut building.
Yeah, our Pizza Hut got replaced by a Dunkin' Donuts combination with another store. I can't remember. It's like a drive-through.
So I was like an adamant Pizza Hut fan, and within the last 2 years, I think, it was probably since COVID, I suddenly have switched over to Domino's. And Pizza Hut's crust has gone downhill. It's not the same as it used to be.
Yeah, and I used to be a huge Papa John's fan. They're still good, but like my brother got.
They've been going downhill too.
I think it was Domino's. So I think something like Domino's is really good. Yeah.
You used to be a Hut slut, huh?
Yeah, it was, man. I love that crunchy, crispy, greasy crust that they had was so delicious, and it's not there anymore. It's gone.
Greasy. Spit on that thing, right?
Sure.
Okay.
It was
AMC email from Weekly Tickets here. Okay. Go ahead.
Wait, what's that?
It's just the AMC promotional email that just came out for the weekly ticket email. Just want to.
So you might see that trailer with it's got William Dafoe in it. It's that new vampire movie.
Can you?
I think it's called.
Hey, Funky, can you? It sounds like you're talking into like a tin cup.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better, yeah. What did you say?
I said, did anybody see the new trailer for that new William Dafoe movie he's in? Like a vampire movie? I think it's called Nosferatu.
I have
No,
not.
What was it? Did you see it in the movie theater trailer, or did you see it on YouTube or what?
The trailer came out the other day. It's on YouTube.
Oh, okay, no, I haven't heard about that yet.
It looks really good. I think it's a remake, if I'm not mistaken. But it looks really, really good. Me and my wife wanted to see it.
Roseanne, it's good to be back, and my vacation went horrible, but everybody is alive, so that's all that matters. Bruno almost died on the trip, but we're all okay. He's still alive. May have knocked off 7 years of his life, but he's still alive now, so that's what counts, I guess.
Yeah, when you told that, when I watched this morning, when you said about that, I was so emotional about it. I was like, I just heard because since it's summer, like NPR was talking about like a brother who died roofing and stuff, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm hearing about heat stroke and Bruno, save Bruno.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I've had heat stroke I think maybe twice in my life, and it's no joke.
I had it once.
Yeah, it's no joke.
Yeah,
it gets you good.
White it out.
Yeah, Bruno, he wasn't eating for like, I don't know, like I want to say almost 48 hours.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I waited out. I walked out of the hot bus. We were doing a bus trip down to Mexico, the air conditioning died in the bus, and everybody was getting like heat stroke, and like I had like the least of it in a sense because I didn't have to go to the hospital, but some other people had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
But I whited out. I didn't know what I was saying. I was like walking around like mumbling something.
Yeah, you do. Your brain gets all fried and like you can't think straight. Like you want to think coherently. I actually got a little bit of heat stroke on this trip too because I was hauling. We bought a one of those like gardening. I don't know what to call it. Like a push. What do they call those things? Like a graded
push mower?
Cart. Yeah, it's just a cart. It's in one of those graded carts. And so we were loading up because it was about a half mile to the beach from where we were staying. And so we were just going to load everything up onto this cart because we didn't want to drive the Jeep like 2 miles out of our way and then 2 miles back down the beach to drop all our stuff off. So I just bought one of these carts. And so I was pulling that cart, and I got a little heat stroke too. Nothing like Bruno did, but you know, I got back in the house and I had to like hold a cold water bottle to my neck, and you know, and I couldn't even like coherently put out words. Melissa started asking me questions, and I was like, hot. That was like what I was
like,
doing.
man, we're having fun now.
Yeah,
we're really having fun now. Yeah. Can't wait to do this again.
You sound like Ozzy Osbourne or something.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it's like. It's like Ozzy. It's Ozzy Osbourne brain. That's if hot. That's what it's like.
That's you. You're Ozzy. When you get into the next heat stroke, have them call you Ozzy.
It's so true. I never thought that's what your brain is, fried. I mean, it's what it's like. It's very the price.
You know, Casey, about the whole skin test. I'm not sure if this would be applicable for your scenario because I don't know if heat stroke can hit you. If you can still get heat stroke even if you're hydrated.
Oh yeah, probably.
Okay, so I was going to say the skin pinch test would maybe reveal, but maybe not. But if you were dehydrated, you know, people who go drinking.
So the interesting,
pinch your skin.
Like in Arizona, like I told that story before about drinking like 3 gallons of water in a very short period of time and never even peeing. Like when you get real heat stroke, there is no amount of hydration that you can have that will fully hydrate you. Like, I mean, you can just keep on drinking and drinking and drinking, and it's never enough.
It happened to my aunt once when we were on a trip to Daytona back in the day, and we had to load her up in the tub with the ice and everything. It was kind of crazy.
Yeah. Brian says, no, go ahead.
Well, man, for me, there was no warning.
Right.
I was in heat stroke. That was it. Like
it sneaks up on you. Yeah, it sneaks up on you.
Yeah, I was drinking enough in the bus and everything. All of a sudden I walked out of the vehicle, and all of a sudden the sun and the heat, and all of a sudden my vision went.
Well, we went to go eat that night. I thought I'd fully and that's the other thing too, is you may think you're fully recovered, but you're not. And I thought I was fully recovered, and it was a little comical, but the restaurant that we were going to eat to had some steps going up to the front door, and I didn't pick my leg up far enough, and I ended up catching my flip flop on the next step up, and completely did a face plant into the deck right in front of the hostess who was taking people's names, and she's like, "Are you okay, sir?" And I was like, brushing off my hands, and I was like, "Yep, I'm good." So, kind of like one of those.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer to get your core temperature back down. You might feel like you're cooling down, but inside you're still real elevated.
Yep. And I only had 3 beers that day. That was the heaviest drinking day I had.
If you weren't wearing flip flops, I bet you would have been fine.
I probably would have. Probably.
Funky Pizza, you got a hot mic, buddy.
He just dropped everything.
Well, I think
he's dropping shit, turning shit over.
Oh, maybe he's not. There he is.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
Yeah. Oh shoot, man! It's 10:18, man. I'm blowing right through these numbers here. Not even realizing, having more fun talking than realizing what time it is. All right, I'm gonna
be blowing through.
Go ahead.
Don't forget spit on that thing.
You know, I'm not really attached to that one. I like as soon as I saw the video, as soon as I saw the video, I was just like, this is gonna blow up, and it's like way overrated.
Yeah.
I'm not really like.
You know, her friend was the hot one, right? I'm sure if anybody has missed that, you need to go back and revisit that. The girlfriend that's with her is the smoke show.
I was done with that before it even got started. Like Yucca had sent it out, I think the very next day after I think I had seen it. And I was like, yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that. I could care less. Anyways, moving on. DM says add me to that. I mean, I don't know. I love, trust me, I love lowbrow humor. I really do. But for some reason or another, that one just could care less.
Did you see the meme I made of you?
No. What'd you do?
Oh, come on, man.
Where was it? Was it in Discord?
Find it.
Was it in Discord?
Yeah.
In general?
I was all proud of myself too, man. Let me go find it. I'll retag you in it.
I think I laughed at one of them. Which one did I laugh at here?
Man, this took a fat minute of editing and here.
Yes. Where are you putting it at, in the back of the big tramp?
The general.
Oh, the general? Okay.
I had to, man.
So what you should have put in before Hawk Twa, or Twa, or however you say it, there was Hawk Koch. That was way better.
That would have been better.
Yeah, that's so much better. In case before there was Hawk Twa, there was Hawk Koch. That's what you needed. That's the one you should be putting up there. All right, let's do this.
I see. I wanted the red circle on his chest. I wanted to change that to the AMC logo, but I didn't have enough time. Felt like that would have been better.
Where did you even find a picture of her? Like, are people just like finding her out in random spots and taking pictures with her or something, or what's going on here?
That guy, I guess, is the one that helped her start the merch line.
Oh, no kidding. Here, I'll take it over to the other page here, so you guys. This is what he posted up on the general here. Casey Shaw and the Hawk Twa. Yeah. All right. Let's do this. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. You should, better get it. No, I'm not going to give you guys a speech. I didn't have to log in, so at least I don't think I did. Hold on a second here. Let's see if you get the speech. Do you get the speech? Maybe. I thought I already refreshed. No, we're good. No speech needed. Let's see. That. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at around 60% combined between that and EDGX. We have approximately 56.7% of our volume going through off exchanges, and EDGX at 10.79 for 67.49%. That's about 7.49% higher than what I would expect it to be. CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 4,111 shares. 4,111 shares. That's not the right answer. CHX volume is 4,100 shares. My bad. That's not a very big number. GME's CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 2,779. Also a very low number. Shares available to be borrowed is, it looks like there's been an additional 50,000 shares borrowed in the last hour according to IBKR, putting us at a grand total of 800,000 shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Fees are currently at 1.72%, according to Ortex. An hour ago, there was 940,000 shares returned today. Now it's 248,000 shares. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float a little bit to 14.85%. Cost of borrow mins at 1.47%, average is 2.62, and max is at 4.33. There's currently 71.12 million shares on loan. Yesterday, that's 340,000 shares more than yesterday, rather, and Ortex is estimating about 2.09 million shares were returned. Some of that was, actually most of that was in a correction based off of the more current reading on estimated report, or not estimated, but actual reported short interest. So that number was a little bit lower than they were anticipating it to be, just a little bit. Taking a look at GME's, shares changed. It's been a return of about 940,000 shares, very close to 1 million shares so far for the day. Options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on call options on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $5. There was 5,000 contracts at $5 an hour ago. There's now 23.1 thousand contracts in volume. And this is going to be where we see, if some of this is closing of call positions, this is where we're going to see that bounce off of $5 coming from. As the calls at 5 are probably not thinking it's going to continue to rise above 5 before the end of the week is over. And so they're probably trying to close out some of their positions. Or maybe there may even be some new volume there as well. Highest amount of put volume is at a $4.50 strike. There was 2.1 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 3.7. The market is suggesting a closing price between $4.50 and $5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. GME is on the pretty high up on this list with a 44.43% buy to 55.57% sell ratio. Got a little bit of paper hands going on there from retail. MMRI was 281.61 as of an hour ago. It's now 282.32. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates an hour ago was 0.424. It is now 0.42. Starting to see a narrowing of the gap between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. NASDAQ is up 0.07, Dow Jones is up 0.17, the S&P 500 is down 0.03. We have 3,058 advancers to 2,359 decliners. The market's more advancing than declining, but less advancing than it was an hour ago. The top performing sectors for the day today: real estate followed by communications. The worst performing sectors for the day is consumer staples followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 4 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.83. And that's it. Gold is up 1.22. Looks like it's trying to break that uptrend that it was in. Might be getting there like right now for breaking that uptrend. Silver is up 0.76. Was in a downtrend and still is. Ethereum Classic is up 3.01 and trending up. US dollar is down 0.17. Looks like it's about ready to start breaking up, moving up. It's breaking a level of resistance here. We could start seeing the dollar starting to rise back up again towards 106. Oil is currently up 0.24 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.16 to 0.24 and trending slightly down. And SPY is down 0.08 and trending down. and we're seeing this, perhaps maybe the SPY starting to make some of the same big moves that some of these other, like the US dollar, starting to move up, and SPY might be moving down as a result. VIX is currently down 0.08, looking like it's trying to make an attempt to start breaking up into an upwards trend after having trend down. Although it's not there just yet. It's currently at 12.54, with futures suggesting VIX should be around 1388. VB is down 0.05 and starting to trend down. VBR is down 0.24, trending down. Tesla is down 0.81, trending down. Amazon is up 1%, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.28, trending down. Doge is up 0.87. It broke the downtrend it was in, and the current trend is up, and I don't see it breaking it just yet. Bitcoin is up 0.95, also trending up. You see the current trend is down, but it's not quite breaking this uptrend that it started forming just yet. GME is up 4.13 and trending down. HYMC is up 3.88 and consolidating after a little bit of an uptrend. And CMI is down 0.23 and trending down. Hood is up 0.45 trending down, and AMC is up 1.5 trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today. There's approximately $400,000 more inflow than outflow. 7.95 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. Why am I having a hard time? 120 minutes. We're on a pace for about 25.83 million shares traded by the end of the day today. So some of that earlier volume that we just had bumped up our volume pace of our volume being traded. But it's still within that 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 56.55, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 67.98, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 66.64, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 53.76, which is just slightly above average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp.
Good day, John. I noticed you popped in. It's good to see you with us today.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm here quite of time, but I guess I had a phone call and I went off and came in.
Hey Mac, I'm gonna remove that.
I'm gonna stay silent since I'm doing some renovations and I don't want to bother. I'm here, you know.
Sounds good.
What are you working on, buddy? Before you mute yourself, I'm just curious. What are you doing, man?
Here in Canada, 1st of July, it's a Canada Day. Usually they're doing the flipovers, you know, the rentals and stuff like that. So now I'm a week, almost 10 days. Some apartments, I try to renovate it. And right now I'm doing a backsplash in the kitchen.
Right.
You want a small video just?
I would love to see. I'd love to see the backsplash. Let's see the backsplash you're doing. Am I allowed to share your video?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Wait, I want to turn the camera. Okay. So,
yeah, you got a project going there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Basically, I removed the first paper of the drywall because it was, I don't know, 10, 15 coats of paint on top, and I want to put the tiles. So I changed the countertop. So I removed the first paper just to have the tile stick for life.
Nice.
Can we see your tile? You have
Yeah, I wanted. That's what I
the
wanted to
box
see was the
open yet?
tile. Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna put that the brick tile. It's a small. I'm gonna fix it like that. See, it's gonna go brick tile.
Very nice. And backsplash makes a big difference on how a place looks. Even if it's just like in my house, they put up the same thing that's on the floor. They put up on the wall, and even that looks good. I mean, it's simple, but it looks good though.
I put some floor here. So yeah, it's a project. Those days, I just finished yesterday. My uncle's has some apartment too, so I can send some photos if you want.
That's cool
see
stuff, man.
See if you can't get that wrap. Finish it by noon today. That would be good because we got you scheduled.
No, I don't think so. I'm gonna finish today.
Now,
thanks for letting us see it, man.
When you're doing the tile, are you using spacers or no?
For this one, no. This one, no, because in the end there's a little bit bevel, so I'm putting one on top of the other, and there is a small space, let's say 1/16, and as soon as you're gonna grow out after, it's gonna be fine. I can share some photos where and how. Wait, because I'm a little bit retarded with these things. No, some photos. No. Okay.
Well, you do your work. I don't want you to get behind, but
No, it's okay. It's okay. This
yeah.
It is what.
You using a snap cutter for those, or are you using a little smaller tile saw?
No, a small Sigma with a diamond on top.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, very well.
Now I'm gonna show you my uncle's I finished yesterday. I don't know. I put it in the bubble. It came through. I don't know. No, wait. In the bubble. I tried to send in there. Not even one by one. I don't know. There's no loading.
Yeah.
In the bubble.
Before I share your picture, I got to share this other picture real quick here. Rex sent this out in the bubble.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. Very nice. Very good.
Look at that. What a cutie. And that baby girl's not too bad looking either.
Sleeping well.
That's right. Got to teach her. Got to teach her right about stocks right in the get go. You know, like that's get it kind of infused into her head.
Let's go.
She knows what's going on.
I put in the general. I cannot load in bubble. I put in the general. I just finished yesterday my uncle's, more or less the same style. A little bit bigger tile, and it's a little bit curvy.
That is nice. Very clean looking. You know, it would almost. I don't know if you can see the live stream or not when you're in here, but
no, I'm in the phone now.
It would almost. I'm just going to draw it out, and maybe you can look at it later. But it would almost be perfect if you had like one of those like backsplash, little tiny square ones, just a strip that went through that replaced like this section in here, right? Where you had like I don't know, maybe some color, some kind of like maybe like a blue or turquoise. I mean, actually, any color would probably be, would stand out or pop. I mean, you've got kind of a almost like a s'mores looking kind of pattern on the marble top. I think that's marble. No, not marble.
It's marble. Yeah, it's marble.
It is marble. Okay. The marble top there.
It's granite. I think it put granite.
And so you could do like something that would go good with like that s'mores kind of look in there. Yeah, that's beautiful though. Love it.
Wait, I'm gonna blow your mind a little bit. Give me a little bit of time. I have so many pictures. my God. You mean something like that?
Let's see here.
I put again in a general because in the bubble they no loading.
They are loading. It just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
They're showing up.
Yeah, they showed up.
Oh my God. I sent I don't know how many.
Don't worry, it's okay. Yeah, similar.
Yeah, he did the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I was thinking like the smaller. It looks to me like in the picture you sent here, it's the same. It's the same size tile, but I'm thinking about those. You know, those really, really. What I don't know what they are. They're probably like quarter size tiles. There's just a bunch of them usually. But if you were to throw in like a line of those across and have it, you know, like kind of separate like the two different sides. But yeah, it's very nice looking. I love it. It's awesome.
I have a lot of pictures, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, you got a lot of work done. Looks good.
Yeah, Punkin Eater made a real good comment there. He retracted it, but if that's going to be for sale or something like that, sometimes you're better not to add the colors in because you want it to be appealing to as large of audience as possible. So sometimes just leaving it plain white is the preferred method if you're going to flip it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and listen, it's just a rental, you know. They're lucky that we put in.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I said.
You understand,
I'm like,
Pirate, no?
you're putting tile on rentals. You're a better man than I am.
So is it like you've got to flip it and reverse it? Is it something like that?
Oh, hey, look.
No. It's just a rentals. It's we have it and we have the chance now. The previous people left and let's do it now. You know, a little bit time and let's do it. Why not?
Welcome, Yoka.
Why not? Oh, thank you.
I like it. Hey, Casey, I put that trailer for that Nesferatu in the bubble.
Okay, yeah. I had not seen this trailer yet. I'll have to watch that.
Look at that custom jobs, Casey Pirate. Look, see custom jobs, man. It's crazy. All this, it's custom.
Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Let me put that up there.
Oh. Check the custom job. This is the most amazing house I ever worked.
Yep, that's
This
pretty
is
good.
all marble and one in the with a trim on the bottom.
Yep,
it's porcelain.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And with the diamonds in the black, I was sitting hours and hours cutting these 4 inches by 4 inches, place it down, put the diamonds down the marble, buff it, fix it nice, and after stick it, and it's crazy.
That's really pretty, man. Nice work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the selection of the sink.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
You know what pisses me off one time? I did in one of my previous homes in Arizona. I always used to get pissed off that the double-sided sinks, they would always have the lower side being the bigger tub. Wait, am I saying that right? Yeah. And the garbage disposal would go. Am I saying that? I feel like I'm saying that backwards. The garbage disposal was always on the. Yeah. The garbage disposal was always set up, at least on some of the older tubs that I was seeing at the time. The garbage disposal was always set up for the smaller of the two sides, and it was the more shallow of the two that were there. And so I got really pissed off about that. So since I was doing all the work myself, I was like, screw it, I'm putting it on the big one because I want the garbage disposal to be on the big side. Then I found out that I ran into a few little plumbing problems or issues. Because once you hook up the garbage disposal to the bigger of the two sides, it ends up having, sometimes you can have the out portion of the garbage disposal end up being lower than the out portion of the sewage, where it's not sewage, but the wastewater is supposed to go. And so that's
also your deeper basin is sometimes those need to be filled with water and soap.
Yeah.
So they're supposed to be full of dishes and soapy water. The other side is for rinsing, and you scrape your plates off into it. So the idea is that you don't necessarily need a bunch of water in the one that your disposal's in.
Yeah. Well, I decided that in my house it was going to be different because I wanted to have my garbage disposal on the main big portion because if I'm gonna do usually if I'm doing scrubbing off of plates and stuff, it's everybody just puts dishes in there and it's like they just stack up. So I wanted to make sure it was on the big side of the two, not the small side. I got it working. It worked out in the end. It was great. It was really nice.
Little tip about disposals. A lot of people don't realize it. Most, not all, but most disposals have a integrated circuit breaker in them. I got a call to one of our rentals one time. People saying the disposal didn't work, and I went there and I found they had a little Superman action figure stuck down in the disposal, and the plastic. Yeah, they're thinking kids, but they weren't aware that all you have to do is reach around underneath the cabinet, and it's usually a little red button that pops out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a circuit breaker. You just reset it and push it back in. So there's your disposal tip for the day. They do have a reset button on them.
Also, when you're putting in your garbage disposal, make sure if you're ever having to replace your garbage disposal, make sure and knock out the plug before you install it. There's always, I don't understand why they put the plug on there in the first place. Like, can we just not have the plug on there? Like, what's the point of that? I have no idea. There's got to be a reason for it, but I don't know what it is. You know what I'm talking about, right?
For the drain?
Yeah. The drain has a plug in it that you got to knock out. Yeah.
I don't remember that. It doesn't mean it didn't happen to me, but I just don't remember. I haven't done a great deal of them. I've probably only done 2 or 3, but take your word on it.
Roadrunner says that's for the dishwasher. He's right. The plug's in the dishwasher port. It makes total sense now why they have it there, because not everybody hooks up a garbage disposal to the dishwasher. So he's absolutely right. That's exactly what it is.
There you go.
Yep. Make sure you knock that out before you start up your dishwasher. The very first time I changed one of those, I thought, oh, this will be easy. Had no idea I had to knock that plug out. Easier to pee in the lower sink. Melissa and I, in the house that we were just renting on the beach, our shower had a dual shower head in it. And her and I were thinking, oh, wow, that's really cool. We can take showers together. And because of the plumbing issues in the house and the water being so weak, like legitimately, if anybody else in the rest of the house was using any water whatsoever, there was no pressure at all for our bathroom. So the chances of using just one shower head were next to nil. It was so bad. It was so bad that when you flushed the toilet would take like 20 minutes to fill. And if you tried to shower while the toilet was filling, that wasn't going to happen. Also, if you're ever having a house built, pay the builder some under the table cash to put in a little bit of extra insulation in between floors. If you can, if they'll let you. It's worth it.
This is a mistake everybody's doing. There's no if you can as soon as you're building a house. if you have a budget, for sure you're gonna go over the budget 20, 30 points, because there's stuff that you don't know, or you're gonna find out later, and you have to do them. You don't understand how many people they're doing something, and after they have to rip everything, or oh my god, forgot to put insulation behind the chibok. No shit. Put the insulation and put the chibok after. Why are you doing the opposite? For what? For no, $500, $1,000?
Yeah, just do it right the first time, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
John, have you ever seen the blue marble? Kind of rare. I put
Blue marble.
I put a couple. I put 2 pictures in general for you. I don't know if Casey wants to share them with the class. He's welcome to. It's kind of hard to find, but
ooh, that's nice.
Yes. Yeah.
We use that for countertops, backsplashes, and also the steps for the garden tub. Really hard to source. Really hard to source because it's natural. That's not man-made.
Yeah, it's natural. Yeah.
Yeah. NASA has a picture of the blue marble.
You know, it's difficult to install these things, and you have to know what kind of glue you're gonna put, or let's say the picture I have the diamonds. We have the diamonds and the black spots in the middle. We had to use white glue because if you use the black glue, the regular. Are you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. You talking?
Yeah, if you use the black, the regular, the cement glue, after a while, the marble, it's going to turn black because it's a reflection. Yeah, because it's porous and it's going to take the black inside.
The scariest part for me is the drilling of the holes. You get one shot to drill those holes. They better be right.
Yes, and you need water.
Especially for your faucets or your drain. Yep, you get one shot at it.
Yeah. Prefer black cock or white cock?
Oh, yuck.
Yuck, man.
Excuse me.
Cocking, right?
Cocking your ear.
Rio Rugged was using he using both? I don't remember. That little freak.
Double Barrel Darren says that blue comes from Belgium. Is that where it comes from, Darren? I didn't know that. Maybe Blinker Boy can add some thoughts on that.
Is he here?
Yeah.
No, I just think isn't that where he's from? Isn't
oh yeah, but you
from Belgium.
You summoned him. I see. Okay.
Oh, there you
We'll see.
Yeah, Papa Mac is
second.
correct. Papa Mac's correcting you. Yeah.
Wait a minute here. We don't know if it's a plate or a marble. I mean, it is called the blue marble, right? So, but we don't know if it's a ball because we're only seeing the 2D face on everything. You see what I'm saying? We see the moon flat. We see the sun disk. All the planets, they're flat. Your eyes tricks you, damn it. Jump in, Casey, anytime. I know I see you swinging back and forth like an old psychotic lady. What is that? What is that?
I'm just rocking in my chair.
From here.
I'm just rocking in my chair.
Yeah, I used to. Come on. I'm waiting for you.
I'm just rocking in my chair.
All right, knew it. It's driving you crazy, isn't it?
No.
All right. I guess I'll let her rest here. Are you Samoan yet? You said you got tanned. I don't see your tan.
You know what's crazy is that I don't really feel like I got much of a tan. I was really good, and the very first day, I had a little bit of sunburn, kind of in the crook of my arm, and by the next morning when I woke up, it was completely gone, and I didn't use like any kind of like aloe vera or anything like that. It was just it was completely normal. So I did a really good job of making sure that I'd use sunscreen pretty good. Melissa said my neck got pretty burned, but I don't feel anything at all. So
What do you mean? Oh, she
Yeah.
never noticed that it was always red.
I guess not. We don't normally shower together, because we have one shower head. So now that we have had two shower heads and thought we were gonna have an opportunity to, she got to see stuff she doesn't normally get to
Guess
see.
it wasn't enough, huh?
Brian says no Speedo pics. I actually only took one picture the entire trip. Can you believe that? And I think I posted it on Twitter. Well, I took the pictures when I was coming home of Bruno. Yeah, this is the picture. This picture was taken just before Bruno got his heat stroke because he went home shortly thereafter. Wait, did it not show up on Twitter? What the heck? No.
Bruno? No, wait. Bruno got a stroke?
Yeah, he got heat stroke.
He's got a stroke on, huh? Did you get a stroke on or no?
Nope.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm gonna let you go, and I think I'm gonna catch you up later. Thank you.
Take care, man. Thanks for sharing today.
My pleasure.
You need to work through lunch now. This is considered your lunch time. You only get 30 minutes a day to jack around, and you just sped
don't
that
worry,
up.
Byron.
So,
This is my side job. Don't worry. I know.
Get after. Get after.
Bye.
Bye.
24. I posted this on the 20. It's gone.
Jack.
It never posted my picture from. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
There's no proof. Could have been lying to us all the time.
I've got the photo here, so. Wow, that sucks. I thought I had posted that for sure.
The picture posted on YouTube, Casey.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, I couldn't remember where I put it. I guess it was YouTube. Hold on a second. Let me.
Yeah, it popped up where you guys are outside the tent and
Yeah.
on the right.
That's the
lower
one.
corner. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, it showed up on YouTube in the feed.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure I posted something somewhere, but I guess I forgot where I posted it. Let's see here, community. Here we go. Yeah, this picture was like basically the very first thing I did once we had gotten there. We put up the tent, and then you can see. I don't know if any of y'all zoomed in on this or not, but the water is not the prettiest of waters. I like
Look
to
how
call
flat that. Look how flat.
Yeah,
Look how flat.
It's super flat. Yeah, super flat.
Is that Bruno on the right?
Yep, that was just before he got his heat stroke. That's him.
He's looking at that water. He's like, "Oh, that's so tasty."
Oh yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't really taste the water very much. He doesn't like it obviously.
Does he get sand everywhere in his hair and everything?
Yep. Doesn't seem to bother him too much though. Surprisingly. Yep. We have everything set up, and I was like, "This is it. I'll post this one shot, and then I'm gonna enjoy my time." Put the phone away. Pro Jeweler, Amazing Blue 2, good morning.
Morning, Casey. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. Richard says the Home Depot bucket. Yep. That's right. I found it's so if you want a little tips and tricks here, in case you ever, if you're in a windy beach and you've got one of these tents and you want to save the tent because these things take off pretty good on a little bit of wind, dig yourself a half moat around the front side of your bucket and throw the sand on top of the leg, and then pour a little bit of water in there just to make it so it's like a nice little cement, and the wind won't have any luck taking it away. And if the water does happen to wash up, and hit your moat, it's not going to move the tent or do anything because the bucket's, it'll be fine.
I used to bury the legs on mine a little bit, and then I took 4 buckets as well, but I would just fill them up with water or sand, fill the bucket completely up, and then I had like a 6-foot piece of string, and I would tie the string to the top down on it.
Yeah.
And it was like a double whammy.
Yep.
But you're right. Those buckets are indispensable because I can't tell you how many times we've been at the beach and we saw a gust of wind come up and those things go like a kite.
Yep. They just take right off.
It's always really funny when the Blue Angels do a low pass at just under Mach speed of sound, and they come screaming down the beach, and the turbulence just wipes them all out. It's big fun.
Mm. Yep. That's my little. I've had that tent, and don't buy the crappy. Go spend the extra money and go with the better quality tent. Go with the big one.
Get the big one. Yep.
Yeah, because it'll have better metal. The metal frame won't warp on you. I've had that tent. Melissa says we've had it for like 5 or 6 years now. I don't know if it's been that long. I feel like it's maybe been a little bit less than that, but that tent has lasted longer than anything that I think I've ever taken to the beach before. Everything. It's outlasted chairs. It's outlasted tables.
The bigger ones pay a dividend as well, because unless the sun is directly overhead, it's coming in at an oblique angle, and you got a reduced shade pattern. So if you have a bigger one, the earlier in the day and the later at sunset, when the sun's coming in on an angle, you're still afforded plenty of shade.
Yep.
Where you kind of get screwed with a littler unit. Yep. That's good advice.
Spend the extra cash and go with the bigger.
Yeah. Get the big one.
We actually, when I showed up, we got done setting that up on, I think, our second day. And some guy a little bit down the ways from us, the next spot down, he had like a bunch of sandbags on the ground with string attached to the sandbags and some just piece of cloth like flapping in the wind. And it looked like it was an attempt to try and put something up, but it wasn't. It was nothing successful. It was more or less just draped over all their stuff, and it wasn't really doing anything it was supposed to be doing. And he walks over and he goes like, I like your setup you got going here. Where did you get that at? And I said, well, we bought the tent at Academy, obviously. Right next door to that's Home Depot, so you can just grab your buckets there. Sometimes Academy will have the buckets too. And he's like, I'm going to head out and grab that right now. He literally left.
Yep.
He came back later that day.
I've often said, even if people say, well, that's a lot to carry, I said, I don't care if you have to make a specific trip back to your truck to get that. That tent is the single biggest thing that you'll want if you're going to spend any amount of time at all at the beach.
Yep. I can't, even if Melissa's right and it's been 6 years that we've had that tent for, I think it's actually been just a few years less, but if it's been 6 years, it's definitely been worth every penny. But you got to take care of it. Make sure you rinse it off. Don't let it just, don't just fold it all up and call it quits when you're done. Wash that thing off. You got to wash your stuff. All right. Numbers? That salt water will just wreak havoc on everything. All right, I've taken you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are ranking, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Starting with exchange-traded volume for the day today. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We have 56.33% going through off-exchange EDGX at 10.23 for a combined total of 66.56%, or about 4.56% higher than I would expect. CHX volume is 7,100 shares. Nothing unusual about that number. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 14,128. Nothing unusual about that either. In the last hour, there's been no change to the amount of shares having been borrowed, and there is 250,000 shares available according to IBKR, with fees at 1.72%. an hour ago on Ortex, there was 248,000 shares returned for the day today. It's now 392,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to maybe slightly drop a little bit more to 14.84%. Cost per hour ends at 1.47. Average is 2.56 and max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 71.12 million shares. That's 340,000 shares less on loan today than there was, more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex also reported the exchange reported short interest for the last 15 trading days and was overestimating on the amount of short interest that there was. So they had to make a correction by about 2.09 million shares. So we're seeing a return of about 2.09 million. GME's borrowed change amount, it looks like 1.94 million shares returned so far for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is on the list here with a 45.27% buy to 54.73% sell ratio. And AMC is not on the list. MMRI was 282.32 as of an hour ago. Is now at 281.97. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.42 an hour ago. It's now 0.426. Started out the day at 0.427, so it's pretty close to the same. NASDAQ is up 0.07. Dow Jones is up 0.16. The S&P 500 is down 0.04. We have 2,467 decliners to 3,019 advancers. That's less advancers than we had an hour ago. The top performing sectors for the day today is real estate, followed by consumer discretionary. The weakest performing sectors are consumer staples, followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have dropped more than 2.5%, or that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 2.77. SI is down 11.63. And that's it. Gold is up 1.3% and is looks like it's currently starting to. It's still trending up. Silver is up 0.79 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 2.5 and still, I'm going to call it still trending up. The US dollar is down 0.16 and trending up. Oil is up 0.24 and consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are opening from 0.16 to 0.27 and look to be making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. SPY is down 0.01. Also appears to be making a reversal off of a downtrend into an uptrend. VIX is up 0.24 and is starting to break that uptrend into what appears to be perhaps maybe a downtrend. This could start turning into some consolidation. It's at 12.58 now currently, with futures suggesting 13.93, which is higher than what it was an hour ago. VB is up 0.1 and is consolidating. VBR is down 0.14 and consolidating after a downtrend. Tesla is down 0.36 and is consolidating after a downtrend. Amazon is up 2.21 and taking off here a little bit. There's been talks, by the way, last week I talked about prepping or trying to put perhaps maybe NVIDIA on the Dow Jones Industrials, and now there's talks about it being Amazon. So as a result, Amazon's been pumping a lot as from that talk, I think. Cinemark, let's see if there's any news on it at all. I'm kind of curious. Let's see here. Just want to check real quick and see if they've got anything.
$2 trillion company now. I know their market cap hit the big T.
Yep.
Two T's. That's crazy.
Ooh, that sounds like an interesting trade idea. AMC. Yeah. Well, I'm going to skip it. I just bought 10 more shares of that AMC.
Cinemark is down 1.08 and trending down. Doge is up 1.12 and is trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.05 trending up. GME is up 5.54 and trending up. HYMC is up 3.45 trending up. NCMI is down 0.91 and consolidating a little bit after a downtrend. Hood is up 1.55 and breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. And AMC is up 0.96 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today on AMC. There's approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. That is not that at all. It's actually $800,000 more inflow than outflow. My bad. 8.85 million shares traded so far for the day today after 160 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 21.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in the pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 55.52, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 64.47, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 61.75, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, there's been a divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 10 minutes with more selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI at 48.8, which is pretty much average. On the 1-minute time interval, it does appear we may have a little bit of a trend going on right now. Maybe. So what we're going to want to see before the day is over, as my guess is, this trend is probably based a little bit more off the last day of trading. Probably along the lines of something around like this. We're going to want to see some kind of support held here on this trend upwards. So before the end of the day is over, we're going to want to see a close of at least 468, and that is our previous close. So we want to see a green day for the day today. Otherwise, we could run a little bit of a potential risk of breaking a level of support that I'm seeing going on here for at least the last about 48 hours worth of trading, or 24 hours rather. So, yeah. We did hit a TD9 on the way up here. This is off of a 30-minute time interval, which means we should see a little bit of a pullback before seeing price continuing to trend upwards. Most of the time intervals are not extremely hot, so there is plenty of room to continue to move upwards. Earlier this morning, I suggested a potential drive to see price hit 498 for our test of that. We got to within 8 cents of that this morning, so there was, I don't know if I would call this test number 1 or not, but probably not. Not quite there. It was close. And with that, I yield the time back to the back of the Big Tramp.
In keeping with your beach theme, Casey, I sent you a link, your DMs. They have a live camera posted at the hotels here, and you can click on it at any time see the quality of the water, or look and see if the surf's up and all that. Kind of cool. Sometimes, if the storms churn the water up or the seaweed and the water gets a little bit murky, some people are averse to going in when it's like that. So it's nice to be able to just log onto your computer and look at the live view and see. Kind of neat.
Do you have the ability to drive the camera?
I don't know. Mrs. Pirate uses it on the regular to decide. And she uses it regular. I'm not real familiar with it. I just thought about it when you were speaking about the beach. I forwarded it to you in case anybody wanted to check it out. It's live, though. I mean, you go to the link and then you have to click the play button to engage it. But,
where is this?
Yep, that's it.
Is it Navarra Beach? Is that how you say it?
Navarre. It's
Navarre?
pronounced Navarre. Yeah. It's between Pensacola and Destin. Yeah. Let's see, today the water's kind of grayish, battleship gray. That's probably evidence from the big storms. I told you earlier we had big storms last night.
Yeah.
Mrs. Pirate would look at that and she'd say, "No, thank you." The picture in the background is what it normally looks like if it's not all churned up from seaweed and water. That's why they call it the Emerald Coast. But it's nice. It's just one of those little features when you can click on it and it's real time live. And
somebody's using this to check stuff out. It looks like they're looking at the pier now for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's set up on some sort of an automated program where it does a sweep and that's the local fishing pier. That's what I was telling you about yesterday. You can enjoy a day of fishing with your family without the giant expense of a boat and all of that.
We need to
I'm unfamiliar how it works. I don't know if it's on a computer program that just sweeps back and forth and focuses in, or if they got. I find it hard to believe they got a guy just sitting there manning it. But what do I know? I just thought it would provide you with some interesting content. So
we need.
Honey, do you know if that beach camera is manned? Is there a person that pans that thing back? No, she said no. It's all automated.
We need somebody to stick up a camera, an automated camera, not automated, but maybe even just a camera that sits down in front of I don't know, Citadel or something like that. Just records people coming in and out, or the building activity in general. Did you ever see the drone footage that they had of Citadel headquarters?
Yeah, I saw some of those. Yeah, there were some cool ones, man. I've seen some guys wrote by AMC in the sand, and all kinds of cool stuff. They call it guerrilla marketing. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty ugly water. I picked a bad day to share that with you. But like I said, that's what happens when you get those massive waves. I'm sure the waves last night with the high winds and the storms were incredible. So it churns up the seaweed and the sediment. And normally it'll take that about 12 to 24 hours before that'll all settle back down to blue again. Those tents you were talking about that you were mentioned before, those serve another purpose as well. If you go to a big event, like if they have a free concert on the beach or the Blue Angel show or something where it's a big crowd, that goes a long ways towards staking out your claim. You get down there, you get to some of the better spots that are the center of the air show, for instance. People, they show up late and then it just shrinks. They get close until eventually you're standing almost shoulder to shoulder with people, and it gets a little uncomfortable, especially if you're like me, you don't like to be crowded. And if you take that little pop-up tent and set that up on the early part of the day, you kind of own that real estate for the meantime, and it allows you to it kind of prevents a lot of that crowding that comes from just throwing a towel down on the ground. Big fan of the tents.
Mike Claypool says, hello from North Corpus Christi, North Padre Island.
There you go. Right on, Mike. Good to see you.
We were on, I'm not sure at what point it becomes Port Aransas versus Mustang Island. I'm not sure what mile marker that is, but on the beach. Or I don't even know if they're mile markers. Actually, I hadn't even thought of that. But the marker 70, I think we were at 73, if I'm not mistaken, on the beach. Which, I would love. Let me see if I can get a picture here. Images. Let me try Port Aransas instead. I didn't even bother to like pull out my camera at all. I really just, once we were there and settled down, I was just like, okay, time to just relax and enjoy my time. I was just in the neck of your woods. Uh-oh, am I losing internet? I liked it.
Working fine for me. I can't speak for the others, but it seems to be okay. We had some big improvements. Mrs. Pirate, she stepped up to the plate. She canceled our old internet service and signed up with a new program now. And I don't know what those numbers represent, but before we were getting like a 19, whatever the speed limit is, whatever we were getting like a 19, and it bumped to immediately to 120.
Whoa.
I've noticed that all of my graphic. Yeah. What's that number called, Sandy? The speed check?
Up. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, but we went with a new company, and the guy come in, and initially she was going to switch over to TV and internet, but she's pretty pleased with our TV, and they said, no, we can do just your internet. They sent a technician out. He brought out, made some connections, put a new box in, and I was floored. When I go through Twitter, I used to have to wait for little videos to download. It would show a little spinning circle. All of that has disappeared. We have almost instant gratification. My two boys they're more tech savvy like you are, Casey, and they're just tickled to death with their gaming and all that now. We had both of them download games simultaneously last night to see if we could burden the system, and it still didn't prevent me from doing things. In the old days, before we had a strict rule, they weren't allowed to download any games until night because it would freeze up our entire systems.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we're much improved around here. We're living large.
Well, congratulations. Wish I had those problems.
Well, it only took us 10 years to figure it out.
Oh, yep. I found our spot here. Actually, I guess I can show you this this overhead of the house. It's hard to make out.
You short-term rental. You rent a condo. Is that what you did?
I don't know what
a standalone house.
I don't know what these are exactly, but or what they're. I think it's a house, right? How many bedrooms? Let's see. One,
oh yeah,
two,
that's a standalone house.
There had to be at least 4 bedrooms and 5 baths, I think.
I'm going to take a guess and say that was $1,800 for the week.
Oh, I don't remember what it was, but that's what it looked like, though.
Those are pretty stiff. Yeah, but it's like renting 4 hotel rooms for 5 days. Yeah, there can be value in it if you travel with enough people.
But we had to,
nice.
like I said,
That's
we had to hoof it down here to get to the beach. There was a little bit of a ways there. That's why we bought the cart to take with us. But it's just a little box, right? But Bruno.
Yeah.
Bruno found his. How do I get out of this? Let's see. Exit. So Bruno, they let him out, and you can't really see it, but there's a. Maybe if I put the. They put him out on the back deck up here, and like I said, there's a trellis up here, but there's there's no other than that trellis from 1 to 5.
He just left it. Yeah, for the most part, he was in the bald sun.
Yep. And the sun, the way that the sun moves here off this portion, it just goes across the sky. This is the whole beachfront over here, and it just goes straight across the sky here. So he had like basically zero shadow from 1 to 5 over here. It was just like dead straight up on him, and so that was kind of a unfortunate for him to be up there like that without that sun or without that shade. I mean, but
Makes you want to grab the guy that put him out there and say, "Listen, I'm going to set your ass out there tomorrow. No water, no nothing, and I'll let you know when you can come back in."
Yeah.
Some people don't have the sense enough to pour piss out of a boot before they put it on.
So we did have to hoof it just a little bit down here to end of a cul-de-sac, and then walk this little ramp to a pier, not a pier, but a boardwalk kind of thing. And then the unfortunate part was when we got down to the end of this thing here, there was a bunch of steps that went down into the ocean area where the beach was. So we had to park our cart at the top.
That's very nice.
And just carry everything down there. But it wasn't. I don't know. I wonder, does this do measurements? Let's see. Does it do? This used to. I feel like Google Maps used to do measurements, and you could find out like how far something was. I don't know that.
Around here, the folks that are owner occupant of those houses, and sometimes the rentals come with them as well. I think JJ, the jet plane, said he's rented one where it came with a golf cart, because the parking, it's not so much driving your car, it's that when you drive down there, there's never enough parking. So the golf carts are the preferred, the tool of the day. Yes, that's why they're so popular. 6-seater golf carts save the day.
Anyways, it was a good time.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, they have a similar setup here. They have the island, and then you'll have the condos that are on the beach where you walk out your door and you literally step out your door and you're on the beach. And obviously those are the highest of demand, so they get a mega premium for those. They just charge. That's the pinnacle for rentals. You pay through the nose for that. If you're willing to go on the inside where you got a little bit more of a walk, while there's a substantial savings. And then if you go farther inland, like I said, farther away from you get from the wet stuff, the more economical it becomes.
Right.
And then,
which usually we will go to a hotel that's quite a ways inland, and in Corpus Christi, and we don't mind driving a half hour to get to the beach. We just pack everything all up for the day and
you're
drive
on
for
vacation
half hour.
anyway.
Yeah.
You don't have anything to do all day anyhow.
And then we just hang out on the beach, and it's really not that bad. It's very inexpensive in comparison. But yeah. Is there any cornholing going on that beach?
Oh, I'm sure.
Only if Danny's there. The question is which comes first, Danny or the cornhole? That's one he'll have to answer. I don't know. What I do know is it's break time. So let me put the message up on the screen. What time? 12:10.
Enjoy your lunch. I'll hang out here with the fellas.
Will do. I'll see you in a bit.
Rugged, what are you doing today?
Yes, to me. Or are you talking to someone else? Sorry, Pirate. I just joined.
No, I'm just asking what you're up to today, man.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I'll tell you what. I am set up here. I'm at the Marriott residence.
Yeah, you said you were heading to the hotel.
Yeah, I'm at the hotel. I got set up, and I am got my dual monitors, two dual 27-inch QHD monitors.
Very nice.
And they're set up here. I'm doing some of my client work here, and yeah, just trying to take care of some of these things. And how about you? What's going on there?
Is it 4 o'clock in the morning?
Nothing too dramatic. Wife and son is here. We had a few visitors yesterday. We had the internet guy come in. Mrs. Pike changed our internet provider, and it's been a wonderful improvement, crazy improvement. I don't understand all this. I don't understand how they do all that, but they did the speed test. I guess previously we were at like, I don't know, 18 or 50, and now we're at like 130. So it was just, it was like night and day. It wasn't even a neophyte like myself. I noticed it. Man, this is incredible. So I had no idea how abysmally slow that we were before. So we're kind of celebrating that today, but no, relatively quiet. It stormed all night and rained all morning, but beyond that, there's not much going on.
Gotcha. Cool. Nice. Yeah, it is such a relief. It's almost like we'll say a hard stool with a spoon, and then you get open that pipeline of internet up.
Yeah. Well, my son used to come home. He'd say, Dad, this is ridiculous. He's like, man, even at my college dormitory, we're 10 times faster than this. And I would bitch him on him. It's like, well, when you get your own damn house, you set up the way you like it, and I'd bitch him on. But I just had no idea that it was that ridiculously slow. And we had I was sharing with those guys before, we had rules where like they weren't even allowed to download games because it would chew up so much of the bandwidth. You couldn't do anything else. So we said, if you're going to download games, you got to do it at night and all that sort of stuff. And even then, if all of us were trying to access the internet, and by all I mean 4 of us, it would go. Somebody would end up getting kind of frozen or glitching a lot. But now it's incredibly fast. And then, like I said, we did a little stress test on it last night. They downloaded 2 separate games simultaneously, and it still didn't seem to affect my ability to go through what I normally do. So we're all in a pretty good place here now.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah.
Censored content.
Yeah.
Gary Glitter.
The song is banned now, by the way. I love it.
4-leaf clover. Make a wish. Wish you weren't so fucking awkward, bud.
Did he make this?
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. I got to look up in the tree. Who else in the say yeah?
Yeah.
The leprechaun. Leprechaun.
Leprechaun say yay.
Good morning.
Hey.
Good morning.
What an entrance. It's like he's coming down ringside, WWF style. Love it.
You guys walk on song, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys would think I'm so pathetic. You know how many times I practiced timing on that before I even logged in.
No, that's what makes it work, man. No, that's the way you got to do it, man. It's got to put in a little effort if you want the thing to hit right. I respect that. I'm embarrassed to admit it. You guys know how much I love comedy and movies as well. I've never seen that whole never go full regard. I've never seen that. The spoof. I think that was a spoof about the military movies.
Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, Tropic Thunder. I've never seen it. I haven't.
You have to see that.
I need to make it. Yeah, I need to make it happen. I feel like I've seen it between all of the clips and all of the famous sound bites from it. But I need to sit down one of these days and watch that.
Yeah. Well, it's just it's a movie that kind of breaks barriers that wouldn't be broken nowadays. Like having Robert Downey Jr.
in
playing
blackface.
actor,
Yeah,
playing
in
actor,
blackface.
playing a white actor playing a black man. And you know
Well, one of my all-time favorite movies is Apocalypse
that movie
Now.
the first time.
Yeah.
I watched that movie the first time, and I didn't know it was Robert Downey Jr. I thought it was a black guy.
Right. Yeah. One of my favorite all-time movies is Apocalypse Now, and of course with Charlie Sheen or Martin Sheen, Charlie Sheen's father. And I guess there's a point in this movie, this parody, where they're passing each other on the river. That's a big part of the movie. Apocalypse Now was on a swift boat going up the river, but I guess it's Charlie Sheen passing Martin, his dad, on passing boats, and each one tells each other that I really liked your work, and Apocalypse Now or whatever.
That's Hot Shots Part 2.
Oh, is that what that is? I'm getting my movies mixed up. Yeah. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I need to make some time and sit down and watch that.
Yeah, the best scene is when they went surfing in Apocalypse Now. They just blew up the whole beach to do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Robert Duvall says, if I tell you it's safe to surf, it's safe to surf. They're blowing the hell out of everything. There's napalm strikes going in. There's close air support and fucking small arms fire. And he's got a guy out there fucking surfing. Great shit, man. How's things in the Great White North today? How's things in Canada?
Oh, it's raining here today. Just gonna do nothing.
Yeah, I was looking up Gary Glitter recently, actually a couple weeks ago, and he has some charges that he was dealt with and served some time.
Yeah, I remember hearing something about
That's why.
that. Sexual assault
why,
charges or
Yeah.
underage minors or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something that I think it was like porn, child stuff like that. But I think the NBA stopped playing that. But that was if you type in like on YouTube, like I did Gary Glitter NBA or something, and he gets these. For me, I used to, back in the '90s, I would watch a lot. I was watching tons of sports, and especially, a big fan of Jordan, as everyone was, and just the hype. When you got Marv Albert, who also got in trouble at one point. All these guys, and there's just the voice and some of the clips that are preserved and archived on YouTube is pretty awesome. And they get the music going and everything, so pretty good. Check that out. Catch me outside. Mm-hmm.
Andrew Morgan, I did not know that. And Andrew Morgan says that part of this new movie that's out, The Bike Riders, which I think is about biker gangs, said was filmed in Cincinnati. That's interesting. I know George Clooney in that movie Ides of March about political. I think it was about political intrigue and how crooked politicians can be. I know they filmed a little bit of that there. So yeah, Cincinnati's not been really especially known for movie making, but it seems like in the last 10 years or so, it's been the location for more than a few movies. That's interesting. Hmm.
Tom Hardy's in that movie.
Yeah. Mrs. Fire said Tom Hardy's in that movie as well, which I got kind of a man crush on him here lately. He's my new favorite actor, male actor, but he's I saw somebody earlier said that he uses a real ridiculous accent in the movie, but it's revealed as to why at the end of the movie or something. So I don't know if he has have some sort of if he's not doing a good job with it, or if it's intentional. So, I'll have to make a point to see that one as well. Andrew Morgan says, believe it or not, Charlie Sheen's brother, Emilio, I know that's Emilio Estevez, yeah, lives in Over the Rhine and loves it. Yeah, Over the Rhine used to be slums and drugs and dilapidated old brownstones. It's gone through quite the renovations, a resurgence, if you will, in the past 20 years.
So we hit 490 today, huh?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I was late this morning. I slept in and we had some rain here and it was hitting softly on the roof. And when I woke up, I thought, man, this is just really relaxing. And I drifted back off to sleep. So I was almost 2 hours late this morning. So I didn't get to see a whole lot after the opening bell, but it looks like we, I don't know if that was an attempt to suck in options players. We've seen that kind of frequently in the last year or so, where the opening bell comes and they paint the tape with this, what looks like is going to be the beginning of something big, and then peters out in no time and spends the rest of the day retracing. Yep. Looks like that was about 10 o'clock, 10 or 10:15. We hit 490. And simultaneously, GameStop did the same thing. GameStop almost lockstep did the exact same chart. It ran up to 2669. Since pulled back from that as well.
Tell you what, I'm looking at some of the TTM wave from out of my indicators. Got bird in mouth. I'll tell you what.
Well, help me out. What is TTM?
I don't know. It's just an indicator.
Oh, that's fair enough. I didn't know. I'm familiar with some of the acronyms. No, I respect that. I'd much rather you say I don't know than try to bullshit me.
Yeah.
No worries. No worries at all.
TTM. Well, so I have TTM squeeze, TTM wave, indicator. I'll tell you what the acronym means.
See, in aeronautical parlance, it stands for total time. You have total time on airframe, which would be like mileage on a car, and you have total time on an engine or a propeller, because all those are time change items. Yeah. Time until time since major overhaul, TMOH or whatever.
Okay. Well, it says here TTM squeeze is a volatility and momentum indicator. What does the acronym mean? It measures the relationship between two studies, Bollinger Bands and loading, and Keltner's channels. When the volatility increases, so does the distance between the bands. Conversely, when the volatility declines, the distance also decreases. The squeeze indicator finds sections of the Bollinger Bands study which fall inside Keltner's channel. So basically, to produce buy-sell signals, the squeeze indicator is plotted along with a momentum oscillator. The momentum oscillator histogram is smoothed up with linear regression and other techniques. When the indicator is on, green, like it is now, and it is, well, depending on the colors here, depending on what system you're using, it could be, here it says, when it's green and the momentum oscillator is cyan, it's considered a buy signal. The signal is supposed to be correct until 2 blue bars in a row. And like nice things on Thinkorswim and stuff. One of the nice features is you can have a TTM, what is it called here? The TTM scalper alert. Not that we're scalping, but you can have these different indicators. Like I have it does like a special beep or something when it reaches that point. This is
yeah, I just never heard of it. I'm familiar with some of them, simple moving averages and daily moving averages and all that sort of thing. But I didn't know. I couldn't recall what the TTM stood for.
Yeah, I'm not seeing actually.
No worries.
Isn't it total trading movement?
Maybe
that might be it. I thought movement was in there for sure.
I heard KC mention it a couple times.
Oh, it says here trade the TTM can stand for trade the market.
Trade the market.
Yeah.
But I'm way the fuck off.
It's all right. I'm just doing a little Googling now. Just trying to see.
It's also interesting news this morning when I was having my coffee, even though I was 2 hours late. I happened to take a moment or two just to run through some stuff, and the Supreme Court is it's really about the challenge to the SEC in-house court system, in-house judgments, and someone has challenged that, has brought a legal action against I guess the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is kind of laughable. It's like having the fox guard the hen house. But apparently it's made its way all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found in favor of whoever it was that brought the challenge against them. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of changes that brings about.
What ticker?
I'm sorry.
Did they say, or was it a private company?
It's not a ticker. The SEC, the Security Exchange Commission. Somebody, they have somebody has brought a legal challenge that I guess I haven't read it, and I'm not a lawyer, but I guess for all intents and purposes, it says that I understand it is the Security Exchange Commission has an in-house judgment system. They have like a judge. So I guess if you run afoul of any of their regulations, that they have like some sort of an in-house judgment process. And the way I understand it is someone has challenged that legally and said, this is bullshit. You can't have the fox guarding the hen house. And I guess it's made its way up the court system, and the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning that they have standing.
Interesting.
And again, I haven't taken the time to read the entire Supreme Court document. I just saw it come across one of the banners, and I thought it was interesting. So if someone has a mind to it, you might want to read up on it later on and find out, because it would indicate that some sweeping changes are coming as far as who enforces the regulations from the SEC, or if not enforces them, who is in charge of adjudicating punishments in the event that someone is found running afoul. At least that's what it appears to be to me. But don't cut my throat if I'm wrong. Do your own reading. It's always interesting anytime the Supreme Court rules on anything, because that's it. That's the final authority. That's the highest court in the land. It's done. There's no more appealing. There's nothing else that can be done. That they are the big boss man. Their rulings are final. So I try to stay abreast of anything that that makes news concerning them.
So is the Papa Mac channel going to go on today? Because these breaks are killing me.
I don't know, man.
This channel's got a little soft. I don't want to. I hate to say something about the host, but he just came off vacation. He needs breaks. Papa Mac straight through.
You're just mad you didn't get candy last time you got in the van, Hayden.
Hey,
Turtle said that Roaring Kitty has posted something new on X. So that's
Yes.
interesting. If anybody can share.
Yes. I heard it was
anything
a
about that.
picture of a. I heard it was a picture of a dog. I just heard this over the wire now, and there's another corresponding company that Ryan Cohen used to be affiliated with, which might be moving up.
Interesting.
I'm not going to
Would
suggest.
that be the Is that the
any
Dogecoin
tickers,
dog?
but,
Is that what you're getting at?
Chewy, maybe.
Oh, Chewy. Oh, that's right. He did.
No,
He was
no.
the guy from Chewy.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, the SEC is basically, I think, in
I'm
everyone's
not sure why, but I mean, well, obviously, unless he's trying to take some.
I'm sorry, Rugged. It's amazing the SEC has been, what I would say, dragging their heels on things that affect us a lot. But yet, everyone can't stop the media, can't stop talking about the SEC and in different states. I guess Massachusetts going up after Roaring Kitty. And yet, they don't see any of the naked short selling, but they probably have an army of guys trying to go over his memes to say what they mean.
Sure.
No, so true.
And he could just go, nope, not what I was saying. I just like to make memes. They're funny.
They're going to have to sit through a lot of memes in congressional hearings.
You'll have to help us out, Dylan Miller. He typed in 741, and I'd like to think I'm pretty much up to speed on everything. What does that mean? Help me out.
Isn't that 741 Doge?
Oh, is that what it is? I don't know anything about it.
The guy that was had that compilation Papa Mac made for.
Oh,
I don't know. Is it?
Somebody said that the Roaring Kitty's Turtle says it's just a cartoon dog. It's very, very basic. So it's going to be hard to decode exactly what point he was trying to make if it's not specific enough to decipher. Papa Mac says, yeah, it's 401 Doge.
401, okay.
So I don't know what 741 means though. Yeah, I don't spend a whole lot of time pouring over all the altcoins and all the scam coins and all that shit. I kind of saw that for what it was when it first took off.
Doge's moving.
Dylan says 7 owners taking 4 companies into one is the general thinking. Okay, thank you, Dylan.
Hey, isn't 741?
I have heard something about that. I have heard mentioned that he's trying to. I heard it referred to as. Casey said it yesterday. It was a SPAC. So yeah.
Isn't 741 also that formula for like a shell? All these things that go around in circles.
Like geometry.
The natural. It's like the natural code.
Oh, you're talking about Fibonacci, the Fibonacci spirals.
Isn't that 741 also?
Yeah, I'm not into all that shit.
Is it like the same, like a seashell has that?
Well, yeah, they say it's a recurring theme in nature. You can find it in
Yeah.
all things. It's like a geometric, a recurring geometric pattern that shows up over and over again. It's mathematical in
Yeah.
nature. Yeah.
It's funny. Kenny G can say that they determine what the prices can be, and yet Roaring Kitty is on everyone's radar. Hypocrites. I wish I was as bright as Keith Gill.
Well, I'll tell you what you do then, Captain. You wish in one hand and shit in the other one and see which one fills up first.
Yeah. That's no kidding. I've got runny stool though, so it's hard to. That's a tough call. When he posts on Twitter, doesn't he?
For the most part, I believe.
All right. Well, I'm playing Dad here for the next hour or two. I'll have to go find it. Late.
Would you like some yogurt, Mom? No, thanks.
One timer, you're not missing a whole lot. It's been relatively quiet. No, you're not missing a whole lot, my friend.
Gonna be a wild night, huh, Pirate?
Yeah, I can't wait. I am ready. Tonight is like it's practically a Super Bowl for me to watch those two presidential candidates go at it. I hope it turns into a seal clubbing. I know that's not very Christian. That's not very Christian like of me or charitable, but I am. It is what it is. I hope it's brutal.
Nothing short of entertaining, I'm sure. That's if the damn thing even goes off.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see how much interference the moderators impart, how much bias that they display. But even then, it won't matter. There he is, man.
Man,
So I'm excited for this evening. We've got our snacks and everything. So
no
welcome back,
politics.
Casey.
No politics, and it's like politics.
We're not talking politics. We're talking about the debate tonight.
I know, that's politics.
Talking about seal clubbing, you know?
Oh,
Seal
yeah,
to the
yeah,
nightclub.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, I didn't say who I was rooting for. I didn't say anything else. I just said I'm looking forward to it, man. It's like the Super Bowl.
So
What are we going to do on election day? On election day, are we going to be allowed to talk
Nope.
on election day, or are we
Nope.
just going to pretend like
Yeah, we're pretending like it's nothing's there. Who cares? Don't give two shits about it.
Yeah, all right.
So let's take a look and see what we got going on here. So I know Chewy's is being brought up in here, and it's kind of important to GME from the perspective of that it's Ryan Cohen, it's his baby, and
That's
so
why I didn't delete that or make an issue out of it, because I kind of thought to myself, I mean, if we're playing it loose and fast, we said anything that's connected, and since we're in GME now, I thought that the same rules applied, so I didn't take any action as far as deleting that. I hope I didn't run afoul of any rule.
So give me a second here. No, we're good. So I'm not going to pull up the chart, but he definitely did post about it and made a point to kind of point it out there. So DFE posted that out. It was interesting because he actually posted it, and I looked at the time. He posted it a minute before it actually even started moving, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull up his post here real quick. Got hiccups.
Yeah, you pull on his post.
The exact time on it was showing up at 12 o'clock p.m. So, and if I'm not mistaken, when I looked at the chart, it wasn't until like 12:01 that the price actually really started moving with the volume pumping in there. So, but anyways, let's take a look at our numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Censored content, good morning or good afternoon to you, whichever you may call it. Let's see here.
Four-leaf clover, make a wish.
Good morning.
Never. That was a bad one. Let's see here. Let me move a couple of screens around here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be a part of your account. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device, you might want to go ahead and set that up as well, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, make sure you guys are getting statements from your brokers on your portfolio and what it is that you hold. It's always important to know what it is that you have and that you keep an accurate documentation of what it is you hold, as you never know when they may accidentally report that as something different. Give me a second here while I log into my account. All right. Take a weekend off and it's like everything's rusty. Can't remember how to get all this stuff pulled up in time here. All right, here we go. Starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange at about 63% going through that and EDGX combined. As it stands right now on AMC, we have approximately 57.7% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX is at 10.19. The combined total on that 67.89%. That is approximately 4.89% higher than what I would expect to see normally going through those exchanges by this time of the day. CHX volume is 7,104 shares going through there, not a whole lot. And GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at 15,224. Also nothing major. Borrow fees, looks like, and shares available to borrow is not changed in the last hour. Fees are at 1.72%. Available amount of shares according to IBKR is still at 250. We're showing IBKR reporting about 800,000 shares borrowed for the day today. According to Ortex, 393,000 shares have been returned. It was 392 an hour ago, so it's changed just a smidgen. It's not really going to change anything in regards to the estimated short-share interest of the free float, which is at 14.84, or the cost borrow numbers, which is min is at 1.47, average 2.56, and max is 4.33. For the day today, there's 71.12 million shares on loan. That's 340,000 shares more on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex has estimated about 2.09 million of that was in returned short interest. Now, it's not all been returned. Most of that was just an underestimate of the amount of short interest that had been returned. So over the last 15 trading days, so they had to bump that number a little bit there to reflect that. According to Ortex on GameStop, about 1.96 million shares returned for the day today. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume is... oh, by the way, if Chewy's hits $45, I just wanted to throw this out there. When Chewy's hits $45, 100% of their call options will be in the money. Just wanted to throw that out there. On AMC for this morning, we have 23.1 thousand contracts in volume at a $5 strike. There's now 29.6. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There's 3.7 thousand contracts. Is now 7.3. The market is suggesting closing price somewhere between $4.50 and $5 by the end of today. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Let's see here. GME is on the list with a... GME is on the list here with a 45.6% buy to 54.4% sell ratio. And nothing else is on the list. MMRI was, let's see here. As of an hour ago, MMRI was 281.97. It's now 281.56. So a little bit down. NASDAQ is up 0.21, Dow Jones is up 0.22, and the S&P 500 is up 0.02. We have 3,096 advancers to 2,499 decliners. That's slightly more advancers than there was an hour ago. Top performing sectors for the day-to-day is consumer discretionary, followed by real estate. The worst performing sectors. Actually, that's not true. It's consumer discretionary, followed by communications. Worst performing sectors appears to be consumer staples, followed by healthcare. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. We have Coinbase up 4.46%. Silvergate's down 6.98%. And that's about it. Gold is currently up 1.24% and is consolidating. Silver is up 0.62, consolidating. Ethereum Classic is up 2.38 and trending up. The US dollar is down 0.16 and did break that level of resistance, but is not moving as quickly as I would have thought. It's actually moving into some consolidation after a trend up. Oil is down, or is up rather, 0.95 and trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.26 and are trending up. SPY is up 0.09 and trending up. VIX is down 0.8, consolidating after a trend down. VB is up 0.22 and trending up. VBR is down 0.13 and consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Tesla is up 0.13 and trending up. Amazon is up 2.4 and is slightly trending down after an uptrend. Cinemark is breaking even for the day and trending back up after a downtrend. Doge is up 2.35 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.47, trending up. GME is up 5.37 and is slightly trending down. HYMC is up 3.23 and consolidating after an uptrend. NCMI is down 3.76 and trending down. Hood is up 1.86 and trending up. And AMC is up 0.96 and slightly trending up after some consolidation. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately 1.4, we'll just call it $1.5 million more inflow than outflow. 10.96 million shares traded so far. After 234 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 18.26 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Pre-market was suggesting that we would see somewhere between 10 and 30 million. So we're on pace for that on a 4-hour chart. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.65, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.89, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.18, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.21, which is average. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Turtle says we may be pawns in this play, but pawns can be the most powerful pieces in the board on a board. Good analogy. Stella says I'm having to train a new effer at work and can't listen into the numbers like I would like to. Effing sucks. Tell them. What's the quote from his mom stinks of elderberries and or something stinks of elderberries and his mom does too? Don't say that. Don't say that.
I think it's your mother smells like elderberries and your father's a hamster or something like that.
I gotta look it up now. Who is that? Who said that? Was that Funky?
Yeah, that was me.
Thanks, Funky. Funky, yes, Funky. Thanks, Funky. Appreciate that. Hold on a second.
Thanks, Funky.
Hold on a second. I gotta
Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah. I know. I'm looking at the quote right now.
I think he said it the opposite way. The fact that your father is a hamster and your mother smells of elderberries.
Let's see. It's the direct quote. This is saying is, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries.
Oh, we're both wrong. Oh my gosh.
My favorite was when he says, "I'll fart in your general direction."
Yeah, I farted in your general direction.
The general direction is what really makes it funny, because it's like not I'm farting at you. The fact that it's like, it's so English of him to say in the general direction.
I don't. Can you explain to me the part about like why is that an insult to call your mother a hamster? I don't get that. I'm not even sure. I don't even understand what. I don't even know what elderberries smell like for that.
Some of their comedy is centered around the fact that it's just ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense, and that's what makes it funny.
I feel like there's got to be some kind of insight to this. Let's see. Let's figure out why that's considered an insult.
Your dad wouldn't be that fierce of a man if he was a hamster.
No, it's your mom. He called your mom a hamster.
Oh, your mom's a hamster?
I fart in your general direction.
Yeah, 'tis but a scratch. The whole thing is just filled with nonsense, like the fact that the rabbit, that little tiny white rabbit, it's like a dragon. In any other stories, they have you have your protagonist, your antagonist, and you have a monster, whether it's Beowulf or King Arthur and the dragons. But no, they've got a rabbit, a little white funny bunny rabbit, and he like dismembers people, and there's like skulls and blood laying all around, and it's just the sheer ridiculousness of it that makes it so funny.
Okay, wait a minute. This sounds like this might be the most
Yeah, Maine Cafe's got it. You tiny-brained wiper of other people's bottoms. Yeah. Funny stuff.
Oh, I got that one too. I got that on.
What are you holding out on us for, man?
Gotta find it.
Huh. Elderberries are used to flavor spirits in certain parts of Europe. Well, that doesn't sound bad. But yeah, most of the things that I'm reading here are all saying it's just gibberish. It's just meant to be funny because it's ridiculous.
Well, it might be the fact that if it's used to to flavor out, spirits, then basically you're calling someone an alcoholic.
Elderberry wine is quite common.
Maine Cafe may be onto something. He says the joke is that they're French, so they don't get the English language correct, and there might be some of that at play too.
Yeah, so like he's trying to call his dad a drunk, and he's trying to call his mother a. Oh shoot! There was something I just read here just a minute ago. The mother
smells offensive or something.
Like a rat or something like that, essentially.
Right,
but like they're
but
calling
it's lost in translation.
Yeah, it's lost in translation, so it ends up becoming a hamster and smelling of elderberries. So like it. Essentially, that's what it is.
I think you're right, Magnolia on Maine Cafe. I think you're correct.
Yeah. It was supposed to be your mom's a rat and your dad's a drunk.
We have a similar, let's say, well, not a joke, but it's kind of like a joke, as you would say it as a joke to friends, but it doesn't make sense in English because you don't articulate words. So in Romanian, you can articulate a word and give it the form of a male or female. So you can say like an American, but you can say a male American or women American in just articulating the word. So what I'm getting at.
Okay, I'll bite. Can you say the two so we can hear what the difference is?
What?
Yeah, I want to hear them too.
So it's American and Americanka.
Okay, Kanka is girl.
Americanka.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm getting at is it's related to gypsies. So you have gypsy, which is Tsigan, which is a guy, and Tsiganka, which is the woman gypsy, right? And we would say to guys, just to piss them off, like your grandma's a gypsy guy. So.
Right, I get it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think for what it's worth, it's just funny because you're like, yeah, your dad's a drunk, and your dad got drunk and had sex with a hamster, and here you are.
Yeah, Magnolia on Maine said that's his absolute favorite movie, him and his sister can recite it entirely. I respect that, man. I have that kind of love for movies as well, where you watch them so many times that you can just about recite every single line for each character.
Mine growing up was Top Gun. I can't do it now. There's no way I could do it now, but I know there was a time in my life where we could. Yeah. I have no idea how many times I watched that movie.
Outlaw Josie Wales was one for me. Clint Eastwood, and then Caddyshack, of course, and then to some extent Smokey and the Bandit. I love the sheriff's character in Smokey and the Bandit.
I burst my pimples at you. Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. You just made me want to do something. Hold on a second here.
Ducking Bullish said his was Tombstone. You're not alone in that, Ducking Bullish. There's many people have memorized everything from Tombstone because the writing in it was so amazing. Donkey Kong knows. Yep. There's no way, boy, that you will come from my loins. When I get home, the first thing I'm going to do is punch your mama in the mouth. My favorite one by far, though, was when he's in the restaurant. They stop at the gas station, and he doesn't know it, but he's standing next to Burt Reynolds, who plays the role of the bandit. And he tells him, "Give me." The sheriff says, "Give me a Diablo sandwich and a Dr. Pepper. Make it fast. I'm in a goddamn hurry." I just love that shit. Burt Reynolds asks him, "Who's chasing you?" He says, "Ain't nobody chasing me, boy. I'm after a goddamn maniac."
This might go on the list of the most grossest things I have ever pulled you on.
Oh, pimple popping here. Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and say yes on that one. Yeah, many times. Blackheads. Yeah, blackheads too. Whatever.
I'm just curious. I'm curious. I just want to know. It's one of those. I just don't think I've ever.
Well,
I don't think I've ever asked before.
Casey, for the kids out there in chat who thinks it's all relationships are all snowflakes and flowers and butterflies. Your significant other poops and farts as well.
Yeah.
And you need to love them for who they are as a whole, not for who they are during the dating phase. That's the honeymoon phase. It goes, it passes. Understand everybody's a human, has bad days. And
keep it real.
Take it all as a package.
I think it's interesting the breakdown on some of these votes because I think it's interesting that 33% say no and then 20 somebody I gotta hit it myself and then 20% of your whatever is saying this.
You needed to include an option on there of yes I do, but I won't admit to it.
Look, this is a silent vote, right? Like nobody's gonna judge you for this.
Well, we don't
because
know,
they don't
man.
know.
You could get hacked. You could get hacked, and we could lose. Somebody could ferret out names. They could start figuring out detailed information on who voted which way. I don't trust anything anymore.
Look at that though. That's crazy. There's 29, 29, 29. That's so crazy. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, 29 and 29 is like no and oh hell no. So.
Yeah, I mean, it does add up a little bit there. It's definitely leaning more towards the no side, that's for sure. And if you don't have a significant other, don't vote. Just don't. Actually, it's okay to vote. No, it is. It is okay. It is okay.
Not.
If you no. If you had a significant
phenomenon.
other, if you had a significant other, would you do it? And so it still applies to you.
Okay.
So, yeah, it still
All
applies.
right, I see.
Yeah. I think it still applies. but don't feel obligated to put any comments in because I don't want you. It does forever get recorded for history to see. So, and I don't want you guys to feel like you're.
I can remember being about 7 years old, and my grandmother was still alive, and she was morbidly obese, and she made me trim her toenails. I think it scarred me for life, man. And you can just imagine what those toenails looked like. But yeah, it was. I had no choice in the matter. I mean, it was just the way it was. But
were they like Fritos, Pirate?
Well, they were those. No two were alike to begin with, so that's off-putting right there. There was no.
What is a back
There's
facial?
no uniformity to it between toes, and then they were all like curled up and deformed and
when you finish
irregular
on the back,
edges.
What the heck is a? I've never even heard of that before. Ducking bullish.
Facial, is that where they like put some sort of a mask or something on their back?
It's gotta be.
Well, if you got blackheads on your back, you got bigger issues than getting a facial. You might want to start hitting that shower a little bit more.
Yeah, I've never had anything like that. Cysts at the size of a golf ball. That's ridiculous. I've actually never had anything beyond like just a normal sized pimple. But I'll tell you what. I'm not sure if it's maybe it's the summertime when I start using like things like sunscreen a little bit more when I go outside and whatnot. But I get these. It almost is like a rosacea or something on my cheeks. Let me show you guys. It's really kind of weird. I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but I get rashes here, and it follows almost right underneath the bottom of my glasses where my glasses are, and I don't know if maybe like my glasses are causing buildup or whatnot there, but it definitely, whenever I start using like sunscreen or something like that on my face, it gets even worse. But I don't know. It goes away if I have my dermatologist gave me this cream that I can use. It makes it go away, but it's I hate that. I can't stand it when it pops up during the summertime. Hey, Ron. It's good to be back, man. I wouldn't be the same place if I wasn't asking you weird questions like that. Rugged saying, do I have a nickel allergy? Maybe I do. I mean, I don't know because
that's a very real possibility. It's funny that Real Rugged said that because Mrs. Pirate is allergic to nickel. She didn't find out until she was over 50 years old. It was a severe allergy to nickel.
My arms don't break out. I would think that if I had an allergy, it wouldn't just pop up in certain locations. And I think it's like I said, I think they're contact points, like where my glasses hit my face or something, because that's where it seems to show up the most. I don't really have any other problem anywhere else.
That's what he put in chat. He's like, if your glasses are nickel and they rub on your cheek right there, that could be it.
Oh, Well, they could be.
You don't have nickel glasses rubbing on your arms, so your arms won't become inflamed.
Okay, but then how come it's not happening during the wintertime? It's only happening when it's gets warmer out.
That's true.
It's just contact. It's just a contact point, is all it is.
Because in the summer you sweat, and your sweat has acid in it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That makes sense too. Yeah. The salt.
Yeah.
Canadian scientist.
My wife is like, well, you just need to wash your face more often. Like that's the go-to thing. It's probably true.
Any of you guys wear glasses? Have anybody in your family who could never get the technique down for putting contact lenses in? My son spent almost an hour and a half at an optometrist yesterday, and tried to convert him from glasses to contacts, and he could not get it done. They just left in frustration. I was just wondering if that's frequent, or if he's an anomaly that he can't quite get the whole thing about putting the contact. He can't hold his eye open, and I'm wondering if that's
I don't blame
there's a
him.
trick to that.
I don't blame him. I could never. It'll be glasses or nothing for me or LASIK surgery, because I just don't think I could ever put a contact lens in my eyeball. I think there's just some people who can do it, and some people who just can't.
Yeah. I became, well, I ain't gonna lie, I got a little pissed over the whole thing because he wants to do away with the glasses, but I don't understand what's so hard about just holding your eye open and rolling your eye up into your head or focusing in the corner. I mean, it's no different than picking a chunk of wood out of your eye or a piece of dust or something. But I even tried to put him in myself. He let me experiment. He sat down on a bar stool with his head back, and I tried to pry his eyes open and shove the damn thing in. But,
That doesn't sound good.
I did, and I couldn't. His eyelid was stronger than my fingers. I mean, I told him we should go back to the eye doctor and use those little clamps. They got some sort of clamps that they use when they operate on somebody's eyes. I just felt like if he could get the contacts in the first time, that he would become accustomed to them, and then from there on out it would be easier. But this is the second time. It's been an epic failure.
Huh. You know, they use that in interrogations too, I think.
Dude, Mrs. Pirates wore contacts for many, many years until she eventually got LASIK. And I thought that with her, even with all the tricks she tried to show me, he just could not make it happen. And I was just wondering if anybody else had encountered that. Dark Lotus says glasses ain't that bad. That's his thing. Lotus, you're just going to do the glasses, and that's the end of it.
So did you guys hear the news as to perhaps maybe why that Chewy was starting to take off? Do you know what that's all about? I'm not sure if you guys had heard.
I ran across a few articles and I didn't dive into them or nothing, but isn't there something to do? Doesn't all this tie back into Bed Bath and Beyond and lawsuits and the possibility that Ryan Cohen could be buying giant blocks of shares to try to take back over the company or something?
There was some
along those lines, or am I off?
There was something that said that they were going to be buying back a bunch of shares and then retiring them. And I can't remember exactly how many it was, but it was in the millions. It was like 13 million shares or something like that, that they were going to be buying back and then retiring. So basically, like, it's a share buyback with a reduction in the amount of shares outstanding. Let me see if I can find the article real quick here while I'm just before we get into numbers again. But let's see if I can find it. So 7 hours ago, this is from TipRank's auto-generated news desk. At 5:29 this morning, they said Chewy Incorporated has struck a deal to repurchase 17.55 million shares of its Class A common stock from Buddy Chester Sub LLC, an affiliate of BC Partners, for about $500 million. This move, approved by an independent special committee, and the board will see the shares retired once the transaction is finalized by June 27th. The repurchase is independent of the existing share repurchase program and is part of an effort to optimize the company's stock value for shareholders. So let me see here real quick. I'm just kind of curious. I'll go away. No, I did not want that. All right, let me see here. Let me do some quick maths.
Someone had mentioned earlier that they had the whole thing about 941 or 741 was a reference to they were trying to essentially turn GameStop into, like you said yesterday, a special acquisition company, a SPAC, and that they were going to use that giant cash hoard, their war chest of money, to start accumulating other companies and make like a I don't know what you would compare it to, but
so I just wanted to do
that would make sense then.
The quick dirty math on this, and they opened at $28.85 today. And the price that they were paying for those shares was $28.49. So it already opened higher than what they were paying per share. But the fact of the matter is that they're retiring 17 million shares when they have outstanding 435 million. So it's not a big chunk, but it is a sizable amount. I guess if he were to hold those positions through a broker, and that broker did not actually have those shares currently, then they probably would have had to have very quickly purchased a bunch of shares in order to have the shares needed to retire. If that makes any sense. Somebody's hot. What is that? Preacher, you're hot, buddy.
Preacher's getting down.
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem. So that could be a little bit of what it is that we're seeing going on there. I think if anything, if that, let me just look at something else here real quick. Okay, so their average 3-month volume is 10.41 million. So if you figure that they're buying back 17 million shares, and that means that there's not that many shares out there floating around in existence, right? Because you could actually, if you take that number, it actually tells me that that stock's not being heavily shorted for whatever reason. Because, I mean, it's 10.41 million shares out of, what did I say, 435 million outstanding? That's a really low number. Let me just check Ortex on this real quick. I'm kind of curious. Duplicate. It's actually short share interest of the free float's at 15.48%. But the amount of shares on loan is only at 10 million. Oh, I see what's going on here. All right, riddle me this. Let's see if you guys can figure it out. They have 20.36 million in short interest, right? The total outstanding shares I read to you, but the total amount of short share interest of the free float's 15.48%. So that means that should tell you a little something about the company right off the top of the like right off the bat. That should tell you something interesting about the company.
It's a little high. The short interest is a little high.
Well, right.
15%.
So the free float, so the shares outstanding is 435, but the free float's only 129 million. So what does that mean?
Oh, a lot of it's closely held. It's either held by institutions or closely held by insiders.
Insiders. It's all held by insiders.
Right,
like a shit ton of it's held by insiders.
The founding members, the people who were there at the very beginning.
Which means those shares are going to be tied up, and they don't have as many shares as you would think to actually be trading in the marketplace. So 10 million shares traded on a daily basis out of 129, or we'll just call it 130 in existence in the free float, and that changes the whole story. Let's see, 10.41 divided by, we'll just do 130 times 100. That's 8%. So they actually are pretty heavily shorted. That's 8% of their total available shares to be able to be traded in the marketplace is traded on a daily basis, which is a huge amount. So if somebody were to come in and suddenly say, like, we want to retire 17 million shares, that's a lot of shares. Somebody's going to have to go out and instantly start finding a bunch of shares because somebody's going to want to retire them, and they have to find them quick. And there's not a lot.
Did I understand correctly? It's what, 35 or 30 something million? So is it half of the shares that are being
17 something million
out of
the free float is standing at 130.
Okay.
130, and then the article says 17.55 million.
Mm-hmm.
It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I do now.
Unfortunately.
Do you suck on the nipples? Do you suck on the pimples?
No.
No, that's just nasty.
That's
Why would
gross.
you say something that nasty?
Well, because he does, so he just wants to know he's not alone, but I guess he is. I don't know.
Why do I say something that nasty? to, you know,
Shock value.
yeah, exactly. I just got here.
Okay.
Casey,
I just got
sorry,
back.
I just don't remember this number, but what's the free float of GME? Just if you remember off the top of your head, like.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Rough
Let's look and
number.
see.
Okay, I'll check.
Free float's 388 million.
And then the other question: what are pimples made out of? Like, what's inside? What is that stuff that comes out?
Pus.
Like, I think you joined the wrong Discord.
It is pus.
Is it pus, really?
Yes.
It's not cream cheese?
No.
Damn it. You put that up there. I had to. Hell no, I don't even touch my significant other.
Okay, well, that sounds like a you problem.
It is a you problem, I know.
One timer saying is DFE hinting GME does the same. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I mean, I think he may be suggesting that GME's got, they have a lot of potential, a lot of different opportunities of things that they can do with their cash. If they wanted to do some kind of share buyback, if price went lower, they could potentially do that. I'm not saying that's what he's suggesting. I'm just saying that there are a lot of options that they have with the $4 billion that they have.
Oh, he posted a new one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
We got about 6 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. So far, we're holding that support line that I've got drawn up on the page here. It's getting close, but we are holding it as of right now. The big key number was staying above 470 before the day is over today to really get that 1 hour time interval to really kind of show some good numbers. And you can see here we're sitting all over the conversion line here. I mean, we're tiptoeing right on it, and we've printed a TD9 now on a 1 hour, which means we may see price kind of do a little bit of retracement here. And I would expect to see that retracement come back down to probably around that 468 level, or closing around the same price as maybe what we saw yesterday, if it were to get a reversal in. We did touch the Bollinger Bands on the way up here pretty heavily, so we'll probably see a little bit of a pullback before the day is over. I don't know what kind of added stress or pressure this is going to put on the marketplace with everything that's happening with Chewy, but who knows? Could be a good thing. Roadrunner says, like GME if DRS. Not exactly. So they need to have more short interest. The whole thing about the DRS thing, here's the most crazy part to me more than anything. Like, so many people recognize DFV as being the guy who's a part of, I guess maybe if you want to call the origination of the ape community, has DRS'd 0 shares of his. 9, what does he have?
You think that would
9
count
million?
for something? You think that example would serve? You think that would be enough?
Yeah, just like a little over 9 million shares now in ownership, and he hasn't DRS'd a single share.
Right.
That should tell you something. DRS is like a spigot for the pressure that you need for a gamma squeeze, and when you cut off the spigot of blowing up your balloon that you want to pop, then you're suffocating it. You're suffocating your balloon. It's completely different than ownership through Insiders. Insider shares never hit the marketplace at all. Dario says, didn't he win like 16 billion in the lawsuit? I don't know. I mean, I guess if they're buying him for 500 million, it doesn't seem like the same number, but I'm not sure. I see 500 million is what they're paying for him. You know, Ducking Bullish says Ryan Cohen founded Chewy. I think he did, but I'm not positive if he founded Chewy or not. I think he did, though. I want to say like
you're on vacation, Casey. But my favorite post that I read recently on Twitter about Roaring Kitty was some guy busting his balls about being down. Of all things, it was a thing of beauty, and of course, man, they just flamed him. He went down in flames, but it was one of those days where GameStop has been down, and I guess it fell below what, everybody knows what Roaring Kitty's average price is, $23 and change or whatever, I think. But regardless of what the numbers are at that particular day, I guess simple math showed that Roaring Kitty's account was down 4 million, and some guy was on there, some blowhard, another big mouth with a little brain, talking about how Roaring Kitty's, if he's so cool, how come he's down 4 million? And they just lit the guy up. It was like, I'm like, the guy started with 50 grand and he's up 200 million. And you want to, with a straight face, you want to tell me he's down? Like, some of you guys just need to shut the fuck up.
So I'm reading a little wiki on this real quick here. And it says that he did found Chewy in 2011. With him and Michael Day. In March 2012, the company estimated a total yearly revenue of $26 million, despite losing money in its first half. By 2017, the company had a revenue of approximately $2 billion and 51% of online pet food sales in the U.S. At the time, CEO Ryan Cohen prepared to take Chewy public to both Petco and PetSmart approached with merger offers. Petco's offer would be paid in part using stock, whereas PetSmart offered an all-cash bid that would allow Chewy to remain a completely separate business. In 2017, Chewy was purchased by PetSmart, a retail entity backed by private equity firm BC Partners for $3.35 billion, which at the time was the largest ever acquisition of an e-commerce business. Says, following the acquisition, Cohen remained CEO and operated the business largely as an independent unit of PetSmart. Between 2017 and 18, Chewy's sales increased from $2.1 billion to $3.5 billion, with 66% of sales coming from customers signed up for automatic recurring shipments. Kind of crazy. Roadrunner says correct, but it also, in theory, reduces the available amount of shares. So, what does short interest come from? And the answer to that is borrowing of shares. If you reduce the amount of shares available to be borrowed, then all you're simply doing is reducing the quantity of short interest that you can possibly have open. If you reduce the quantity of short interest that you can have open, short interest is what you need to have a short squeeze. They don't just call a short squeeze unless you have short interest. So no short interest, no short squeeze. So you need to have building short interest in order for you to have a short squeeze to even be possible in the first place. And since GME's short interest rate now is only sitting at 13% or something like that, the last thing you would want to see is the tightening of the a tightening of the waistband around the balloon, and basically suffocating out any kind of short interest possibility. Short interest is sitting at 11.62% right now.
Well, I failed my high school math. I made no secret of that. But isn't it correct that if they retire shares, if there's 20, let's just say there's 15% short interest right now, and they retire shares, doesn't that mean the short interest goes up?
Yes.
Because nobody closed any accounts.
Yes.
So if let's just say I have 100 shares and you borrow 20, you're in for 20%. But if I retire half of those, now you're up to 40%.
Yes.
You know, because short interest is just a ratio. It's just a percentage of how many shares are on loan as opposed to what is available. So if you reduce the number that's available by 15 million, then the interest has to go up. It's simple math, unless I'm missing something.
No, you're absolutely right. It's just it's a ratio of how much is available to be traded in the marketplace versus what's actually being loaned out for the purpose of shorting. But if you had, but because you take your shares off of the marketplace and don't allow those shares to be able to be traded in the marketplace, doesn't necessarily mean that you're taking away from the amount of volatility that can occur in the market. So you need to think of it more as like what's the word I'm looking for here? Just because insiders hold shares outside the market, those are never accounted for in volume. But when you take actual shares that could be a part of the volume that's traded in the marketplace and you pull those out, that volume never gets to explode. You never get to have exploding volume cycles because those shares are locked up in a situation where they can't be traded back and forth between institutions. And volatility is what causes or creates these massive spikes in prices where tons and tons of shares need to be able to be traded in the market.
It's real simple. It's what we're here for. You need that continuing feedback loop of ever increasing volumes of purchasing, and each time it's for a higher price.
Right.
It's not real hard. It's what we've been waiting for 3 years, is that somebody has to start buying, and then consequently somebody needs to sell. And then we need that to start happening in a faster and faster fashion. And each time the price should get higher and higher and higher. It's not too complicated.
There would be a case to be made that, if you said you wanted to create a situation where shares couldn't be found once a squeeze had already started. At that point in time, if people were to DRS their positions and create a situation to where like we're already talking about, the gamma ramps already happened.
I see where you're going.
We're moving into 3-4 digit numbers, maybe even 5-digit numbers on the stock price. If then you suddenly locked up,
everybody went en masse, and DRS'd them.
Now you have a situation.
We could talk about that. Yeah, we could talk about that. Yeah.
That's when you want to have scarcity, is when the price is already high, not when the price is low.
It could be like turning on a turbo thruster. Because then the feedback loop has already begun. You've already had enough shares in the marketplace changing hands, and the price is spiraling up, and it's spiraling up. Then if instantly there isn't any more, I could see how that could be incendiary.
Right.
What about the market maker doing the market maker things,
just creating liquidity out of nothing, right? Like, just like, here you go. Yeah. So that's when people are buying shares though, right? So the market maker can't fill an order from another institution who actually needs to have a share to return. So that's what they're doing to our positions when we're creating a position when we buy. But if an institution needs to buy a position, they can't just give them a share and be like, "Oh, here you go. Here's infinite liquidity, and you can just go ahead and replace that with this infinite liquidity." No, that doesn't work. They actually have to have something to return.
Is it because they're buying in bricks?
No.
Is that why? Is it more dangerous for them? Is that why? Or
when you say they're buying in bulk, I'm not sure.
Like, we're talking about, say an example. I'm buying 10.
Mm-hmm.
Institutions are buying 10 million. That's what I mean. Like, is it because more of a risk for them that they actually need to fulfill the order with real shares?
the risk becomes they have to be able to trade volume that exists, like real volume
Okay.
that
Yes,
exists,
yes,
instead of
yes.
just creating, or not creating, but trading back and forth many different times. A small quantity of volume. So I'm trying to think of a good way to try. I think I know what you're asking. The risk doesn't come through the amount or the quantity. It comes more through whether or not there's an actual position that requires something to be delivered. So for you, when you buy a position, nobody's delivering you anything. You don't.
The broker is the one.
Your broker's telling you,
Billing it, right?
"I'm recording you
It's a
down."
ledger entry.
Yeah, you're
You're
a
a
ledger.
ledger entry.
Yeah, that's it. You're a ledger entry. But now, if one
You're a
institution
spreadsheet
says
number.
to another institution, "I need you to give me," and it doesn't matter what the quantity is. It could be 10 shares or it could be 1,000,000 shares. It doesn't really matter what the quantity is.
Oh, it doesn't
If
matter.
they
They
say,
can't use the ledger. They can't make them
Yeah.
a ledger entry. They got to actually send the shares over.
well, they could make a ledger entry, but it depends on whether or not these are positions that, like, are they,
Well,
are
if,
they,
if they
yeah.
did that, if they decide to make it a ledger entry, then they assume the risk.
Right.
Because if IBKR sells 10 million shares to Thinkorswim or Schwab, and they don't send the shares, they just do a ledger entry. Now, whatever Schwab does with them, if it goes up or down, the risk falls back to the guy who issued the IOU. That's the problem. That's the problem I can't figure out on this whole thing with the phantom shares or whatever you want to call it. Is there's a risk on that. If I sell you something and I give you the title to the car, but you don't come pick up the Corvette, but I just say, don't worry, it's in my garage. If you ever need it, Casey, you come get it. The day you come get it is where my risk is at. Because
Yeah.
now I got to go out on the open market and find that. And it doesn't matter to you. You're like, dude, you got to have my Corvette by dark. I'm coming to get it. That's when the shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
So the risk, it's all, I've said before, this all about who's holding the risk.
Yep.
And that's why I keep saying this goes back to banks, because the banks are backstopping all of this. It's, and I know we people get tired of the cliches. We keep running back to the movie Big Short and all of those other ones, but it's the same thing. You'll find out that it's the banks that are the ones that are holding all of this. It's not so much the money market makers or the Ken Griffins. They're in it. They're up to their neck in it. But they've got a partner in this, and that's the bank that's behind them.
So now,
somebody,
wait,
if you
hold on.
wanna
Stop
sell- if you wanna sell a
right
position- yeah,
there.
go ahead.
Imagine for 1 second that you had all these institutions who have ledgers going on, and you've taken every single share out of the marketplace, and all they have is just ledgers. Wouldn't that make them like super happy that they could sit there and be like, well, I got no risk anymore because you've taken out everything that I can trade back and forth, and I can just sit here and write ledgers all day long. And I'm never going to be at any risk because you got those shares locked up someplace, and the price is just going to sit there and sit idle at a low price, and volume's going to start driving down further and further and further, and you're never going to have the volatility that you need to see the light of day for price discovery. Because why? Because because every institution is willing to trade on that risk and on ledgers and not actually have to trade positions back and forth. When you start making it dangerous for them is when you start giving them huge amounts of quantity of volume to be able to be trading. That's when it becomes a problem because they have the shares to be able to trade back and forth, and it's like, oh shit, we got to move this stuff, and if we're left holding the bag, we're going to be that guy. We're going to be that guy who gets stuck, needing to find shares and we don't have any. You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know about risk. In the end of the day, there's danger for somebody. And that risk is being shoveled back to, they can sell whoever they want. I can sell Yucca 1,000 shares today and take his money, and I can give him an IOU for that. The risk, he's got his money. In his mind, he owns those shares. But now I'm holding that risk that the minute he comes and says, I want to sell, well, if his shares are worth more, I got to eat that. That comes out of, that Mrs. Pirate got to eat that. So it's about risk. Whereas if I had bought the shares from Real Rugged and handed them over to Yucca, then I no longer have the risk. But as long as I tell you, give me the money, and I'll mark you down for I owe you, you're carrying that risk on your books, and that's the strangest thing to me. Roadrunner's talking about swaps, to some extent. But to have swaps, you got to have somebody as a counterparty. So then the counterparty, if it's truly swaps Roadrunner, then the counterparty is taking the risk. There's no such thing as a play where somebody doesn't stand to lose. It's a zero sum game. So
Yeah, having swaps is not. I mean, that's simply a way of being able to place risk onto somebody else. It's another way of removing risk.
Passing the hot potato. It's moving and passing the hot potato around.
That
to somebody else.
doesn't change anything. Like getting rid of the amount of shares that are traded in the marketplace is not. And those swaps will still occur, regardless of whether the shares exist or not. The swaps will always just occur. That's a part of. It's a way to create a product that puts risk onto somebody else other than you. And that's it. And it may be a timed product, and it more than likely will not exist in the U.S. It'll probably be in some kind of foreign market. All right, I gotta do numbers because I gotta take another break. I got a phone call I gotta make. I just got a message saying I got a phone call to make here. So, what's that?
You had a vacation. What do you mean? Break.
Yeah, it's kind of normal stuff.
That's just the problem with this country.
What's that? Breaks?
Everybody's always everybody's taking a break.
I guess I don't know.
Like, go on.
Let me take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. I might be having a problem with Ortex right now, so I may not get you guys Ortex numbers, but we'll see here. I was having this issue last week as well, where if I had multiple screens open, it was having an issue, and I went and probably messed it all up again. Oh no, it came up. Okay, we're good. All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 57.66% going through off exchange, EDGX at 10.29%. The combined total 67.95%, or about 3.95% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume is 7,104 shares. Nothing unusual about that. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in at 20,305 shares. Also nothing unusually large. It needs to be over 30,000 to be unusual. Shares available to borrow has not changed from IBKR in the last hour. Fees are still at 1.72%. According to Ortex an hour ago, there was 393,000 shares returned on AMC. It's now 438,000 shares. And on GME, actually, before I report the rest of this, that's actually leaving the estimated short-term interest of the free float at 14.84%. The cost per borrow mins at 1.47, average is 2.58, max 4.33. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 71.12 million shares. And that's 340,000 shares more than it was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that there was a return of about 2.09 million shares. And of course, that's only because they were underestimating and what the returns were. So they had to drop their estimates to reflect that from the last 15 trading days. Let's see here. Let me pull up GME again. I don't have it pulled up right now. GME is showing... an hour ago, GME was showing... that is not GME. What the heck? GME is showing 3.2 million shares returned so far for the day-to-day, according to Ortex. So quite a few shares being returned. Orders by Fidelity customers. Oh, shoot, no, options. Hold on a second. My bad. Highest amount of call options was at a $5 strike for calls an hour ago. There was 29.6 thousand contracts in volume. There's now 30.9 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 7.3 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 8.4. There's market still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. As I scroll through this list here, you might want to look for Chewy. Buy to sell ratio. There's 46.13% buys to 53.87% selling. Got a little bit of paper hands going on there, and there's Chewy. Retail is doing just a little bit more buying than selling, 52.48. I do not see AMC on the list. Close. No. Oh, shoot. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Casey.
Yeah.
You said retail is doing buying.
Yeah. Yep.
But I thought we don't affect the movement.
I mean, so you need to think of it as you do affect movement, but it's not immediate. You don't notice it right away. Like it takes time. So
okay.
So your buying pressure does impact price, but it's not immediate. It's not going to have like an effect today. And that's because of these settlement cycles that are required by the market in order for people to actually deliver a share. But of course, your brokers, again, like we talked about, just putting you on a ledger someplace. So more than likely, maybe not even buying your position at all. But it's hard to say. I mean, they're supposed to be doing it, but you can't assuredly say that they are. But your buying pressure puts leverage on your broker to make sure that they hold a position that's not going to be too risky for them. And if they don't leverage correctly, then they run the risk of happening what happened to Robinhood back in 2021. All right. MMRI was 281.56. It's now 282.09, so a little bit of an increase. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.426 as of an hour ago. It's now 0.432. We're starting to see this starting to increase again. Oof, look at that. Nice little gap up there. NASDAQ is up 0.15, Dow Jones is down 0.11, and the S&P 500 is down 0.01. We have 2,962 advancers to 2,671 decliners, rather. The market is more declining than it was an hour ago. The top trending sectors for the day-to-day is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The worst performing sectors are consumer staples, followed by healthcare. On the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's close will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 4.42. Silvergate is down 6.98. And that might be all that I read. This one's close. Goldman Sachs is down 2.41. Gold is up 1.13 and trending down. Silver is up 0.52 and trending down. Ethereum Classic is up 2.13 and is starting to make a little bit of a trend down from a trend up that it was in earlier. But overall, on a larger time scale, I'd say this is still... it looks like it's starting to move into maybe some consolidation. It definitely peaked out on the top of a descending parallel channel that I had drawn up here and did not break out of that. It should break out of this at some point, though. Might happen overnight. The US dollar is down 0.13, but is consolidating after breaking a level of resistance here and not trending up just yet. Oil is up 1.19 and is consolidating. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.18 to 0.22 and are trending down. SPY is down 0.09 and trending down. VIX is down 0.8, consolidating at 1250, with futures suggesting it should be around 1388, which is what it's been saying all day today. VB is up 0.08 and is trending down. VBR is down 0.29, trending down. Tesla is down 0.22, trending down. Cinemark, let's go to Amazon. Amazon is up 2.56 and consolidating. Cinemark is down 0.24 and starting to trend down a little after consolidation. Doge is up 1.75 and is and currently the trend appears to be down, but overall on a longer term basis, it's still trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.27 and still trending up. It looks like more like consolidation more currently, though. GME is up 3.47 and is trending down. HYMC is up 3.45 and consolidating. NCMI is down 3.08, making a reverse off of a downtrend into an uptrend. Hood is up 1.16, trending down, and AMC is up 0.96 and is consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day. There's $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 11.99 million shares traded so far after 234 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for 19.98 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. I'm going to go with even amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.39, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 64.23, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.3, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, a little bit of whipsaw going on right now, and but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 50.98, which is average. And with that, I yield my time to the back of the big tramp while I look something up real quick here. Interesting. Have you guys seen this? Did it just delete my emojis? It did. Damn it.
They all popped up in the chat.
Oh, you see
Your
them?
entire emoji bar. Popped up in one. Your entire emoji bar popped up in one.
Okay, for me, it made it so I can't see it. But can you guys see it? You can see it, okay?
Yeah, exactly. See
all right.
all of them.
So apparently, at some point or another, DFV tweeted out 35 emojis. Let me see. What is today? Today is 6/27. Let me see something real quick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 days from now. It's just like I said. All right. Tell me, what did he just post today? What image did he post?
35? Are you saying 35 from now? Like a boom?
No. There's 35. There's 30. Those 35 emojis are there to give you. A lot of people believe that's the.
You got to count back.
It's a timeline.
You got to count back. From today, count back. From today, count back 35, and then look at what he did.
Trading days.
Because he has, Because look, it has kaboom, and cheers. Kaboom. That's the 4th of July.
No.
And kaboom. No? Am I wrong?
So the dog. Well, the dog is. If he posted the dog on Twitter today, and the dog is where we're at.
Okay. Where's the dog at? I don't see the. Whoa, right there.
Yeah, the dog is 5 from the end.
Yeah.
Oh, right here.
6 from the end, next to the American flag.
5.
Yeah, 5
So
days.
today, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except the weekends, right? So the third.
You don't count. You don't count the weekends, and the third is a half trading day.
Yeah.
But notice that the fireworks is because if you let me see if we count the days right here. Today would be the dog, so then you have the U.S. would be the 28th, eyes would be the 1st, fire would be the 2nd, third is basically the day before 4th of July, which has got the firework blowing up, and then the toasting is on the 5th. Because we don't trade on the 4th.
Damn it all.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Turtle, he posted 35 emojis. Turtle, the tinfoil hat theory is the decode guess is that each one of those emojis represents a day. So
he posted it.
Take that and read into it what you want.
Value.
When is the first date that you're counting from?
The first day that I'm counting from, May.
You're saying the dog.
You're
saying the dog.
I'm
if
counting.
The dog come out today, then the
I'm
dog
counting
is
from
today.
the 3rd, but I'm not sure what he counted from. So if we were to count back the days, and we have to take out some days that are not traded, I think. Right. So if you'd have to.
All you got to do is say if the fireworks is the 4th of July. Even though I know that they don't trade on the 4th of July, if he's using fireworks to represent the 4th of July,
Well, the firework would be the 3rd, though.
Friday.
But the firework is for the 3rd. Yeah.
I don't see the emojis. Where did he post the emojis at?
Trying to remember where.
No worries, Turtle. That's what we're here for, man. We're here to just try to help each other. We're friends, gathered around a campfire, watching this thing play out, and we're just like we would watch a football game. We're just talking about the players on the field, what we think the next play may be, and I get a great deal of enjoyment out of it, and I hope you do too.
Yeah, I was looking for it.
So I guess I thought you were referring to the Twitter post, and the first one was like May 16th.
Mario 55 says it's in the Missy Elliott video he posted.
Ah, okay. Yep. There you go. I was trying to see if I could find it, but apparently it's in one of his videos.
Oh, it's in his videos. Oh man, he's so smart. Damn it.
But you asked another question though. You said
One timer says that he posted in a bubble a cheat sheet. Maybe,
I did ask another. Did I ask you a question? I asked many questions.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to break after that though.
Okay. I already asked the question. Did you answer it?
Oh, you asked which day it started on, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minus a couple. For me, it was May. Why is this not looking right to me? May 3rd.
And then I see another kaboom. Like after he does his shroom,
3, 4, 5.
I do see
6,
a kaboom after the shroom,
7.
which makes a lot of sense.
So if you were to go back from, if we were to say the 5th is the final, the cheers, right, on that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
6, 7, plus you have to get rid of the holidays. We're gonna have 3 holidays in there? 1, 2, 3, the 14th.
14th?
Yep. 14th of May.
June 14th.
May.
Oh. Okay. Which makes sense, huh?
I mean, it was the biggest day that GME ran.
If we were to grab these up, maybe I should do that.
If you go back in history, that was the biggest day that GME ran, and I think 100% of all option contracts would have been in the money for calls.
So should we grab all these emojis and put them in a calendar?
You can.
And lay them out. Yeah, it'd be cool. Or maybe we can print a shirt with all these emojis, Casey.
Look, I'll just give you guys a link to two different things. There's only been two things that you needed access to this whole time to find any of this stuff.
Pornhub, and the other one is what?
The first one's going to be his X profile. All the information that you need is on both of these two links. You don't need anything else other than this. Like, everything that you need to know is here. Everything has been laid out before you, well in advance, so you would know it was coming. And those are the only two links you need. Brian says, what's up with the huge increase in off exchange as of late? And I'm assuming you're going to be talking about GME, because actually AMC has been pretty close to spot on from what I would suggest is probably kind of normal for AMC. And then if you're speaking in terms of GME, I'm not watching it as closely in terms of what's let me just look here real quick. There's actually a really easy way for me to do this. I don't know why I'm being so difficult. Give me 1 second. I'll pull an Excel spreadsheet and figure this out for you.
I get most of my best DD comes from Yahoo Finance or Jim Cramer's Mad Money. Between those two places, man, I pretty much stay on top of what I do.
Let's see here. I'm going to give you the answer, I think. Because I actually think the answer to your question is going to be... Well, actually, it does seem like it has moved quite a bit. I'm gonna pull data for a while back. Let me see here. I'm gonna pull data. Let's go back to pre-April. So I can give you an accurate estimate as to what kind of values we're looking at now for GME versus perhaps maybe what they used to be.
Good to see you, Trevor.
Okay, equals sum.
If he's leaving or coming.
No, I'm going to do average. All right. So there's really two sections you should be looking at in regards to off exchange, and the two sections are, and there should be more, but the two that matter, probably the biggest amounts are off exchange and EDGX in regards to volume. I just pulled data from 312 to current, which I don't know. You do the math. That's a little over 3 months worth of data. 45.5 is the average amount of volume that goes through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.83 for a combined total of 55.33% of volume going through off exchanges. In regards to what you're asking, for example, like today they've got 57.85% going through off exchange and 10.72% going through EDGX for a grand total of 68.57% compared to the
Casey, I try never to
55.33.
interrupt you, but this is important.
Mhm.
When was the last time we went back and looked at the off exchange and EDGX as compared to a normal company?
Oh,
like
just a
as
couple
benchmark,
weeks ago.
just show, because maybe it might be beneficial
Just-
for new people. I was going to say, because
Yeah, it's like
new people would do well to realize that it might not be normal to see this much in dark pools in the EDGX.
But he's right though. He's right on GME in regards to an increase, because they normally like over the average amount that we've seen over the last 3 months, three and a half months, has been about 55.33%, and the total amount currently just for today alone is 68.57%. So the amount of price discovery that's getting lost through those the usage of those exchanges is pretty high. So the answer to your question is that they're trying to reduce price discovery. Why?
Right.
You tell me. Why would you try to reduce price discovery? What would you stand to benefit
FOMO,
from that?
to prevent FOMO and a brush fire that can't be stopped.
Yeah. And in case you're wondering like where this data is coming from, here I'll just pull over real quickly the Excel spreadsheet that I compiled the data from. And like I said, I just pulled up basically today's date going all the way back to 3/12, and then just pulled up some quick averages. The very first two columns are off exchange and CBOE EDGX data. So I'm only looking for the data that compiled from those two columns, which totals up to 55.33% on average. Now, of course, those averages you can see over time as you scroll from, I guess, 3/12 going forward. As I move up this list here, you'll see that the average steadily increases, especially right around 5/7. 5/3 was the date that stood out in my mind as the day that everything changed. And you could see a pretty big jump even that day, day over day. There was a 5% increase on off-exchange volume and a 2% increase on EDGX volume. But as the days went forward, there was one day here where you can see that it did drop back down into the 30s again. After that, though, I don't know that there's another 30%er off-exchange traded day after that going forward. So the more interesting question might be is what were these averages for maybe just for the month of like March and April. So what I can do is I can just drag this down a little bit and say what were the averages for leading up to May. And if that's the case, we're now talking about right now, remember today they're averaging 68.57 going through those two exchanges, and the averages by the end of a normal day 2 months ago or 3 months ago would have been 47.31%. So you're looking at like nearly 20% more volume going through those exchanges, and more than 20%, 25% going through those exchanges than normal. 25, is that right? I'm sorry, that's not right. 21. Sorry. 21% going through more through those off exchanges. And that could simply just be from the amount of interest coming from shareholders that are buying into it. Actually, I'll wait on deleting that. All right, I'm going to go to break, guys. Spectre just says Air Force One just landed in Raleigh. It's supposed to be in Atlanta at 2:30. Good morning, Melior 607, and I guess that's it. That's the only new person in here. I think I'm gonna head to break here, guys. My voice is getting tired. Take off 5 days and can't talk anymore.
I don't want to hold you back from going from your break, but I was trying to put in chat is it how in light of the pure mathematical evidence that we see as far as charts that are mirroring each other, and the fact that out of all the entire stock market, you just have these very few stocks that have all this abundance of off dark pool trading. You know, that in and of itself isn't actionable intelligence. I'm not saying that a person who is tasked with enforcing rules wouldn't just seize on a single thing, like why we have this crazy amount in the dark pools on such a consistent time frame. Not because there's a liquidity issue or something at any point in time, it's just constant. But that being part of the bigger picture of all these other mathematical facts, I don't know how that isn't evidence of a crime. And I typed in there too, and I probably misworded it, but I was like, isn't that the role of the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission? Aren't they tasked with keeping the rules? They're supposed to be the enforcement arm of the regulators. And if their only job is to look for mathematical inconsistencies that could be evidence of a crime, how do they not see this? That's, I know that was a long protracted comment, but I hope I made myself clear. I don't get it. I don't see how it's that hard, and I'm not even good at math. I can only imagine how somebody who has skilled in mathematics, and I'm not talking about theoretical math, I'm just talking about somebody who's good at algebra and maybe has a degree in statistics or something, can't look at this and say to a judge and a jury of 12 people, this is impossible. This is, and then cite some examples of the likelihood of it, or put displays, use visual aids to help a jury understand that what they're watching is a crime in real time. And I can't figure that out.
Brian says, with the CAT system now in full effect, will we see a possible change in that info from off exchange? I don't see why you would. I think they're still going to report which exchanges they're going, where the volumes. I mean, the volume's going through an exchange. It doesn't matter. They're still going to report where it's going through. So I wouldn't expect to see any changes in that kind of information because of the CAT's reporting. I wouldn't. It's going where it's going. But the consolidated audit trail is more than likely going to help somebody be able to investigate why that volume went through those exchanges, or who the parties might have been. More who the parties were involved in having the volume go through the exchanges that it went through. All right, break time. See you guys in a bit.
See ya. I know it's tinfoil hat and I'm dreaming, but what I'd love to see at least the SEC fire off an inquiry and just not even make it part of an investigation. Just say, by the way, Mr. Market Maker, how can you explain? We picked up some anomalies here, and we're not saying anything's illegal is going on, but can you explain why this is happening? For instance, why this much of this particular stock is being traded in dark pools and anywhere other than a lit exchange and in New York Stock Exchange itself. Could you help me understand that? And then maybe they come up with some bullshit. Maybe it'd be something that they could come out and say, "Oh, it's easily explained." But I don't believe it. But what troubles me more than the fact that they can do it is the fact that nobody's calling them on it. Absolutely not a single bureaucrat that collects a check and is going to get a pension and paid holidays, and his one job is to make sure that people don't break the law in the stock market. We're not getting our money's worth. I need to have gummy, get myself spooled up. I get furious when I start thinking too hard about what I'm convinced is happening. It makes my blood boil. Yeah, I definitely need a gum. Laker Boy says, "Don't worry, pirate. The world is a corrupt. Accept it and move on." I don't know, Stock Wiz. I'm not built that way. I wish I could. I think I'd find a lot more peace, especially at my age. But unfortunately, I'm a passionate man. My loves are strong and my hates are even stronger. Sometimes it gets the better of me. I try to be happy and the joke maker on here. I like to play the role of the court jester, but every once in a while, a darker side of my personality shows through. I guess that you might be getting a little glimpse of that right now. That's good to know, Billy. Billy said, "I'm not alone in my sentiments in that regard." That pisses him off too. I couldn't help but notice a few other people would appear to agree with me. So I'm glad that I'm glad, and I've always known I'm not alone in this. I never wanted to imply that I'm some sort of martyr, or that I have some monopoly on this patriotism or my sensibilities of good versus evil. I hope it would be awful arrogant if I gave off that vibe. That's never been my intent. Like I said, 99% of the time I play the court jester in here, the dancing monkey, to try to make everybody laugh and smile because I enjoy the company so much. It's the only way I can throw something into the mix, as I lack the ability to do technical analysis. But from time to time, it's hard for me to put on that happy face smile and clown act. And when I start looking at things, sometimes it's triggered by KC's numbers. When I look at C's on something and I say to myself, I know what he's saying is true, and if I can see this happening, and I'm a mathematical caveman, then why can't somebody who's should clearly at least possess a accounting degree, maybe a 4-year bachelor's degree in accounting before they could work for the Securities and Exchange. And on top of that, they should at least be, past a Series 7's license and all those things. So these are supposed to be learned, educated people that understand the laws, that understand the rules. And then their role is they're kind of like a sheriff, man. They're supposed to be the like the shoot out the OK Corral we were talking about earlier, the movies that we all love. These guys are supposed to be law enforcement agents. They're all very well paid, ridiculously well paid, and the perks are unbelievable. We're not getting anything for it, and it's frustrating. And I know we're not supposed to talk politics on here, and I won't, but it still goes back to leadership. The SEC is controlled by our government. So, what Mrs. Pirate said, I'm wrong. What? Yeah, the money. She said that's where I'm wrong. That I think that's what they call captured regulatory capture. That the Securities and Exchange Commission is no longer a regulatory body that looks out for the stock market. They've been captured by big money. And I learned that word about a year ago, regulatory capture. And I think Mrs. Pirate may be right. They're wholly owned and controlled by. Turtle says, when I say it, it sounds less pitchfork-like than when he says it. But no, I prefer the pitchfork, man. I'm with you. That's where I have to be real careful what I say on Twitter or X and all that, because I could easily share some opinions that I could have visitors this evening, and I'm aware of that. So I refrain from. I know this might be hard to believe, but I actually hold back. Yep, that's right. You heard it here first. Pirate can hold back at times, and when it comes to those kind of things, nobody is more aware of what the power of our government than I am, and I don't want to bring that kind of heat on my family, my loved ones. That's sad. I've often said, until men who are really comfortable and have it well off, until they start to feel the pain to where it's worth them jeopardizing their personal family's health and welfare and fortunes, nothing will change. I guess that's to some extent why a lot of you know I'm a big fan of history. I have so much admiration, of our founding fathers in our country, because they were traitors. They were traitors to the crown, to the King of England, and they pledged their very lives. They would have executed them and seized all their fortunes. A lot of them lost their fortunes anyway, but those were a special kind of man, and people wonder why they put up statues and monuments in Washington, D.C. of George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. It's because they were rare. They deserved their immortality because of the way they conducted themselves in their lives and the change that they made in our country, and the incredible risks that some of them took. And today, people, they won't stick their neck out for just about anything. And I guess that's the human condition, and I'm no different. I'm ashamed to say that at the current time of my life, I'm absolutely as guilty of that as anyone. I wish it were not so. Apex says the same, but I don't hold back. Then I salute you, sir. Yep, I salute you. We have no fewer than 3 bona fide, tax-paying marine construction companies in our little town who that's what they do. They don't build houses. They don't build restaurants. They build boat docks and seawalls. I'm getting ready to pull the trigger on some work at my house that for years we've done ourselves. And it looks like we're going to throw money at it this time. We're finally going to quit the old do-it-yourself stuff and start maybe paying for some of these things. But where I'm going with this is not a single one of those companies that are local is going to get hired to do this job. It's going to be a company who's hired predominantly. I got to be careful how I say this not to be too offensive. Well, there's a lot of immigration that has taken place, and there's a lot of people who are willing to work now for incredibly low wages, and you'll see them on construction sites and what have you. But trying to be as delicate as I can about this without getting political. At the end of the day, that's who we're going to hire to fix my yacht slip and my boat dock. I will not be hiring any one of the 3 businesses in our town. And it's because in the end of the day, a man's responsibility is to do what's best for his family. I have to protect my wife, my children, keep them fed and clothed, and keep a roof over their heads. And the first step in that is I have to be the custodian of our finances. I have to do, in the end of the day, I have to make sure that there's enough money to keep the bellies full and the lights turned on. So I can't help but think that if somebody like me who considers himself a patriot and I put myself in harm's way for my country, if that's the attitude I have, then it must be widespread. I can't believe that I'm alone in that. And I've often said before, it's probably an example of someone who wants their husband to work at a shoe factory, but they buy their shoes from Walmart for $5 a pair. I'm not saying that it's okay because that person does it, that I do. I'm just, I guess, trying to be a little bit honest about it and saying this is my attitude towards it as far as how it impacts our family finances, getting a job done and getting it done for the cheapest price possible, and still have the quality that I feel like I need. If I feel that way and I'm acting on those impulses, it has to be a nationwide phenomenon. And I guess what do you say is, I don't know if that's really good for the average working man in America. Well, you listeners only who don't have the option of looking at your chart right now, AMC is trading at $4.74. GameStop is currently at $25.22. The start of Power Hour here. Casey will be back in 10 minutes. I'm sure he'll go over all the numbers in detail, and then we'll see how the previously times past was always the most important part of the day, Power Hour. Although it's not seemed to have been that way for the past couple of years. But censor content says, get the work done, then report the crew to immigration. I like that censor. Now that would be a pirate move right there. Absolutely. That's some of that, like, pull the ladder up after yourself. Like, I got up here, but nobody else is coming with me. I can be that. I got mine. It's like people who buy a piece of land on the beach and build a house, but then they don't want nobody else to build next to them. You know, some funny shit. I had a buddy one time years ago that ran a roofing company. This is easily about 20 years ago. And he said that he had all the Mexicans that worked for him, illegal immigrants, whatever they call them. But at any rate, when Christmas time would come, he said they would turn them all into immigration. And then immigration would deport them all and would send them all home. He said, and then they would have to make their way back. But he said he got his entire crew flowed home to Mexico every year for free, courtesy of Uncle Sam. And I'm telling you, the guy wasn't known to bullshit or make up stories. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but just imagine the irony of it. They let him sneak across the border, then work here, and then they want to go home. So he calls immigration up. They raid them. They send them all home. I don't know. Maybe now I think about it, that does sound really outlandish, but I don't know. Just even if there's a 10% chance that story was true, you have to admit it's kind of ironic.
I need to jump off for a bit, so I'll try to get back in a bit later.
We'll see you, bud.
Okay, see you guys.
Ricky Ray says the cartel is making a killing in immigration. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of, Ricky Ray, is it's got to be the pipeline, man. It's moving that booger sugar, the Peruvian marching dust, you know, the cocaina. You know, if the Norte Americanos have such a big appetite for it, it's not coming in an 8 ball at a time, that's for sure. So you're probably onto something, man. Gargantuan dollars, I'm certain of it. I think often that gets lost in all this talk too. I know until you just brought it up right now, I've thought of it and considered it in the past, but now that you mentioned it, that might be the single biggest catalyst of this whole thing. It might ultimately be what it's really all about. It might not even be about immigration or cheap labor, roofers, or guys to build boat docks. It might just be about moving that cocaine from south to north. It's kind of dark if it's true. Apex said not to mention the human trafficking. That's the part I can't get my head around, man. I see so much talk about that, and about people disappearing and these giant numbers, and I can't wrap my head around it. I can't figure out if it's true and nobody cares, or if they're just making the number up to make something, dramatic. It kind of goes again, like, who's supposed to be policing all that? It ties into what I said before when I was on my rant about the SEC not being able to identify this as a crime based on statistical math and other things. It's the same thing. It sounds incredibly conspiratorial or tinfoil hat theory, but I don't know any other way to explain it. Oh, I like that. The devil's dandruff. Yeah, I don't think I've heard of that one before. I've never tried it, never had it. I don't know anything. I just know that there's a giant market for it. Mrs. Pirate had shared with me, and I think I told Real Rugged that in her youth, she
Don't say that on there.
no, okay. She'd rather me not share anything about her youth.
Especially on
Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, she felt like I was getting into a little bit too personal stuff. Apex says, yeah, it's all real. Oh, yeah, you better believe it's real. We live in a tough world, man. It's a hard world out there, full of good and bad. Like I've talked to my sons all the time, life and my wife. Life is not a TV show. Scary shit sometimes. You just have to find a way to navigate in it. You have to find a way to make a life in it. Otherwise, it can consume you. Mrs. Pyre was quick to remind me, we've seen all this before too. I thunder away about politics and it's off the rules. I'm not going to talk about it now, but her thing was that nothing's new. They killed John F. Kennedy. We've seen a president assassinated, and that was in the 60s. So, nothing's new. We see more of it on the YouTube devices and the Twitters and all that. So from time to time, when I get a little dark or brooding and I say, man, it's just uglier out there than it's ever been, she kind of puts me in check and says, no, if you go back and look at your history, you'll see there's all sorts of examples where it's been far worse than this at times. Crusty Pearl. Apex talking about that's where the term conspiracy theory came from. I used to know the legal definition of conspiracy. I think it requires 3 or more people, if my memory serves, who come together and agree on the commission of a crime. Like I said, I used to have it committed to memory, but that's long escaped me now. But yeah, there was conspiracies going back as far as even Abraham Lincoln. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln was a conspiracy. There was a lot of people may know, they may not, but John Wilkes Booth, the man who shot Abraham Lincoln in the back of the head in the theater, he was part of a bigger conspiracy. They tried to take out, I believe, and you'll forgive me if I'm wrong, it's been a while since I read that book, but they tried to take out, I think, our Secretary of State that very same night, and there was a third man, I think, that was in charge with killing, I want to say maybe the Speaker of the House. So I apologize if I don't have their exact careers exactly right, but Lincoln was only one of 3 men that I'm almost certain were supposed to die that night. And the 2, interestingly enough, I think the 2 other ones, one cowered it out. He pussied out on the deal. I guess I shouldn't say pussied out. He came to his senses and got away from. But I think the other guy was beat off. Beat off. That's yuck is Q. I think he was the attacker was defended by the intended target. But yeah, so none of this is especially new. It's like Walt Disney making over this Star Wars series. It's just changing the names out of the players and the roles. And you could even say the same thing about these financial crimes we talk about. It's like a tape that's playing over on a loop, I guess.
All right, I'm back. What'd I miss?
Just that much.
What in the world are you talking about, Pirate? What is? I keep reading. I'm going through the list of things that are being written in here. What is going on? My goodness. Did he take off? Is he still in here? He's still in here. His microphone's off. Your mic's off. Brandon, good afternoon.
Yeah, I didn't know my microphone was turned off. We were talking about history, man. We were going over history, historical events. Well, it was politics, but in the sense of Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, and it assassinated John F. Kennedy, and Mrs. Pirate was quick to remind me that none of this is new. I always say things are really dark right now. It's ugly, and she's like, no, we've seen all this before. So
Just
I was
not in
just
our
making note of
lifetime.
the fact that, yeah, and same thing with we've seen this before, where you've got these bad actors, Ken Griffin and the rest of them, the people that we talk about. Before them it was Bernie Madoff, and before Bernie Madoff it was Michael Milken of the junk bonds. So I was just trying to entertain folks by talking about the things that I saw that almost seem to be playing out on a loop that we've seen over and over again. But, no, and I'm a gummy deep too, so I don't know. I might have been typing some other stuff. Sometimes I get two separate voices in my head talking at the same time. So you could have had Pirate live talking about Lincoln being assassinated, and I could have had another Pirate typing into chat. Like I said, this is what happens when I gummy up.
It's crazy to me how often history repeats itself over and over and over. And it's like we never learn.
Never learn.
Yeah.
Never learn. You read my mind. I was going to say we never learn.
We never learn. And for some reason it's not going to be me, right? Like I'm not, I think back to
It'll be different. It's going to be different this time.
Being
it's
a young buck.
When they say it's going to be different this time.
Yeah, being a young buck, being that kid, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to wear a condom this time. I'll be lucky and be the guy that doesn't have any kids.
I'll pull out. I can just pull out. I won't knock her up. I'm just going to pull out.
And this is where the root of all of these decisions that we make throughout our lives, and then
your refusal to. Yeah.
It all starts. It all starts from I want to touch the hot burner plate because my parents told me not to, but yet for some reason or another I got to touch it anyways. That's what it all comes back
Turtle
to.
4614 said Pirate made me take my break early. Turtle, I don't know if it's because I was boring you because I'm prattling on and on and on, or if because you were moderately entertained and you stayed for it. So either way, I'm glad you're still here.
Yep. We can't seem to learn. I think, you know what it is? You know what I think it comes down to? I think life only has so many choices. And even if you make the right choice every single time, it still can turn out bad.
Yeah.
Regardless, because everybody else around you doesn't necessarily have to make the right choices. And because
that's what I was always so interested to see people who were self-destructive, because life is already coming at you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you are a virtuous person or a good person or a decent guy and you try to do all the right things, there's still that drunk coming the other way in the car who crosses the yellow line.
Yes.
There's still that undiagnosed cancer, that mole that's black on your shoulder that you didn't get looked at. So you can be all that you can be, and life is still trying to kick you in the nuts. And it's like, so I don't understand the people who it is, man. It's it's an ugly, nasty world out there.
Yeah. Yep.
And the people who take on even more self-inflicted wounds, it's an enigma. It's a puzzle to me.
Well, what do you think? Should we do some numbers here? I think I already took everybody over to the other page here, so let's do it. Let's do these numbers.
Rage on.
All right. Starting with off exchange. Actually, I got to tell you guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. By the end of a day, normal trading day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX on AMC. We got about 57.29% going through off exchange. EDGX at 10.29%. The combined total on that is 67.58% of our volume going through those exchanges. It's 1.58% higher than what it should be by this time of the day. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, no, that's right. 1.58%. CHX volume is 7,104 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 23,891. Also nothing unusually large. Taking a look at the borrow fees, nothing has changed on AMC's available amount of shares to be borrowed. It's still sitting at 250,000 available according to IBKR with fees at 1.72%. According to Ortex, an hour ago, there was approximately 438,000 shares having been returned for the day. It's now 442,000. It's not much of a change. It's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 14.84%. The cost borrow ends at 1.47. Average is 2.58 and max is 4.33. For the day today, there's 71.12 million shares on loan. That's 340,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 2.09 million shares were returned in short interest, but the thing is it wasn't from yesterday. It's over the last 15 trading days. Ortex did not estimate enough in shares returned, so we saw a lump sum just show up in their estimates that they're doing currently. So don't panic. There wasn't 2 million shares returned in short interest. It was over a 15-day period of time. Taking a look at GME, GME's total amount of shares returned for the day is at 3.23 million shares. It's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float to 11.62%. Orders, let's take a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC has been at a $5 strike. There was 30.9 thousand contracts in volume as of an hour ago. Now 32.1 thousand contracts in volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 4.5. There was 8.4 thousand contracts an hour ago. Now 8.7. The market's still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two that I'm looking for on this list here. We've got GME with a 47.32% buy to 52.68% sell ratio. AMC is not on the list. And I really wouldn't expect it to be unless we were over like 30 million shares traded for the day. And that's not the case. So nothing unusual about that. Taking a look at MMRI, it was 282. Shoot, I can't read my own writing. 08. 282.08 an hour ago. It's now 282.32. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. Hold on a second here. I'm fat fingering numbers all crazy right now. I'm still on vacation in my head. It was 0.432 as of an hour ago. It's now 0.426. We started out the day at 0.427, so it's nearly the same from where we started out the day. Let's see here. The JJ's over there, I think, bopping his microphone. NASDAQ is up 0.25. Dow Jones is breaking even, and SP 500 is down 0.02. We have 3,206 advancers to 2,489 decliners. The market is more advancing now than it was an hour ago by, I'd say, a significant amount. The top performing sector for the day-to-day and subsequent follow-up to that is communications, followed by consumer discretionary. The worst two sectors is consumer staples, followed by healthcare. surprisingly. Oops, clicked on the wrong thing. Taking a look at the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since closing price of yesterday will get a shout out. Coinbase up 4.81. Silvergate's down 6.98. And that's about it. Gold is up 1.25. Made a reversal off the downtrend it was starting to move into an uptrend. Silver is up 0.67. Same thing with that. Was in a downtrend and started to trend up. Ethereum Classic is up 2.29 and is consolidating after an uptrend. The US dollar is down 0.14 and is trending upwards, not consolidating anymore. Oil is up 0.95 and trending down. What was the next DFE emoji after the dog? US. Maybe they're talking about the dollar. Mortgage-backed securities, we have, let's see here, we have 0.19 up on Vanguard's and BlackRock's up 0.27, and they are starting to, they're still consolidating. SPY is up 0.01 and starting to trend up a little bit. 22.52 million shares traded so far. VIX is down 1.59%, and it's still within the consolidation range here of 12.3 to 12.7. But the futures are suggesting it should be around 13.83, which is just a little bit lower than where it was before. So we might see this downtrend stick just a little bit further down. VB is up 0.31 and is trending up. VBR is down 0.1 and is consolidating. Tesla is up 0.13 and starting to break into an uptrend from a downtrend. Amazon is up 2.37 and consolidating after a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.12 and consolidating. Doge is up 1.6% for the day-to-day and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.82. What's it doing? Looks like it's starting to break into a downtrend after some consolidation. GME is up 2.85 and trending down. Consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is up 1.51 and trending down after consolidation. NCMI is down 1.94 and trending up. Hood is up 1.68 and trending up, and AMC is up 1.07 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day, about $1 million more inflow than outflow. 12.85 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 356 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for about 14.07 million shares traded. By the end of the day today, I suggested to you guys that we would see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares traded. So we're on pace for that. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 55.09, which is just slightly above average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.8, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.58. Wow, those numbers are the same. 61.66 on the 30-minute, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.42, which is pretty much average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp.
So you're still going to live stream the presidential debate, that as long as we all behave, right? Isn't that what you said? Or everybody's on their best behavior and we're all real nice. It's 8:00 tonight. We can get around the poker table. You can live stream it. We can come together and enjoy that tonight.
The more important thing here is that my wife still has off time from work, and so I'd like to spend it with her.
Oh, I see.
And yeah. So, because it's important.
I just thought we could all enjoy it together, like live stream it. Maybe we can get somebody else to do it. I did read. I thought I saw something on the news that said they threatened threatened a content strike for anybody who restreams a debate.
What? Why?
Yeah, and I know this is political, but I'm talking about big picture here. Now, doesn't that sound a little bit like communistic? Doesn't that sound a little bit like suppression of the media or whatever? I mean, They refuse to allow. They won't even have a. I don't know if you know it or not. One of the conditions was no audience. So you got two men running for the highest, most powerful position on earth. They're going to engage in a debate, but they refuse to let live participants watch. So that hardly screams transparency right there. But then they put out a news release that said anybody caught restreaming the event, you'll get a content strike. So that implies to me that whoever CNN or whoever it is that has this, they must have strong arms to be able to reach into whoever controls Twitter. I don't.
They also said that they weren't going to allow any other reporters to be in the room, and that they had to watch it across the street in case there was a medical emergency with one of the candidates.
And I'm not talking about politics here. I don't want to be divisive. I think that's something we can all be united on. I mean, you have a picture of the presidential Oval Office that hangs in your house. We've all seen it.
Why would there be a medical emergency with
Casey,
either
how
one?
do you feel? How do you feel about them having a presidential debate and throttling the amount of people who can see it?
Why do we have to worry about our presidential candidates dying on the podium in a debate before they're even president? Why is that a thing? That should not even be a topic. There should not be any kind of medical emergency by a candidate at all. Period. End of story.
Yeah.
If you've got medical problems, then don't run.
The crazy part right now is downtown. There's the big soccer game is going on right down the road from it, and downtown is just a freaking chaos right now. Because Biden went into Dobbins. I just saw it. Whoever said they.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. CNN is in Atlanta. I forgot that. Okay, I'm with you. I got a little buzz going. I'm a little gummied, but
yeah, they're right.
I'm pre-gaming. I'm pre-gaming for tonight. So.
Yeah, I can't remember what the name of the indoor arena is now. I mean,
okay. That's what all the talk was. That's what all the talk was about. Somebody said earlier they saw Air Force One landing in Atlanta, and I seen you chatting with them. I'm like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Why would the president's? But now I understand. CNN is okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what they were saying was they saw Air Force One at Raleigh Durham, and I think what that is the backup. You'll always see.
Well, I heard you put in there. I read that you put in there that whatever the president's on is Air Force One. President could be in my son's Cessna at that minute. At that moment in time, it becomes Air Force One.
Correct. That's the radio call sign they'll use, and they get priority handling, obviously. But yeah, it's a bad look to have two whales at the same place because it's like, why does he have two of them? Well, in case one breaks. Really, the president's plane should never break. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, that's one plane that doesn't break.
So I can't remember at Raleigh Durham if there's, I mean, I fly there enough and yet I can't think about it. There must be a big ramp that they can top off on fuel if they need it. And then if that plane, when they're doing their checks halfway through the debate, they'll say this one's not working. So they'll tow it somewhere else on Dobbins because there's a Lockheed ramp and the C-130 ramp.
My best buddy, they caught Air Force One was caught in transient TA in the military. He's called transient. For those of you who don't know, but he had a chance to go up on the plane and he stole one of the presidential rock glasses. You know, they had these little nice ornate bottles of liquor. Yeah, he's got one of those. It's one of his most prized possessions, man. I was like, you realize what they do to you if they catch you stealing shit off the presidential airplane? I mean, this is a guy that had like 19 years in the Air Force. He was a year from retiring. He's like, I don't know, man. It was worth it. So to this very day, you go to his house above his fireplace. He's got that presidential rock glass.
Which is pretty funny because you have to sign a logbook to walk into the airplane, so they know everyone that's been in and off of it.
Exactly. Yeah.
We actually do the maintenance on the 7.5 in Atlanta, and you can't, and the 7.3, not the whale, but we do the maintenance down in Atlanta. You can't just walk over to the plane. You've got to sign a log.
Well, now it makes sense because I was like, man, I mean, I'm a little gummied up, but I'm not destroyed. And I couldn't figure out the whole thing I couldn't put together Atlanta and Air Force One. I'm like, because usually that's in and out of Delaware. But I thought that makes sense now because CNN is downtown, and I didn't realize that they were holding them in the studio there. I never thought about it.
Soccer game is going on, which is literally next door to where I believe where the debate is, because CNN's inside. It used to be called Phillips Arena. I can't remember what it's called now. What do they call Phillips Arena now? You remember? State Farm Arena is where CNN is at.
You know
and
what?
then the dome is
That's
right
what I'm
around the
saying.
corner.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did we? I hated it. I hated it so much when they changed all the stadium names over to business names back in the early 2000s. That pissed me off so bad.
But you know, Atlanta has so many. Atlanta is like a corporate haven. There's so many major corporations in Atlanta that you wouldn't even expect. Like UPS has got their corporate offices here, yet they're out of Louisville. But the big ones, of course, Delta and Coke.
Don't get me started on stadium names and stuff like that. Like, it really pisses me off that people, like taxpayers, pay for some of these stadiums, and yet the people still have to pay like outrageous ticket prices. It's like, what?
You know, I think we've talked about this in the back of the Big Trap before. The major two guys for Home Depot, they put a ton of money. Arthur Blank and Bernie Marcus. Bernie Marcus set up the aquarium and made it so, I can't remember what's the name, an endowment. So if nobody went to the aquarium, it would still
run,
carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then of course, who was I just saying? His partner owns the Falcons, and he put, although I can't remember what the number is, but he did redo the dome because that thing was tired. Arthur Blank, there we go. And he's done a ton for soccer. He's made a soccer complex and dome and all that. So of course they're making money, but I'll give it to them. They have done a ton for the city. But yeah, downtown, when it's already got two highways that come together, 75 and 85, right in downtown, and then of course they split again. So, and it's right in the heart of where they're doing all this soccer and the debate stuff. It's crazy.
Petro, I did. I had a good vacation. Well, I mean, besides Bruno almost dying and no Wi-Fi and the TV not having any satellite TV coverage and no water pressure, mosquitoes that were like zebras.
He was one step away from being a National Lampoon's Vacation movie. It was almost there. It was that close of a disaster.
Other than all that, I mean, the only other thing that could have gone worse, the only other thing that probably could have gone worse, I don't even want to say this. This is too scary.
It can always be worse, man. You don't want to jinx your man. If I know nothing, it can always get worse.
Yeah, it's always. It could have been worse. it was a good vacation.
AMC would have squeezed, and you wouldn't have known it.
No. I was thinking I was gonna say it. Now I don't want to say it because I feel like it's gonna happen now. But like some kind of like
that movie, the
car
movie,
breakdown.
The Hangover, Mr. China, Mr. Chen or whatever. He's like, but did you die? But did you die?
A car breakdown would have been the worst. But I mean, actually, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law who came and stayed with us while we were there, they actually, his parents live in Corpus Christi, and he went to stop by there because they were dropping off their dogs at his place, and then. As he was pulling out of the driveway, his dad's like, "You're not going anywhere." And he's like, "Why not?" He's like, "I could see metal coming out of your tires." So they had to go get brand new tires, which is pretty much the same thing as a car breakdown on their way there. So,
yeah. You remember National Lampoon's Vacation? Chevy Chase, he tied her dog on the dog leash to the bumper, and of Aunt Edna's fucked up dog. And remember, the cop pulls him over. I forget that cop's a famous cop in real life. I forget his name, but the cop pulls him over. Him and Chevy Chase is holding the leash, and he's like, "I think the dog tried to keep up for a mile or two."
Why are we laughing? Oh. It's so terrible. If I'd have done that to Bruno, I would have felt so bad.
I know a lot of young guys probably ain't real big fans of National Lampoon, but some of you old timers remember the scene.
Oh, I remember
National Lampoon's Vacation where Chevy Chase drugged that fucking dog down the highway till he was gone. There wasn't nothing left but a leash. They strapped Aunt Edna to the roof. Didn't they put her body? She was like stiff from rigor mortis, and they put her on the roof with a tarp. Yeah, they don't write movies like that anymore, man.
I think
funny stuff.
I think
the dog pissed on the sandwiches, pissed in the picnic basket. His wife's like, "I think the dog peed on the sandwich," and Chevy Chase is he's making eyes at Christy Brinkley, and eats the sandwich anyhow. Yep. Man.
Dog killer.
Yep. Yep. You're feeling down, man. Just get that up on Hulu or whatever and watch funny stuff, man. And Edna. Yep. Now, was that the same one that had him dumping the shitter and Randy Quaid or Dennis Quaid dumping the shitter in the street? That was Christmas Vacation. That was Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, that's Christmas.
Okay, yeah. Shitter's full. Yeah. Yeah, that was a different one. Yeah.
And he's smoking a cigarette.
Yeah. Had the daughter. His daughter said, I learned how to French kiss, and my daddy says I'm the best. Yeah, that was some fucking crazy shit, man.
I heard a story.
I remember the part of that movie is when Chevy Chase comes unglued. He loses his shit when he gets his bonus check. Remember, they was expecting a big bonus check from his boss because they were going to get an in-ground swimming pool. Of all things that Chevy Chase was going to get in, and they gave him his paycheck, and it was something like a coupon for a 12-pound turkey or some shit. And Chevy, remember? I know you guys remember in Christmas Vacation where Chevy Chase just loses his fucking mind.
Wally World being closed, John Candy being the...
Yeah, those were the themes. That was the theme with those. Was Chevy Chase was that long-suffering dad. He's just that guy that's grinding it out every day, and he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, kind of like Married with Children. He's kind of like Al Bundy with Married with Children, and you just know he's getting fucked. He tried to take his family on vacation. He gets fucked. He tries to make a Christmas. He wants it to be everything
special
with the lights, and he gets fucked every time. And I think that's why the men love that show, because Chevy chases every man. That's all of us on screen.
It was Jelly of the Month Club.
Yeah, that's right. Jelly of the Month.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bailing me out. The Jelly of the Month Club. Yeah, every year up to that, he's like, based on my calculations, we're going to get $10,000 at Christmas. We're going to get an in-ground swimming pool. Yeah, they give him the fucking Jelly of the Month Club.
I quote that movie all the time, and my wife hates it. She always asks me, "Where do you want me to put this?" And I said, "Bend over and I'll show you."
Yep.
One of my favorite lines.
The cat in the Christmas one, the cat chews through the Christmas tree lights and it fucking electrocutes him right there in the living room.
Cats that are dying lives, you should spend them all.
Yeah. He's like just fucking, looks like they just deep fried him, that cat. Yeah, but it was some funny stuff, man. Chevy Chase.
What makes it funny is that it's literally like stuff that we've all lived through, and you can only laugh about it because it's after the fact.
Yep. Even the beginning of that, man, it's every man's nightmare. The guy takes his money for the vacation. I think the Chevy Chase's National Lampoon's Vacation. He's supposed to buy them like this big, magnificent station wagon. It was like the cutting edge, latest, greatest thing ever put out of Detroit. And if you remember in the movie, he goes to the dealership and it's like bait and switch. They don't have his, and because he's on a time crunch, he needs to go on vacation. They end up selling him that big piece of shit station wagon with the wood grain down the side. I mean, that whole concept of that anxiety-ridden process of buying a car and trying to negotiate and all of that. And just to watch him, they went balls deep in his ass and broke it off. I mean, but you could do a whole spinoff of just the buying of that car.
Mm.
I think JJ the Jet Plane's got a hot mic.
Yeah,
Again?
I'm trying to figure out where he is. It doesn't sound like he's in an airport.
It sounds like you're on a radio or something.
Nah, Hayden's got his phone on, and I didn't realize I was hot. Sorry about that.
JJ, are you alive?
Yeah, Hayden, he's got the new AirPods, and unfortunately, I don't have the correct block to plug it in. So he's got the speaker on.
Plug it in. They don't have any cords. They're wireless.
Yeah, but they need to be charged.
So the case is not charged because they usually charge in the case.
Dude, I don't know. I'm looking at this thing, and it's got,
who does number 2 work for?
Yeah,
it sounds like you're an alien to this technology.
Yes.
How do you fly planes?
Dude, you've met me. You know how I am.
Are you kidding, Yucca? They fly themselves. They don't even have to fly them.
That's right. Just hit the push to take off, push to land. Good to go.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what I even do.
You talk.
What I want to know is how do you get in the cockpit with that walker that you have to use? Because you're old as dust, and I know you got one of those walkers with the tennis balls on the bottom so they don't scrape the ground. How do you get in all the way in the cockpit with that walker?
Well, the tennis balls are so that if there's a gap between the jetway and the plane, you don't fall through the middle.
Oh, okay.
That's like a stopper.
You know, I know it.
That bulkhead with that lockable door, it's not very wide, and I know you use a walker because you're all bent over and shit. I just wondering how you get into your seat.
I know.
What they make first officers for.
I know what your job is. You sit there in the cockpit and you put your hand over your mouth and you go, we'll be flying into Dallas today. The temperature is going to be kind of hot today with a nice steamy 89 degrees. And if you look out the left side of your plane, you'll see the Grand Canyon on the side over there. Please don't everybody all pile over to the left-hand side. We might tip over. You'll notice the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned off. You can now move freely around the cabin. I know, that's what you do. You practice that shit. I know you do.
See, I'm gonna give you a little hint here. You never hear a because you never let go of the transmit button. That's from PA school number 1.
Yeah, I'm still in training. I'm still in training. Yeah, I'm still training here.
Yep. Got to go to class day 2. You never let go of the button because it's a break in the transmission. You can't do that.
It's now replaced with a big
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For the guy that just loves to hear his voice and can't stop talking.
Would you ever buy a Coco Boxer EV, Casey?
A what?
Coco Boxer.
I have no idea what that is.
What the hell is that?
Coco Boxer, really?
Don't know.
I'm receiving these feeds.
Cocoa, like chocolate, and boxer, like underwear? With like chocolate underwear?
Yeah. COCO Boxer. BOXER?
Like the dog boxer?
Yeah.
That's some shit you just made up.
No.
They're Fawn or Brendel.
Hold on.
Coco Boxer EV. Am I the only one?
Are you talking about briefs? Coco Boxer briefs?
No, Coco Boxer EV.
EV?
Electric vehicle. Yeah.
Coco Boxer EV. I feel like there's like some kind of lost in translation thing going on here. No, I would not buy one of those. They're horrible looking.
Really?
Yeah, that's horrible.
I kind of dig them.
You really? What if you get hit by a semi and while you're waiting behind a semi?
I mean, you don't think they can see me? Oh,
no,
well, behind.
Definitely not.
Oh shit! I never thought about that.
I mean, you're already pancaked. I don't know how much more pancake you can get, but that's gonna be the right car for it.
See you later, Jason.
It's like a small, cool, maybe just in the park, I guess, or golf. Maybe the golf cart, huh?
There you go. That thing right there.
They're pretty expensive.
Oh yeah.
Like
look, this
grand.
dude. I can't see for sure, but this dude even looks like he's like crouching over the steering wheel because it's too short for him. Can't see it real well, but
yeah, they make different ones. They make like little Jeeps. They make
yeah, I pass.
Street legal, so,
I pass.
I guess. Yeah, me too.
What about? But did you see that that like Range Rover or something like that? It might have been like Jeep or something. I'm not sure who makes it.
Yeah, like a Jeep style, like the Range, like that. Yeah, like the Mercedes.
That was real cheap. I forget what it was. I think it was by Volkswagen. Maybe I don't know who made it, but
you get the I highly recommend the Kubota side by side. You get it in a diesel engine. It has a hydraulic dump bed on it, and it's like a if a pickup truck or a little dump truck could become a golf cart. And we used them on the farms. They were incredible. They're like a miniature ATV, 4-wheel drive, high and low range. They've even got hard doors on them and air conditioning with them. They're made by Kubota, spelled with a Kubota.
I think we use those on the ramp.
Yep. It has a lever, you pull a button on it, and it not only does it dump, the little thing will dump, it dumps hydraulically. So you can put, 500 pounds of gravel in it, dump it. We used to drive around with a spray tank in the back, spray the flies on the cows. But you can get those with a hard top with glass doors. You can pay up for air conditioning. And I'm telling you, they'll go anywhere. When I say anywhere, I mean anywhere. I literally tried it. I had a winch put on the front of mine, and I don't think I ever had to use it. Prior to that, I had one of the Yamaha side-by-sides, which is a 700cc Yamaha engine, and it's a 4-wheel drive, and it was fast as hell, but it didn't have any torque. But that Kubota, that's like a miniature Humvee.
This day's just about done, guys. It's almost over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So you never did say, are you coming around the poker table to watch the debate with us? Are you going to stream the debate live or not?
I don't even know. Definitely not. I'm not. I don't even know if I'll watch it tonight, to be honest with you. Like, I don't even know if I care.
You don't like us anymore?
No, it's not
two
that.
Gladiators that want to be the most powerful man in the world. There's two gladiators, and they're going to argue with each other over who's the best for the job.
I'll maybe watch like a highlights reel where people like make fun of both sides and laugh at how ridiculous it is.
That's probably the way to do it, because it'll be an hour and a half of boredom and 10 minutes of funny shit. So that might be the way to go.
I'm just.
It's a mass debate, man.
I just want to.
I think they should do it. They should do a cage match. They should put Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping from China. They should put Zelensky from Ukraine, our president. Put everybody in a cage match for the world. Instead of the belt, you could just rule the world. They could all just club each other like brute force. Put them all in a cage match like WWE, and whoever comes out gets the whole planet.
I feel like I just want to fast forward like 4 more years and just be like, let's just.
Putin would win.
Let's just.
Who would you bet on?
Oh,
who would you bet on?
Putin's almost dead. He's almost died.
Yeah, but who's he got to beat? Who's going to beat him? Xi Jinping?
Well,
you think that
I don't know.
Egg roll is going to take out that?
Probably
Russian?
Not. Probably not.
Nope. Since Xi Jinping's so goddamn fat, he'd be winded just running around the ring. He'd have a coronary. So that leaves Putin, Zelensky, and whoever our president is in the ring. And, they're gonna. I guess it would depend on who has an alliance with who. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to end the poll. So if you haven't voted and you want to, now is your chance. I'm going to end it here in about 2 minutes. We only got about 4 more minutes left here before it closes.
I forgot about the pimple poll. I'm going to need another palate cleanser now. I got that out of my mouth with the second gummy, but now I'm going to have to.
It's a good poll. It's kind of funny. Yeah, 4-leaf clover. I don't think that has anything to do with our RK or DFV, as I like to refer to them as. If you just, you can look up anything out there you really want to. Just look up Chewy share buyback. Look that up in a news. I can just post something in here if you want to. But
is that you, Cody? Is that your boy, KC? Is that Cody? 4-leaf clover. Is that your boy?
No. Is it? It might be. I don't know.
So a leprechaun.
I don't know. But that's the reason that it's moving right now is because here's the deal. Like if somebody holds, what do they got? 17.55 million shares that they're buying back, Chewy. So if they're going to buy those shares off of them, then whatever broker they're holding those shares through, somebody's going to have to be forced into coughing up 17.55 million shares, which is a lot of shares, considering the fact that free float's only at like 130 million. So some institution, if you go back and look at the chart on Chewy, it's been moving for a while now. They've been buying since like the end of May. It's almost been like a full month worth of buying going on there, and you can see it. You can see that somebody very obviously didn't have the shares that they knew they were going to need to have, and that's why it's moving the way that it is. So it has nothing to do with RK, but I'm sure everybody wants to try and push blame onto him for it. But it literally states, all the articles I've been reading literally are saying that all these shares have to be done by the end of today. That's when their expected time to close the position was by the end of today. Doesn't take much more than that. And they've known about it. It's been a known thing. So you get what you whatever you ingest is what you end up spitting out, guys. Remember that. It's best to ingest more healthy information than news where you get from invalid sources that aren't going to help you out, make you look like what you're spewing out is what you're taking in. You know what I'm saying? It's going to make you look bad. All right, guys. It's about that time of the day. Any last comments? Dylan, they can't. Not when they have to, when they're closing out the positions. Not in this particular case, no.
Casey, did you touch on Roaring Kitty posting the dog picture?
I did. Yep.
Did you talk about what comes after the dog picture on his emojis?
I did.
Okay.
What did you have? What are your thoughts on it? U.S. is what it says.
The American flag, 4th of July. You were gone the other day. I said.
I see U.S.
I, said I'm expecting
I see
news
U.S.
on the
listed here.
4th.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm looking back here. I see the flag. Yep. I see the flag. Yeah. I think the 35 days.
I've been in and out most of the day, so.
I think the flag that Dang Hannaford actually posted up in the back of the Big Tramp there for us,
Okay.
and I think that American flag is gonna be a little bit something different than what you might think it is. I don't think that's the 4th of July. The 4th of July is probably the firework that's on that page there. It's right before the cheers of the 2 beers there.
Nice.
Yep. Alrighty, guys.
Like the presidential.
I mean, it might have something to do with that. Yeah, it could have a little something maybe to do with that. It's possible, but I don't think he knew that there was a debate already. I don't think they'd already decided it back then, so probably not. We'll see. We'll watch the U.S. dollar tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me sign off. I'll come back to the back of the Big Tramp here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Well, guys, unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do, is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, gonna steal your thrills. And there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GT. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GMC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Ecom, go. FAO, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Hold on to me as we go, as we roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone. 'Cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down I'm gonna make